accursed. Hovering over the wood, I rebuilt my tinder and struck at the flint till my fingers cramped, but no fire would catch. I stood, straightening to my full height in the hive. I was a warrior of Pendragon. This icy cell was a luxury. With the heft of my sheepskin and the nearness of the cell, I'd have warmth enough to last through the night. "Go on, then," I said. "Extinguish my fire. It has been many long years since I have been fearful of the dark." The night cell felt watchful. My mind roamed, tireless, my face burning with cold. I tucked my head beneath the fleece where my breath clouded warm, but the air soon went stale. It was many hours before sleep found me. When it did at last, I dreamed of a stranger, a girl who was searching. It seemed she dwelled in some distant time. Her longing was vast as the mountains. I cannot explain it, but I knew what she sought. She sought to remember. There were temples once, I told her. They dotted the land like pinpricks into veins, tapping into power that thrummed beneath the land of the living, the land of the dead. There would you sleep in a cell, dreaming in darkness, and when you woke, the keeper would ponder and tell you its meaning. There were star trackers once, who lifted their eyes to skies within circles of stone that thrummed into veins. They sang songs of summoning, and through the long, hollow halls the ancestors came to be honored and held close. They came to be remembered. The girl sat beside me, but it was as if I were not there. She walked a land vacant as a desert, a land of shades and blowing grasses. She walked and sought the places where temples once stood, but for too long they had lain altered, neglected. For too long the ancestors of the girl had been sleeping. I was weeping for them then, all the lost children, rocking beneath the wave of their sorrow. And then I woke. I lay blinking, my face wet with tears. It was the blue hour before morning, and I had been weeping in my sleep. But there was a sensation, too, that had brought me awake, a nudge in the ribs as if by a boot. I searched the cell, eyes straining in the semi-dark. A man stood looking down upon me, half hunched beneath the tapered stone roof. His hair was shorn in a crescent above his forehead, his eyes cold in the manner of a diviner, of a priest. He shifted ever so slightly, and the cloak about his shoulders trembled. The cloak was made from cloth, or so it seemed, yet there was an unusual texture, something mounted high upon his shoulders that made him appear hunched, like a wood troll. The cloak was sewn with feathers, layers upon layers. He cocked his head, studying me with the black-eyed intelligence of a crow. "What is it you want? Why have you drawn me here?" I asked. The man did not speak, but as I watched, his eyes shifted to the scar upon my cheek. I must have blinked, for then he was gone. Was I truly awake? Or had I been dreaming? I stood and went to the place where the man had loomed only a moment ago, searching the ground. "Fool, Lailoken, what are you hoping to find?" And then I saw it. Perhaps it was the purple light playing tricks, but I thought I discerned the slightest imprint, the shape of two boots denting the brown winter grass. I sat back upon my bedroll, dragging a hand over my face. This was why I had come, on the eve of the wolf moon, the moon before Imbolc. At the far edge of the cell, the wolf pelt sat in a heap. "Follow me," it said. I would follow, but could I return? That I could drop myself into the world below ground was a matter of fact. I had done so before. The traveling was deep, the pathways frequented only by those who could find their way home. That was what I'd feared when I dragged Angharad from the stones. The body rouses, but the spirit is yet roaming, lost in between. Perhaps that was the fate that had befallen the keeper. The keeper of the falls had summoned me here. The cursed keeper of the falls had stirred me from a dream. Soon I hoped to discover why. But the sleep must be done in darkness under the strength of the moon. So I stepped out into the morning, eerie with white. A good measure of snow had fallen in the night, transforming the falls into a craggy magnificence of towering ice. The burn beside the fort was frozen solid. I headed out in search of more fuel. An uphill climb was nothing, but I was weak from fasting and my wounds were yet mending. There would be scant wood on the desolate slopes, Yet I still found myself climbing the steep path that led up past the fort. Soon, I stood where the water spilled over the cliff. It was barren here, dark rock and dead grasses jutting up from the snow. As I picked my way higher up the Burns course, the grasses gave way to dead moss and thick brown tufts of heather. The blood in my legs pulsed and pounded, threatening to seep, and I stopped where I stood, breathing. In the place in between breaths, memories of my loved ones came rushing back to claim me. Memory is a danger. It unlocks the door to madness. A shiver traced my arms beneath my furs, and then something skittered on the steep slope above, sending a scattering of rocks below. I looked up the hill and spied a lone goat standing, white as the snow. Its winter coat was shagged with fur, its horns were black as night. Its bright eyes were yellow, piercing with a strangeness that belonged to no mortal creature. The names of my god came unbidden. Hearn horned one Sir Nunnos, but Hearn had forsaken me. He'd given no warning of the men who had marched to kill us. I'd asked him for sustenance on our hunt, and he'd sent a living demon instead. I looked at the goat. "Now you come. What is it you would tell me?" I demanded. Show me, what must I do?" The only sound was the barking of a raven as an icy rain began to fall. The wind rushed up the valley, tugging at my hair. The raven sounded with the sharpness of a pin being driven into my head. The goat looked down at me, watching. Perhaps I could not blame my god for the beast. Perhaps he could not keep it away. But I could no longer sense the origins of my own thoughts. Such things happened from hunger. Frustration mounted, and I suddenly wanted to beat at my own head. I stared up at the goat as if my eyes alone could spear it. Nothing, again and again. I threw back my head with a scream long and half-human, a cry born of rage. It startled my own ears, sending the animal bounding, disappearing from sight. I cursed and balled my fists. My beard was soaked, the hairs bristling to ice upon my cheek. Down in the valley, any fuel would soon be wet. There were no messages for me here. I fasted through the day, gathering what dry wood I could from the strip of forest that followed the frozen burn down below, bundling it to carry back to the cell upon my shoulders. My nose ran from cold by the time I returned, stacking the kindling to dry beside the fire. It lit at least and did not go out. Night neared. I unrolled my bedding and fed the flames. It would die while I lay sleeping. When I woke, I'd be near frozen if I woke from the sleep at all. I felt the same pit in my stomach that churned before battle, but I took the packet from my satchel, setting my cook pot over the fire to heat the old brew. Roots, mushrooms, and plants, elements for dreaming. I bent my head over the pot, inhaling the steam, earthy and sharp. It smelled like revelation. I sat and waited as it steeped, watching the fire. Who would aid me now? I closed my eyes, summoning the bloodline of those who had come before. Morkan, Morid, Mor. Cathan, my teacher. "Idle mother," I said, "bless my dreaming, keep your son safe." I struck a small split of wood against the pot in a slow, steady rhythm. The drink was a bitter, welcome heat. I drank it down and pulled out my rope, binding my feet. I knotted my blindfold, fumbling in blackness to bind my own hands. Stretching out, I pulled the wolf pelt to cover me, then took the dried boar skin, biting between my teeth. There was a repellent bristling, as if the elements of the two animals yet carried the memory of their feud. But I required both for the right, and I hoped the wolf might aid me where the black boar would not. I caught sight of them standing, and then they both began to run. My body was hollow, inside scraped clean. Beneath the blindfold, I closed my eyes, following the creatures into the dark. Soon the blackness was swirling, spinning swiftly into what felt like a pool. I felt the rise of vomit and turned to my side, but the medicine was quick. The cell dropped away. I fell out of my body and into the earth. There were passages there down in the deep, tunnels that cut through earth and through stone. I traveled them, one moment as if winged and the next moment inching through suffocating gaps, over and between boulders. Before me, the tunnel narrowed into a chute. Here I could not pass unless pressed upon my stomach. I dragged myself forward using the strength of my fingers. Beneath me the rock went for leagues down into the earth. Above me pressed the weight of passing eons. Others had traveled here. I could see the scrape of their fingers in sediment, hear their tormented cries echoing in the stone. Men and women trapped since time out of memory. Help me, help. I can no longer breathe. The air had grown heavy. The tunnel had gone stale. And then I began to realize it was not rock that pressed up from leagues down below, but a pile of bodies, bone upon bone. I sensed them beneath me, not only keepers but line upon line of wanderers, those who'd attempted to travel this hidden world since man had first been born from the gods. They are not real. They are not here, I told myself. This is the path of my journey alone. From somewhere in the distance came the warning that my chest was scarcely rising. The only way up was to discover a way through. I blinked in the darkness, searching for light. And then I saw it. A flicker, a crack. It was so simple, see it. And then I was through. I stumbled from the suffocation of the cave into the light. The hollow into the deep yawned at my back, its entrance unassuming, a craggy overhang where an animal might shelter from the cold. The forest before me was oak and ash, and beyond it was a loch. A gentle sweep of wind made ripples in the water. Birds called. The air smelled of leaf mold. The sky was gray, warning of rain. Your body lies bound, dreaming in snow. It was a trick, a quality of light, but this was not the world owned by men. This was a twin place, one far beneath. I could not linger here, I knew. I must keep alert, for this place was not like the world of men. In this place, things were not always as they seemed. Chapter 23, Langureth Cadzo, Fortress Kingdom of Strathclyde, November. Ad 573t, rough the pasture where I once threw my blade at targets. Though the sturdy gates of the outer rampart where I stood to watch so many leave, past the dormant wych elm that scattered the earth in snowy petals in spring, and into a nestled world of trees high above the Avon water. Here oak and pine remembered those I most loved. My children, my father and mother, Gwendolau and Layloken, Arian and Cathin, wisdom keepers, Crowan, my old nursewoman, Maelgun, my power was here, and now I had returned. The white cattle were home from their summer steading for winter's keep, and they lifted their heads as the carts rolled by. Their warm coats had come in, their shaggy underbellies black with mud. As I nodded to the warriors minding the innermost gate, a tear escaped and Signe turned to me. "Mother, why do you cry?" "It is only I am so happy to be home," I said. The old timber hall stood unchanged. I had last visited near summer's end at Lugnasa when Reese and I had overseen the harvest. Since that day, so much had been taken from me. I suppose I had feared nothing of Cadzo could remain. Droplets of rain clung to the gnarled branches of the apple tree in the courtyard. As we stepped down from the cart, my hallwoman Alwina rushed to greet us, her hand over her heart. I'd sent a messenger ahead with news of Angharad and Reese, along with instructions for our arrival, for I could not bear any questions. But the look upon her heart-shaped face spoke tomes. "You are here now, lady. All will be well." "Thank you, Alwina." Her eyes traveled the faces looking back from the wooden slats of the prison cart as it trailed in behind us. "The messenger did not say how many, lady. We will make do. Thank you for your preparations, you had so little time." "I, lady, and we were all more than willing. The stable is ready, it is all as you asked. 'Tis not the first time we've welcomed those in need, and I'm certain it won't be the last." Alwina spoke of the Britons who'd been wounded in the Angle massacre. They'd flooded Cadzo's gates when I was but a girl. Alwina had come to us years after that, but it was a tale none in our land could ever forget. "Let us open the cart and get them settled quickly. I will be in to aid shortly," I said. The prisoners were frigid and starving. Some would have wounds. Their leader, Gwendolau, had been fostered here at Cadzo and was much beloved. My servants at Cadzo would provide Gwendolau's people excellent care. I motioned Ira, Ayla, and the children into the hall. The rain had soaked Torin and his men on the half-day's journey by cart. "Come," I said. "I will show you to your quarters." "You needn't in the rain," Torin objected. "Not so. I am your host." Soon they would sleep in the hall by the hearth as befitted my guard, but 2 of Torin's men were yet strangers, and I did not wish them so close. They followed me through the courtyard, but as I lifted the latch to the hut kept for our guests, my breath caught. For a moment Maelgwn sat at the table, hunched over a map by candlelight, dark hair falling over his eyes. I blinked and the room was empty once more. "Is something the matter?" Torin asked. "No, only a ghost." I stepped into room. "They will come directly to light the hearth and bring some tapers. As you can see, there are very few warriors left here. We've little need under Tuckwell's protection, but you shall meet all those at Cadzo in the stables if you will aid us there." "Intending the prisoners?" asked one of Torin's men, astounded. "Of course, lady, we are at your command." Torin pinned him with his eyes. "Good then," I smiled. "I shall see you there shortly." I met Ayla and Ira in the stables. Signe and Gladys, too, wished to help, if only my husband could see them. "Look, Ritterch. See how your children tend the victims of your war." It was true, what I had said to the king. Cadzo was bare bones. In the years since I'd wed Ritterch, our presence at my childhood hall had dwindled. Strathclyde's borders were kept by men unafraid to bloody their swords, and no lord or chieftain from within dared raid the wife of Tuckwell's son. But my servants here were loyal beyond compare. There could be no better place to shelter Gwendolau's people. And here at Cadzo, I could await word from my brother. Until then, I could only pray that he and Maelgwn yet lived. I buried Brant's head at the foot of an oak. It towered just beyond the rampart, where he and Brodden had so often stood guard when I was a child. As I packed the last of the earth and straightened my back, I could have sworn the branches of the leafless tree rustled in the wind, as if with a sigh. Chapter 24, Angharad, Kingdom of the Picts, 25th of October, 573 AD-T. He fleet sailed north, or so Thomas said. Angharad's bandages had fallen away, but she had no more need of them. The days passed like water. With each approaching vessel, the eyes of the Picts traveled to their weapons. Brother Thomas studied the stars. "It seems the fleet means to keep a wide berth from shore, likely to avoid Angle vessels as they travel up the coast," he said. On that first eve before sleep, the Pictish commander with the fish upon his brow cut short the arms of a thick woolen tunic and offered it to Angharad. It gaped at the neck but fell neatly to her wrists and dropped down to her ankles, keeping her warm. The next day, upon seeing her stumble in its bulk, he unbound the rope at her wrists to use as a belt, then perched on the oar bench beside her. His eyes were the blue of a northern sea, and they were fixed upon Brother Thomas. "Tell me, is that priest your father?" he asked. "You do speak my tongue," Angharad exclaimed, rushing on in relief. "Sweet gods, what a blessing! My name is Angharad, daughter of Ritterch. Aloof is my name. Surely you know that the Queen of Strathclyde herself is a Pict. There was an unspeakable battle, and I was lost from my uncle, who was training me to be a wisdom keeper, and my father did not trade for me." The commander frowned. "I asked you of the priest." "He is not a priest, he is a Kuldee," Angharad said. "He has been my protector, and he is a friend." "That may be, but I do not keep with priests." He sat in silence a long while, considering Brother Thomas, who sat bound at the stern, arms wrapped round his knees. Then the commander turned, rattling something in Pictish to his men. Angharad could not understand, but there was an unsettling change in his tone. The mood on the boat shifted, and 2 oarsmen stood, striding toward Thomas. "What's happening?" Angharad cried. "What is it you would do?" "I told you I do not keep with priests." The commander's face was grim. Panic surged as the Picts yanked Brother Thomas to his feet, dragging him to the gunwale of the boat. Angharad ran to the commander, gripping his arm, but he shook her off, drawing his dirk. "A gift to the sea. When your priest meets Mannanan, he will know a true God." "No, please do not hurt him," she cried. "Do not watch. Look away," Brother Thomas said. Angharad could not bear it, not one more death. Tears sprang as she clutched the commander's tunic, dropping to her knees. "Please, he is all that I have." The commander looked down at her. The hard line of his jaw softened. "You should be thankful I do not strike him dead where he stands, but I am not unmoved." Angharad dared not hope, but perhaps the Pict was not absent of a heart. He sheathed his dirk with a gallant gesture. "He may swim if he likes. Let Mannanan choose his fate." "But I cannot swim," Brother Thomas said. The commander raised a brow. "Then perhaps your God will teach you to float. Please, I have sworn to protect her. I cannot leave this child until I have delivered her home," Thomas said. "The child needs no advocate here." "Keep me as a captive, then," Brother Thomas declared. "Surely you can fetch a fair price for a Christian at market. You believe you are valiant. You are not the first man to choose slavery over death." Thomas strained against his captors to stand upright. "Say what you will, but surely some payment is better than none. Drown me and you will have nothing." The commander glanced down at Angharad, still at his feet, then shook his head. "So be it." The men dropped Brother Thomas, and he fell in a heap. "Thank you," Angharad said, rushing to Thomas. "Thank you." That night, Angharad was given a sheepskin for warmth. When she spread it over herself and the Kuldee, the commander gave a hard look but did not take it away. She took to peering at the commander when he was not looking. The depths of his eyes held a nobility that spoke of honor. Unlike Brother Thomas, the commander could not sense her. When he chided an oarsman, he clapped the man upon the shoulder, and the two men became boys before her eyes. They were swimming across a clear summer river. They were jabbing at each other with short wooden swords. Angharad did not understand why it was easier to see when she looked at the Pictish commander, but she was glad for it. She began to think he was not so terrible after all. "What is your name?" she asked him. "I would know what to call you." For this she earned a frown. "My name is not yours to keep," he said. "What do you mean, why ever not? We Cruithne are not like you. There is power in a name. You give away your name and so give away your power. I will say no more about it." Angharad smiled, but the commander's frown only deepened. "Why do you smile?" he demanded. Angharad only shrugged, for she already knew his name. She had asked the water, and it had been given. The commander's name was Talorcan. The boat rocked gently, cresting and dropping over the skin of the waves as it followed the fleet. The Picts moved with such ease and pleasure on the water, Angharad felt safe. Sometimes she imagined she had buried the nightmare of each thing that had taken place since the day of the battle far behind in the fog, and when she wept, the ocean took her tears. "There is no end to the chamber we hold for you. Give them to us. We will take them away." The next morning Angharad found Talorcan standing by the prow. "When autumn ends, the winter seas storm," he said. "Each of these ships carries home booty. This was the last raid we will run until spring." "Are we traveling to your village, then?" "Yes, my village." "How is it you came to speak my tongue?" she asked. "All of us speak it. We learn when we are young. But your other men do not speak to me." "Simply because we choose not to speak does not mean we are unable. Keep pestering me and you'll find I'll soon forget the way of it too." "What is it like your village?" "I suppose you shall see." Angharad frowned, irritated by his answers, for as if in a dream she and Talorcan stood there already. She saw mountains and rivers where forts perched upon hilltops like so many eagle nests, and great herds of cattle roamed in thick tawny coats. Angharad had never seen in this way, the way she was beginning to. Visions came readily, colors shone more vividly. It was as if being among the Picts sharpened her sight, but still all Angharad could think of was home. "When we arrive to your village," she ventured, "will you summon my father? I cannot speak to your fate, it is not my choice to make. But if I am not free to summon my father, I am a prisoner. Is this not true?" Talorcan looked at her sidelong. "Go make use of yourself and fetch the oarsmen some ale. It will not be long now till we come ashore." A shout sounded, and Talorcan looked up. A vessel was cutting toward them, skirting the edge of the fleet. Another Pictish longboat. The hull was bedecked with round, clunky adornments that jostled and bounced with the waves. As the boat drew nearer, the vessel's commander nodded, and Talorcan lifted a hand in greeting. Angharad covered her mouth in horror as the boat sailed past. More than a dozen human heads were strung along the boat, gruesome in their states of watery decay. "A scout boat," Talorcan said. "We do not ask questions of vessels that trespass in our waters." "The men," he reminded her, motioning to the ale barrels. He passed Angharad the drinking horn, and she watched the scout boat disappearing as she lifted the spout on the barrel. Who were the men whose heads bounced like trophies? Bernicians, or dragon warriors who'd been seeking escape? Ale splashed over the top of the horn, and Angharad closed the spout quickly, wiping her fingers on her tunic. She passed the drinking horn round, and the oarsmen nodded, taking turns at quenching their thirst while their benchmate kept the oar slowly churning. When they had finished, she found Brother Thomas. "Talorcan said we shall soon be at shore." "Talorcan," Brother Thomas raised a brow. "Is that his name? He told you as much." "Not precisely," she said. "Then how came you to know? The Picts do not give their names with such ease." Angharad hesitated, staring at her feet. "Are you angry?" "Nay, Angharad. I would never chastise you for using your gift. My mother would say it was not proper to pry, as would my uncle." Thomas looked out to sea. "I am certain they only mean to teach you how to wield your strengths with honor, Angharad, with wisdom. But you do not mind." Thomas considered her. "There are some men I know who might say they do not believe in the power of a keeper to lay down a curse. But I have seen much in my time. You must learn to make use of your gifts, Angharad. They will protect you. But no more curses. You must be careful with the words that you say." Angharad shivered at the thought of the Bernician woman, the squelch of Talorcan's spear as he retrieved it from her eye. "I did not mean for her to die," she whispered. Brother Thomas saw the look upon her face. "Ah, Angharad, who is to say, if you are sorry for her suffering, that is what matters. Do not puff yourself up. There are much larger forces at work. We are each of us quite small and unimportant, even you." "You remind me," he said, gazing down at his bound wrists. "There was a great man named Patrick who spent much of his life as a slave. He was once a man of Strathclyde. Perhaps you have heard of him." Angharad shook her head. "Well, he was taken by the Scots to Scotia, the Westlands. He spent many winters among them, and though he was in bonds, he brought light to many people. If that is my path, I would not regret it." The bellow of a horn sounded from one of the boats up ahead. "Ah," Thomas said. "We must be arriving to the Firth." Two timber towers upon stilts kept watch, one on either side of the gray harbor's mouth. As they entered the Firth, merchant ships and longboats waited at anchor. A few huts dotted the shore, earthen-roofed roundhouses built out of stone, dead grasses like hair sprouting above wooden doors, and on little spits of sand sat round-bottomed coracles, stacked by their fishermen like beetles in a heap. Soon Angharad spied a bustling quay, built at the head of a sandy crescent beach. Shouts of children echoed from shore, where fishermen tossed scraps to hovering gulls, looking up as the fleet returned from the sea. "What place is this?" Angharad asked. Brother Thomas looked round. "I cannot say for certain, but I think it is Dundayog." Angharad clung to Thomas as the oarmen guided the boat gently into the quay, and women and children raced toward the ship. The raiders drew in their oars, tying off with efficiency, their movements betraying what their faces would not. "Home." "Come," Talorcan said, taking up Brother Thomas's bonds. Angharad's heart was a fist as they stepped from the boat, her legs feeling wobbly after days upon water. The Picts stopped to stare while Talorcan hurried his captives through the crowd, the dock planks thundering beneath so many feet. Laughter sounded over the cry of swooping gulls as the raiders embraced their families, but they all turned to watch as Angharad and Brother Thomas passed, their eyes fixed upon his tonsure and the brown hood he wore, that of a monk. A woman with white hair stepped forward and spat, her spittle flecking Angharad's cheek. Angharad recoiled, wiping her face. "Why do they despise him so?" she demanded, but Talorcan did not answer. They followed a narrow road that led from the quay into a broad swath of woods. More stone huts with turf roofs sat here among the trees, and as the Picts retreated, ducking into their homes, only a cluster of children remained, running alongside the strangers in checked tunics and rich dresses of warm wool. "Where do you take us?" Angharad asked, tugging at Talorcan's short gray cloak. This time he turned. "I would have rest from my journey. We will stay with a friend. Tomorrow I will take you to see the chieftain. He must be the one to decide your fate." "And what of Brother Thomas?" "I will leave for Seymour on the morrow. It is the last fair of the season. We trade our slaves there." The children were singing and poking Thomas with a stick. Angharad opened her mouth to protest, but Talorcan said, "Hush now." They'd reached the wicker enclosure of a farmyard, and the children ceased their taunting to swarm round, watching as Talorcan reached into his satchel and drew out a handful of treasures. Pottery bits and speckled pebbles, swirling white shells. He sorted through his collection with a matchmaker's gaze, placing them in the children's open palms. When the last trinket had been taken, the children ran off, fists clamped round their treasures, and Talorcan muttered something in Pictish under his breath. They pushed through the wicker farm gate. Across the neatly kept yard, pigs lolled in a pool of afternoon sun, while goats chomped on their hay, yellow eyes frisky. The bee box lay dormant, but Angharad could feel their furry amber bodies, their black eyes growing sleepy in the pockets of their hive. The neat garden still burst with good autumn crops, parsnips and knobbly white carrots. Wild onions waved their fingers in the wind. Beyond the stone hut, Angharad spotted an elder tree and another kind of garden. Yarrow stalks had browned, but it brought to mind Cadzo, and the sight struck her with longing. "A healer lives here," she said. Talorcan only nodded, then turned to Brother Thomas. "You do not speak," he said. A woman called a greeting from beyond the hut door, and as Talorcan opened the door, a dirty little terrier burst over the threshold, wagging its tail, frantic with barks. As it chased round Angharad's legs in tight circles, her mouth somehow remembered the shape of a smile. She squatted to stroke him and was rewarded with licks, but the terrier's breath was like mouldered clothing. Inside, the air was dense, smelling of stew. A woman with red hair bound in a plate stood before a cauldron. She looked up as they entered and set down her spoon, sizing up her visitors. Her eyes were green and spaced wide, like a cat's. Flames or waves curled along either side of her neck. Talorcan said something, and the woman spoke back. "Talorcan," Angharad asked softly, "what did she say?" "I told him you look like a Briton," the woman said. Her mouth turned down at the corners. Looking like a Briton was not a good thing. "Oh," Angharad said, looking down at her feet. "Is it true, then, you're a princess?" "Yes, or once I was. I was training with my uncle to become a wisdom keeper." The woman tilted her head. Angharad looked back unabashedly, only to be struck by the feeling that she had been poked from inside. Then the woman frowned and turned back to her soup pot, tossing in a handful of herbs. Angharad's stomach twisted in hunger. "Does the chieftain know she is here?" The woman spoke in Brythonic for Angharad's benefit. "Yes, I sent word I will bring her on the morrow." "And then you are off," Talorcan nodded. "Very well, you may sleep there, princess." She gestured to a thick pile of skins beside the hearth, but from her tone she might as well have added, "You dirty grain rat." "With my friend," Angharad said. The woman cast her green eyes distastefully at the Kuldee. "He can bed with the pigs, and if you don't favor that, princess, you may bed with the pigs as well." Angharad felt Brother Thomas behind her, urging her to let well enough alone. She was so very hungry. She would give him a fleece to ensure he kept warm. The woman stirred the cauldron one last time, portioning stew into wooden bowls that Talorcan carried to the nearby table, moving aside a collection of dried plants. When the woman handed him the fourth, their eyes met, and the woman gave a slight shake of her head. "The priest eats outside," Talorcan said. Brother Thomas went willingly as Talorcan took up his bindings and shackled him to the pig enclosure. "Be thankful you do not have to fight them for your food." Angharad heard Talorcan say, as the pigs caught the smell and began thrusting their snouts against the wall. Angharad looked down at her stew guiltily, but her body was an animal, raging to eat. The stew was thick with hunks of beef and little medallions of white carrot, and there was hot bread and slabs of creamy golden butter. The woman poured heather mead into 3 ceramic cups, dousing Angharad's with a generous splash of water. Talorcan and the woman ate in silence a while, watching her before the woman spoke up, setting down her spoon. "You called Talorcan by his name when first you came in. How was it you came to know it? There is no chance you heard it on the boat. Our men are most careful among strangers." Angharad swallowed her stew, wondering if she should tell the truth. She did not know this woman and did not like how she'd prodded her insides, but something about the farm felt like a dream, and the woman was a healer, or at least she seemed to be so. "The sea told me," she said. "The sea." "Yes." The woman smiled at Talorcan. "It seems your god was quite ready to betray your confidence," she said. Talorcan was not amused. "Tell me," the woman went on, watching Angharad's face. "I know you are but a girl and far from your home. But you must know there are others who share your gift. Women, here among the first people, you are at the beginning of it all. Our temples are among the oldest and most far-famed in the land. I could take you to meet such women. There is a temple at Fordingal not far from Signe. Talorcan shot her a look of warning. "The girl is a Briton and a noble. The chieftain must decide. Alooft is her name, you told me yourself." The woman's look was full of meaning. "We may not call this child a Pict by custom, but the blood is in her. She is valuable, we can trade her, I'm certain he will agree." "Oh, and I believe he'll agree with me," she said, green eyes lit with challenge. "She is valuable in ways you cannot measure." Their bickering made Angharad's head spin. "I want to go home," she cried. The woman frowned. "You are a child, you cannot know what you want." Angharad could no longer contain the frustration and helplessness that stormed within her. She let out a scream, primal and ear-shattering, full of all of her pain. In the silence that followed, the two of them looked at her, startled. Brother Thomas shouted from the farmyard, "What's happened? Angharad, Angharad, answer me." Talorcan's face darkened, and the woman lifted a hand to settle him. "Go and tell the priest the child is all right," she said. Talorcan muttered but did her bidding. The woman came round the table, sitting beside Angharad. "You need healing beyond any I might offer," she said. Angharad did not look at her. Her bottom lip began to tremble. The woman reached carefully, tipping Angharad's chin so that she might not mistake the look upon her face. "Sadness. You need healing," she said again. "And I know you do not wish to be parted from your priest." "He is my protector," Angharad said. "He has sworn to help me find my father. He will be sold. There is no changing his fate," she said firmly. "But the women I speak of, the Samhain Fair is not far from their fortress. Come with me there. They can help you. You carry a great burden, princess. If you do not learn how to wield it, I assure you, you will break." Angharad looked down at the thorns yet embedded in her hands, black specks of memory mingling with her blood. "I want my mother," she said. She was tired, so tired, like a salmon battling upstream. She shook her head, unable to draw herself up from the sinking she felt. The woman spoke gently. "If you were training to become a keeper, princess, you gave up your mother long ago." A tear trailed Angharad's cheek. "Come upriver to Signe," the woman continued. "At the very least, it will give you a few days longer with your friend. You will be able to see what becomes of him. Stay here and you will never know." Angharad looked up. "These women you speak of, you say they might help me. But could they not also help me return to my home?" The woman looked at the table as if considering how to answer. "Yes," she said at last. "If you go to them, I believe they will help you find your way home." Just at that moment Talorcan returned, tossing the woman a weary look. "Let him come in then," the woman said. "We need not have put him out like a flock hound." "He ate, did he not?" "Leave it at that," Talorcan said. "As you say." The woman took the bowls from the table and set them down for the terrier to lick. "Why do you hate Christians so?" Angharad asked. "Why do you not?" the woman replied. "Brother Thomas came to my aid. He is a wise and just man," she answered. "Yet it was Christians who raised war in your kingdom. Now other Pendragon is dead." "Do not speak his name as if you know him," Angharad said angrily. "I saw no Picts come to our aid." "And why should we? We have our own troubles, and we have our own way," she said. "We do not need Christians shadowing our hut doors, telling us our wrongs and what to believe, as if theirs is the only true way." She took up the stew bowls from the floor. "It grows late. Help me clean the dinner bowls, and you might also clean yourself." She lifted her brows as she passed Angharad the stack of wooden bowls, as if it were Angharad's fault she had not bathed since before the battle. Angharad followed her just behind the hut, to a place where a stream flowed between moss-covered boulders. The woods were shaded in the purple light of evening, and the sound of the water soothed, but the chill stung her fingers as she bent to clean the bowls, and she thought of Brother Thomas bedding with the pigs. Angharad cleaned herself as well as she could bear with stream water and brought Brother Thomas a fleece from her pallet, which Talorcan and the woman grudgingly let be. The pallet was soft as butter beneath Angharad's cheek. The terrier curled into the crook of her knees as the woman moved quietly about the hut, tidying while Talorcan undressed. It seemed he and the woman shared a bed. He climbed beneath the skins, and soon he was sleeping. The woman glanced at the bed, then came to kneel beside Angharad. "Have you thought about what I said?" she asked. "Tomorrow Talorcan will bring you before the village chieftain. I know his mind well. I can assure you he is not fond of Tutkwal, your king." Outside, the wind rustled the branches of a nearby tree. A whisper urged her. "Go." Angharad searched the woman's eyes. There was truth there and comfort. Growing suddenly warm beside the hearth, Angharad wiped her face with her sleeve. "Why have you banked the fire so?" she asked. "I can scarcely breathe." The woman looked at Angharad, curious. "Would you like me to open the door?" Angharad was about to answer yes, she would, when she glanced at the hearth. It raged no more than it had a moment before. It was the woman who burned. "I wish to go upriver," Angharad said. "Very well, I will speak with the chieftain on your behalf. Good night, child." "Angharad," she said. "My name is Angharad." The woman made a quick gesture, tapping her fingers twice to her breastbone as if by rote. "Why do you do that?" Angharad asked. "You trust me with your name. This is how we acknowledge it. If one gives you his name whilst you are here, you must do the same in return." She showed Angharad again, tapping the place above her heart. "In my kingdom we give our names to be well-mannered. It is not so here. You should be careful whom you give your name to, but I will not abuse it." "And will you not give me your name in return?" "My name?" she asked. "I will leave that to you. Perhaps you might ask the sea." "No, not the sea." "No, and why do you say so?" "Because you are not made of water," Angharad answered. The woman shrugged with a smile, turning toward bed. "Good night, Angharad. Rest well." Angharad stared at the fire, pillowing her hand beneath her cheek. She would ask the fire the woman's name. Surely it would tell her. For when Angharad had looked into the woman's eyes, all she had seen were flames. Chapter 25, Lalokan Caledonian Wood Kingdom of the Selgavi, January 574. I stood, waiting, watching for a sign, and then I heard a sound, a rumble in the direction of the wood. I swiveled, seeking its source. There beyond the loch a trail snaked through the forest. Follow, I knew I must. Each step felt like a league. It was not winter here, and the canopy of leaves snuffed out the light, turning the forest into a dim stretch of twilight. The air grew cold, or was that my body somewhere beyond myself? Each time I came to a twist in the path, I listened for the sound, and the soft rumble drew me on, until at last I came to a hut, half hidden in shadow. Hearth smoke beckoned, sifting through the thatching. Who or what waited within? I am not ashamed to say I felt fear, but no knowledge comes from comfort. I pushed open the door. The hearth blazed, yet I felt no heat. Beside it, a man sat upon a woven mat, legs crossed at the ankles. He looked up, and I saw his dark hair was shorn in a tonsure. His piercing eyes were cold. It was the keeper of the falls. I bowed my head in greeting. I was in his land now, the land of the dead. He gestured to a waiting mat. He looked somehow more youthful here, his face less lined, eyes less threatening. I sat opposite him. An earthenware pitcher sat beside a mortar and pestle on the mat before him. I watched as he reached for the pitcher, pouring its liquid into 2 cups. "Drink," he urged, passing one to me. I took the cup but did not sip it. He smiled then, understanding that I knew his ruse. One cannot eat or drink in the land of the dead if one wishes to return. My body lies bound in the bull's sleep. I cannot tarry, but I wish to know why I was drawn here, I said. The keeper nodded and shifted the mortar and pestle closer so he might begin mixing whatever substance lay within. It was a fine blue powder, the color of storms. "Ask me," he said, bending his head to his task. Tipping a splash of liquid from the jug into the mortar, he worked the pestle, creating a paste. "Why was I drawn here? That is not the right question. Who are you?" The keeper did not look up, only continued in his mixing. "You waste time you do not have. Ask again." Frustration flared. I looked at him, thinking, searching, attempted again. "Why did you take your own life?" At this he looked up. "I did not only drown. Your answer makes no sense. If he had leaped from the hilltop, as Archer had said, he would have died from the fall, he would not have drowned. Assassination, that is that what you speak of?" The wisdom keeper scoffed. Shaking his head, he trained his eyes upon the fire, his hand working the pestle as if I were no longer there at all. But I would not be so easily dismissed. I sat in silence as he leaned closer, peering into the flames. His eyes widened then as if finding a vision. "They are rebuilding the fortress," he said. "I see a great wall of stone. You stand on one side, I stand upon the other. Listen to me. Listen, for I cannot speak plain. We must cut them down without mercy. We must paint trees with their gore. We must hunt them like wolves through the dark of the wood. Again and again and again they will come. But hear me, my brother, they must not pass through." The keeper fell back, his hands still. "You speak of your days, brother keeper, not of my own," I said carefully. He opened his eyes, pinning me. "Your days are my days, soon you will see." A rich, earthy tang came from the mortar, a scent I knew like my own, woad paste for battle. The keeper beckoned, and I did as he bade, waiting. Mortar in hand, he dipped 3 fingers into the paint. I felt the cold, silken trail as he reached to mark me, forehead to nose. Then he looked at me, and I understood. I am going back to war. The thought set me to flight. For the hut around me had gone, and quite suddenly I found that I stood in the middle of a vast and ancient wood. It was early morning, and the low rumble had returned. I had followed it, unknowing. Now I saw its source. A legion of men moved like a channel of water through the forest. The thunder of their boots shook the saplings, but the rumble came from the sledges they dragged, carrying their weapons of war ever deeper into the forest. "The Angles are coming," I heard someone shout, and in the next moment a hail of arrows sailed in a punishing rain. But these men were not Angles, not any eye had seen. These men wore red cloaks and plumed helmets like soldiers of Rome. I looked for the keeper, but men were racing now, taking shelter behind trees. They shouted out orders, preparing to fight. "Wake up, wake up!" Someone called from the trees. I ducked as arrows pierced the man beside me, and he fell to his knees. "Wake up!" One of the men shouted with a curse. I jerked as some force took hold of me, yanking me to the surface through too many depths. "Wake up, you cock-wart!" I shot up to sitting as if plunged into ice, blinded by dark. Gasping for breath, I thrashed and flailed, not knowing my own bonds. There was a man in my cell shaking me from sleep. "Quit struggling," he said crossly, but how could it be? I knew well that voice. "Diomed?" I asked. I ripped off my blind. There he stood in the light of the fire, but I would not be fooled. "You are dead," I said, "and I am still dreaming." He leaned in close, peering into my eyes like a hoot owl, then slapped angrily at my cheeks. "Ow!" I protested. "I'm not dead, you dullard," he said, crossing his arms. "And just what were you thinking, taking the bull's sleep with no one to wake you?" "I had no choice." "No choice, is that what you say?" Lucky I came, that's what you were. A little while longer and you would have been dead. I was not dead, I replied, yanking the bonds from my wrists. And I wasn't yet through. Diomed paced the little cell, waving dismissively. Fine then, some greeting I've had too, traveling all night, the sky pissing snow. Where am I to bed? This place isn't fit for a rat. I crouched beneath the roof, untwining the last of the rope from my legs and then straightened. We looked at each other. You're here, I said, blinking. That I am. He tried to stand proud beneath the weight of my gaze, but Diomed was stooped now, one eye gone milky and unseeing. We took you for dead. Diomed's eyes filled. He brought his hands to his head. I do not think I had truly cried, not until then. I went to Diomed, gripping him tightly beneath my chin. My sobs came out heaving as I clutched the man I'd thought gone, my teacher, my friend. Diomed wept too until our grief sank back on its tide. Then, wiping his unseeing eye, he said, "Fuff off then," holding me like a baby. My chuckle was cut short by a fiery stab shooting up from my feet. Wincing, I bent. "Winter's bite," Diomed said. "We had best get your boots off and see what's left of your toes. How did you find me?" I asked as we sat close together, fumbling with my boots. "I found the men first. Maelgwn said you'd come here, kept mumbling on about some blasted curse, then I knew right where he meant. I'd forgotten you spent time here as a boy," I said. "Not too far flung, I once knew these hills well, though I do not like the presence here." He looked accusingly round the cell and the hairs upon my skin bristled. "I would be mindful what you say." "Ha," Diomed scoffed. "I fear no shades." "This keeper," I said, "his workings are shadowed, but I will tell you I think he is more than a shade." I gestured for my satchel and Diomed tossed it at my feet. From my medicines I drew a small handful of stag moss to crush over the flames. Breathing in the smoke, I felt the plant do its work, closing the passage between this realm and the other. Diomed rooted through my satchel, mumbling, "I'm half starved." "What have you got to eat then?" "Nothing." I figured as much. He reached for his own satchel and pulled out a loaf, a parcel of cheese and some salted game, a skin of wine. "And where did you pilfer that?" I asked. "Why, Archer, of course." "He gave me no such things," Diomed shrugged. "You were not fostered by a Selgovian aunt as a lad. Give it here." The wine had warmed by the fire and tasted of the sun-drenched soil of Gaul. "Oh, that's fine," I said, savoring the path it took down my gullet. I took another draught, then returned it. "So," I said. "How came you here?" Diomed's face shifted. I could still hear the clash and roar of battle as if we yet stood on the ramparts, but those of us who were left, we burned to remember even as we bled. "I suppose night had fallen by the time I awoke," he said. "The smoke stirred me thick in the air. They'd built pyres beneath the ramparts and struck them alight. My skull felt as if pressed. The world was a blur of darkness and light. I'd been struck by sword and by spear. I had not thought I would live. But I had tumbled downslope into the shelter of bushes. Now they were searching for survivors to run through with their pikes. I heard our men cry, but what was I to do? I stayed there and blessed them. I saw each of them home." He looked down, rubbing the tears that had splashed on his knuckles. "I made my way north, traveling by night. When I got beyond the burning, a widow took me in. Some of my wounds had soured by then. It took many weeks before I was healed. But soon as I struck out to find what was left of our men. The Selgovi, they have watchers in the wood, and they knew of the woman sheltering a wounded man. They had a rough way with questions, but they soon brought me here." "And did you see any others? Was there any word of Ira or Angharad? Any word at all?" His milky eye shifted. "No news, I am sorry to say. Talk of the battle only stoked my fire to seek justice for Angharad and Rhys, Gwendolau and Ira and Brant. Your eye," I gestured. "Can you see from it at all?" "The other does me well enough," he said, inspecting my foot. "And I'd say it's a mite better off than your toes. You'll lose 2 off this foot, the others might stay." The third and fourth were shrunken, burnt black like decay. Diomed bandaged my foot with a nod. "The Kalich took them, that was her price. No visions come in winter without her design. Now, Lailoken, tell me your tale. I told him of our retreat through the forest, of finding our way to Old Man Archer. The wolf and the boar, the keeper and his cloak, arrows in the wood. It was this battle I saw, a battle with the Angles, though I did not know its name. There is a blindness that rides on the tails of that army, a nothingness. It is a place beyond which I cannot see. Diomed's words were ominous in winter's dark. Angles, Romans, both seeking land, both seeking power, that's all the same. I still cannot say how it concerns the mad keeper. And did he seem mad? Nay, I acknowledged. Perhaps no more than me. Diomed leaned back upon his elbows. Romans, Romans, it does bring to mind the tale of the Lost Legion. Which tale of the Lost Legion? Diomed sighed. Many generations ago, in the time of Agricola, the 9th Legion of Rome was the most loathed in all the land. It was they, by the thousands, who'd marched north from their fortress at Ebrok up through Partic, raping and burning and pillaging as they went. Well, the Selgovae bore the brunt, and they never did forget it. 40 winters passed, and they fought all the while. Then one day the Britons rose up. A new ruler sent the 9th Legion up to quell it. North again they marched into the wood. 5,000 strong they were, marching through the Caledonian wood, through the land of the Selgovae. But this time they would not rape and burn, for they disappeared into the deep, never again to be seen. Disappeared. The Selgovae took them in the forest, spread their gore upon the trees, and the Romans at their fort in Ebrok were none the wiser. Had no blessed idea where their men had gone. What do you say? I said, they spread their gore upon the trees, Diomed said with delight. Those were the keeper's words, but I told you as much. Nay, you didn't, Diomed said, but that's how the tale goes all the same. We were silent a moment before Diomed spoke again. Keep it in your vest, he advised. Visions don't come for naught. You will understand its meaning when the time comes. That is always the way. There will be war with the Angles, that much I know. We must be united or we all shall be dead, and yet I cannot stomach it. Diomed's face soured. United with Ritterch. Aye, an impossible confederation. Dragon warriors, the Selgovae, GWRGI and Periger too. None could turn their head for fear of a blade in their backs. Diomed stared into the flames. The beast of war consumes many hosts. It was with you on the day you rode out to Sweetmeadow. It was with the men rushing our ramparts. It will be with the Angles when they march against us too. It feeds on ambition and fear, jealousy and hate, and it cannot be fooled. It is old as man himself, our companion, our shadow, our master if we allow it. For with its power we can bring kingdoms to their knees. We can obliterate entire peoples. Its only demand is that we do not ask questions. A shiver traced my neck. I fear I am a host it knows too well. Host it when you must, he said, but do not let it consume you. You are a wise old bird, Diomed only shrugged. So some might say. I pressed the heels of my hands to my eyes. We were the protectors of our island. I believed in our cause. I have given my life to it. I do not know now what I should do. Lailoken, the battle Imrise began is not over yet. Perhaps not for others, but it is over for me. The Britons believe they are stronger with Gwendolau dead. They have severed their spear hand in fear of its power. Let the Angles come. Let the Britons of Ebrok and Strathclyde and the warriors of Reged wage their own war. And what would you do? He asked. I thought on it, nodding. I would make these woods a refuge for those among the persecuted who yet honor our ways. We will build our own army, an army of stags. We will stand with the Selgovae to keep their wood safe. We will strike Ritterch and Tutquil in retribution for their war. Those of us who remain will answer the slaughter brought upon us at Arderid. When the snows melt and spring comes, the lords of Strathclyde shall hear my reply. Chapter 26 Langurith Cadzo Fortress Kingdom of Strathclyde 26th of November. Ad 573 T. He last of the blackberries had long since shriveled. In the days that passed, I paced the forest in the company of Ira and Gladys, and with Signe on occasion when the mood struck him. One clear day, I looked north and saw the mountains in the distance were capped white with snow. The next morning I woke to the rasp of a crow. The bird's call had invaded my dreams, for in the pillowing fog between waking and sleep, I'd been dreaming of black feathers falling from the sky. "You seem troubled this morning," Ira said, entering my chamber to help me to dress. It was strange to allow it, knowing she was noble, but she did it with such comfort that she'd set me at ease. "Someone is coming," I said. "How do you know?" "Did Lailoken speak much of Cathan?" I turned to look at her. "Yes, of course, your father's counsel and his teacher. He was significant to me as well," I said, though the words did not touch it. "Crows warned me of visitors ever since his death." "He was assassinated by the Bishop Mungo," Ira said, "the same man responsible for Lailoken's scar. I was with him, I could not say. I blinked away the memory of Cathan hanging from a tree." "The visitor," Ira said, as if to divert me. "Who might it be?" "Ritterch," I said, surprising myself. But speaking the words, I knew they were true. Ira looked away. Her hair was coming in nicely, fair at the roots. Though her face had healed from its memories of violence, the rest of her would never forget. "I knew I must face this, but I did not imagine how it might feel," she said. "Nor did I." Together Ira and I sat down upon the bed. We needn't speak it, that my husband had brought battle and dealt death to so many we knew, that if he hadn't failed to find Angharad she would be with me and Ira would have fled, that she need never have encountered GWRGI again. "I do not like that I shall have to pass you off as a servant," I said. "Can we not consider telling Ritterch the truth?" "No, not yet. Please let me say when." Ira did not look at me. Her voice was tight as she stared straight ahead. "And what if Ritterch has murdered your brother?" I closed my eyes. "No matter what else he has done, he could not do that." "And what if he has?" She took my hand now, seeking my gaze. In all these days I had never truly questioned that my twin was alive. I had wrung myself with worry, I had been sick. But Lailoken and I had entered this world of the living together. I was so certain of our bond, I reasoned I would have felt it had he left me. But what if he were gone? If Lailoken was dead and by Ritterch's hand? "I must go tell Alwena to make ready for guests," I said. I stood and crossed my chamber. I felt Ira stiffen, the bond we had forged turning to lead, but I was not finished. I turned at the door. "If Ritterch has harmed my brother, he will wish he were dead." I gathered my son and daughter close as we waited in the courtyard, Cadzo's gates thrust open, listening to the nearing thunder of horses and the discordant bellow of horns. Power rode this way. I felt it like a moon tide. The sound stirred my blood, my breath coming short. And then the men were upon us, streaming through the pasture, my husband riding at the helm of 50 mounted men. These were the scouts, the cleverest and most skilled among Ritterch's retinue, tasked with scouring the hills and valleys of Gwendolau's kingdom for the past fortnight and a month, tracking and killing any survivors who'd fled. Behind them trailed a pack of dogs. Now I would serve them Cadzo beef and fill their stomachs with mead as they sat at the table where Lailoken and I had laughed and bickered over bannocks. Among their battle-hard faces, Ritterch's lean, muscled frame was as familiar as the whorls of my own fingers. He rode between two banner men. The dark beard he kept so neatly trimmed crept down his neck. His brown hair, threaded with gray, was overlong and tangled by wind, and his expression was searching. He had not yet seen me. Ira and Ayla stood behind me. It had been easier with Ritterch gone, making him into a monster. But then his gray eyes locked upon mine, and I saw the cost of Tutkwell's war. The men on horseback slowed their mounts as they filled the courtyard in a flood, their boots blackened with blood and battle mud. Ritterch did not smile at the sight of his two living children, only swung his legs swiftly from his horse and gathered them into his arms, breathing in their smell. When at last he released them, we stood looking at each other, our hands uncertain at our sides. "You've come home." My voice was unnatural. I went to him dutifully and he gripped me too tightly, burying his face in my hair. Then before I knew it, he had set me back so he might look at me. All I could not speak before his men passed over my face. He opened his mouth, but I cut him short. Come, you must be worn through. Get your men into the warm. We have food in the great room and bedding for all. Ritterch nodded and motioned to his men, and together we guided them into the hall. I kept busy in seeing to their comfort. After we'd eaten, the men dusted off the old instruments in the hall, wincing and laughing at the tired old strings. But the songs they sang were solemn, and as evening fell, I could see they yearned for nothing so much as to return to their homes, to their own lovers and kin. May we speak? I looked up to see Ritterch before me, offering his hand. Of course we must. I rose from my seat. In my father's old chamber, the fire crackled and the room flickered with the light of a single oil lamp. Before us the bed loomed, and the air was thick with all that lay between us. Ritterch went to the sturdy oaken table to tip the wine amphora, pouring 2 cups, extending one to me. His face was expectant. Please, Languoreth, drink, for we must find a way for you to forgive me. For which act must I forgive you first? I scoffed. Waging war upon my brothers, the death of our son. Or perhaps the disappearance of our daughter. Ritterch stepped back. So you blame me for all. I knew it would be thus. Will you not let me speak? Speak, though I cannot feign I will trust whatever you might say. Your quest for kingship has corrupted you. You are no longer the man I once knew. I might well have struck him. How could you think I would not attempt everything in my power to save Angharad, to protect our own son? You sit by the warmth of a fire, safe from blades and spears, whilst you lay down judgment like some sort of jurist. You knew this path would not be gentle. Kingship does not come without sacrifice. You swore to stand beside me no matter the cost. Well, you have been brought to challenge Languoreth, and once again you have fallen short. I shook my head, trembling with rage. It is I who has fallen short. How dare you? I am a shade because of you. Everything I love has been taken from me. And now you ask, no, you demand forgiveness. No, I cannot forgive. I would sooner have died than have lost my own children. I have nothing left to give. And were they not my children too? Ritterch slammed down the cups. They slayed the man I sent to trade for her, or did you not know? They left his body lying at the foot of their rampart. I searched for my daughter on that battlefield even as I took blow after blow to protect my own son, and I have been searching for her since. Never before had Ritterch raised his voice. He took a breath, his shoulders sinking. He looked suddenly quite tired then, tired and aged. They slayed your bargainer, I asked, but there must have been some mistake. They never would have done such a thing. I tell you, a corpse was their answer, and what was I to do? Defy my father, give way to Morkant that he should be named Tanist instead? Languoreth, I had no choice. There is always a choice, I said. Do not play at being helpless. You abandoned a girl of 9 winters to one of the bloodiest battles we have known. You led my son into war against his own uncles. It is I who have been helpless, stuck indoors weaving spools into grief, as I wonder what has become of our daughter and how my son's life did end. I cannot say how it happened. Each man in our war party understood they must bring Angharad to me. They were to find her, and not my men alone. A united army of Britons. Perhaps you are not the commander you think, for it was GWRGI who found her, and where is she now? What has become of her? Ritterch did not move. What is this you speak of? GWRGI found our child. You turned your face from Sweet Meadow, and look what has happened. How came you to know this? If GWRGI found Angharad, he would have delivered her up. He would not have dared. You have no idea what GWRGI has done. Languoreth, I beg you, speak plain. Our daughter escaped him, so GWRGI said nothing. Our daughter was not harmed, but now she is lost once more and no closer to home. The rest is not my story to tell. Ritterch went to the bed and sat, closing his eyes. Dear God, what have I done? It was a strange sound, Ritterch's cry, strangled and boyish. I stood a moment, stunned. The sight of his ruin caused a caving in me like rock into water. I went to him and sat beside him. He dropped his head to my lap like a child, wrapping his arms about my waist. I could not save them. I could not save them, he wept. I knew his pain because it was my own. We carried twin hollows in our hearts, Angharad and Rhys, lord and lady of one of the most powerful kingdoms in the north, yet we could not protect our son from death. We could not even find our own daughter. Ritterch's tears subsided. We sat, wine in hand, our empty eyes fixed on the fire. After a while, I spoke. I claimed your prison cart, your share of Arterid's booty. Gwendolal's people are in our stable even as we speak. Any who do not wish to earn their keep at Cadzo, I intend to set free. You must handle Morkan. I do not care how. Can we agree? Ritterch looked at me sidelong. Well enough, if it please you, I will agree. Your brother made a trophy of my cousin's head. He carried Brant to Partick upon a pike. I am so sorry, wife. I did not know. His voice was tender. I buried him in the woods. I did not see him take it. I never would have allowed it, that you must know. It does not matter. He is home now. I blinked. Angharad would not have been there to begin with had I not insisted she become a keeper. It was I who asked that of you, and you conceded. I conceded because there was nothing better suited for her, he said. We cannot give up hope that Angharad is yet alive. I had to return, Tukwal commanded it, but there are men yet searching. They will find her. They must. Oh, please, gods, let them find her. Then I spoke aloud the thought that haunted me still. You left me a prisoner, you left without a word. Ritterch looked at his hands. I could not face you. I knew you would be angry. I knew you would feel betrayed. I knew the look upon your face would have knocked the battle from me. And I worried then I could not fight. Did you not wish me to return? He looked up, gray eyes searching mine. There was no cave distant enough to bury my answer. You hunted my brother, I said, searching him in turn. I must know, did you find him? Ritterch looked away. I waited until I could not. Please speak. I found him, he answered. And does he live? Is he harmed? Did you harm him? I demanded. Ritterch threw up his hands, demanding my silence. If you had any idea, he shook his head. Your brother lives, or did so some days ago. How do you know this? One of my men stumbled upon a boot print. A single print in the middle of the Caledonian wood, but he was an excellent tracker. He followed a trail of bent twigs and instinct to a cave, stopping just short of their watchman. He left before their warrior caught wind of him and reported to me. 9 men. Your brother was among them. And what did you do? I heard my voice rising. What happened then? Ritterch's jaw tightened. He glanced at the door, lowering his voice. I killed him. I killed my own man. I sat in stunned silence. It was not an act I'd ever imagined my honorable husband was capable of. I do not know what to say. Say nothing. It is done. My men believe it was by a dragon's hand. I wanted to ask whether he had done it for Lailoken or done it for me, but what did it matter? I could see how it ate at him, how he'd never be free. I am sorry, I said, but I am so very grateful. I reached for his hand. Ritterch entwined his fingers in mine. I cannot reconcile Tukwal's blood flowing through your veins, I admitted. I cannot help but fear it will someday corrupt you. That may be so, but I also have within me the blood of my mother, the first people. Everything I have done has been in the hope of eventual peace. But peace is impossible when our kingdoms cannot unite. War with the Angles may be inevitable, and you know as well as I that Gwendolyn would never agree to fight alongside his enemies. He had to be deposed. You never gave him the chance. Indeed I did, Ritterch said gently. When he visited Cadzo, he demanded an ally without bending his knee. I will make it right, I swear it. Your brother must stay a while in exile until my father is gone, but when I am named king I will seek Lailoken to be my counsel. But he is of the old way. We will face it when it comes. I thought of the 9 in the cave. Was Maelgun among them? He was to become the next Pendragon if Gwendolyn fell. Surely the men would have boasted if they'd taken his head. And what of the dragons, the ones who remain, have they not suffered enough? I would see you grant them relief from exile too. They are good men, husband, they have supped at our table. They are men who leveled their blades at my neck, and after this battle they would do so again. Let us leave it for now. I am so very weary. I passed Ritterch my cup, unable to press him. We lay back upon the bed, yet in our clothes. I had borne him 3 children. We'd been wed nearly 20 winters. I was not sure he would touch me, nor if I'd welcome it. But there is something that stirs from so familiar a touch, the safety of habit, the promise of pleasure. I returned Ritterch's kiss when he put his mouth to mine. We so seldom kissed. If it were not for my certain knowledge of his lips, he could have been any sad champion returning from war. So I met his eyes and offered up what healing I could muster. His passion simmered but never boiled over. He had learned my body as well as any of his weapons. I felt release and slipped behind it. After a while we stilled. Ritterch slept. I lay awake as I so often did, gazing at the thatch. I berated Ritterch for his betrayal even while I had betrayed Ritterch first. Our very marriage was built upon my betrayal, that I had lain with another man, before Ritterch and after. I had borne Maelgun's child and passed him off as our own. And yet I had never felt guilt strike me before, for love was not wrong. Outside, beyond the courtyard, was the pasture where I had first seen Maelgun. When I stood near the cattle, I could envision it still. The day the dragon warriors had first galloped through our gate. Maelgun's green eyes had pinned me in place. You, as if with surprise. Now I understood Maelgun and I had known each other before, in some distant time, for our draw was undeniable. To live without knowing him was unconscionable, no matter the price. And then once I had known him, once I had felt him, I could not turn away. Take it, Arian once told me. Do not give it up. I'd found no such recognition in Ritterch's steady eyes. Fondness, respect, a great deal of warmth. But though he professed it, not that sort of love. Now Ritterch startled in his sleep, and for a moment it looked as if he were gripping a sword. I must try harder, I told myself. I owe him my love. Togetherness was our bargain. Allegiance until our end. Chapter 27, Angred Dun Deog, Kingdom of the Picts, 27th of October, Ad 573. Angred had already finished breakfast by the time the woman returned. Talorcan sat at the table, chewing stormily on a bannock, when she gusted through the door, her terrier at her heels. She wore a sumptuous fur-lined cloak, her fiery hair neatly plaited. Over the tattoos on her neck she'd clasped an impossibly heavy torque. It was not gold, like so many torques Angharad had seen. Thick links of silver bound her neck in a chain. Their argument was a whirl of strange words in a torrent, but Angharad needn't understand Pictish to know the root of their strife. The woman held more power than Talorcan, and Talorcan felt unmanned. Angharad pondered whether or not she should tell them, but instead snuck some bread and cheese for Thomas, hoping they would discover it themselves in time. I am going with you, Angharad told Brother Thomas, crouching at his side by the pigs. He ceased his chewing and looked up. No, Angharad, you must stay here. The chieftain, he will arrange. I told Muirn I would go, and I won't change my mind. She's been to see the chieftain. She's arranged it already. Muirn? Thomas looked baffled. Yes. The woman with the fiery hair. She told you her name. Not precisely. Brother Thomas was not amused. You said you would not chastise me. Why are you looking at me so? Angharad frowned. Because I worry for you, Angharad. I worry very much. Travel any farther into this land and you might never return. You do not understand the vastness of Pictland. Mountains and lochs never ending from here all the way to the foot of the northern sea. 7 kingdoms with countless lords and chieftains beneath them. Here at Dun Deog this is only the beginning. Thomas's words were built to frighten her. Muirn says there are women here, women who will help me go home. If we accompany Talorcan, she promised to take me there. I would stay with you, Brother Thomas, as long as I may. She said the last with such vehemence that the Kuldee fell silent. Inside the hut, Talorcan and Muirn still traded words. If you would travel with me a while longer, Angharad, it will bring me great comfort, Brother Thomas said. Then I shall, she said, but her eyes fell to his bonds. I don't know what I shall do without you. We needn't think about that yet, he said. He bowed his head. In the beginning it is always hard. The mystery takes us in hand in ways we cannot understand, but we must never stop listening, Angharad. That is how we learn to believe. All will be well. We must believe in that together. Talorcan sat in the bow of the curragh as his men powered the boat up the River Tay. Mullern perched beside Angharad, her terrier upon her lap. Mullern. That was the name the hearth flames had given, but Angharad dared not use it. As they navigated the river, Mullern's eyes darted often to Talorcan, and Angharad knew she felt exposed to injury, naked as a new root. "He is unhappy you woke early and went to the chieftain," Angharad said. "You speak your mind freely, princess," Mullern said, then softened. "Perhaps I should have waited, but I hoped to avoid a spectacle." Her eyes traveled to Brother Thomas, who sat bound at the stern of the curragh. "A spectacle? You mean to say your chieftain might have harmed him? Some matters are better settled away from the gaze of our people, that is all. Our chieftain is protective of our ways. We have seen what happens when people open their ears to the silver tongues of outsiders. But he heeded you. The chieftain granted your request. Is this why Talorcan is angry? I have stolen a chance for him to parade his priest, and he is sore from it." Angharad screwed up her face. "I do not think that is why. Is it not? Number Talorcan wishes to prove himself to your chieftain. Most men wish as much, only Talorcan seems to wish it even more. You are very curious for a little girl." The heavy silver torque round Mullern's neck caught the light as she turned to glance at the stern of the boat, and Angharad finally understood. "I think it is because the chieftain is your father, curious and clever." Mullern raised a brow, and her approval felt sweet as honey. "Well, I hope he won't be angry for long." Angharad reached to stroke the terrier. "You seem stony at first, but your heart is soft as petals. Mullern." She looked up carefully, tapping 2 fingers to her chest. Mullern blinked. "Well done, princess." She gave a little smile, looking out over the water. "Stony but soft. Such is the way with many women who have given themselves to the goddess." "Your goddess lives in fire." Angharad tried it out as if to make sense of it. "My goddess is fire, but perhaps not in the way you think. She has many names and many faces, but it is we who give her masks. We are so small, you see, and she so very vast. But I saw no masks or faces. I saw only flames, and then I heard a whisper." "Yes, princess, that is the way." Angharad looked at the river. "Sometimes I fear I will never find my way home." "Do not fret," she said tenderly. "You must remember that when you are a child of the gods, every moment you are finding your way home. If that is what you truly wish, I have no doubt the gods will deliver it." Angharad. The wind and the slap of water against the hull slipped them into silence a moment. Then Angharad's eyes fell again on Mullern's torque. "Your torque is different from any I have seen," Angharad said. "You are a noble, and yet the links, they appear so heavy and thick. Ours are slender and made of gold, as mine was." "Have you lost it, then?" "I didn't lose it, it was taken. Thievery is always punished. Perhaps someday you shall see it returned." Mullern reached absently to the metal at her throat. "My torque is forged from Roman silver. There is a story behind it. Would you like to hear?" "Yes, I love stories." "Very well. Long ago our kings wore torques of the finest gold. The Cruthni prospered, our people multiplied. But then one day there came a red tide. Romans. We watched as it washed onto shore in crimson capes and plumed helmets, with spears and broadswords and great tools of battle unlike any we had known. Our vast island began tipping, as if into the sea. Thousands upon thousands were dying in the wake of this tide. The High King in the north worried for our people. He gathered 3 ships to carry himself and his bravest men in search of a treaty. He swore his allegiance to Rome. The High King returned, his boats weighed down with silver and with a promise of peace. In return, we had only to watch as the tide came for all others who stood up to fight. Britons and Scots, rival Pictish clans, these were our enemies. Years passed, one after another, and our lords and High King amassed hoards in tribute from Rome. But when next the Roman emissaries came, they brought silver in exchange for our men and our boats, for we possessed some of the best warriors who navigated these waters. Mullern hesitated, her fingers tracing the links about her neck. Then what happened? Angharad asked. Our men, once skilled and fearless, returned to us haunted, if indeed they returned at all. Our enemies came in secret to treat with our king. They looked at each other, noblest among the Cruithne, now hollow and thin, broken from war. By this time we had seen what Rome truly offered, annihilation or servitude. They desired a kingdom with no bounds, and we were their slaves. Then one night a priestess had a dream. We must fight, or the Romans would consume us, they would swallow us whole. She brought her message to the king. The Cruithne rose up and brought battle to Rome. Much blood was spilt and many lives were lost, but at last we drove them from our borders and our seas. The priestess, however, worried that memory is short. She did not wish the Cruithne to ever forget. So she demanded the Roman silver that had turned us to slaves be melted down and fashioned into torques. Yes, the chains are heavy, and so was our burden. We wear them and are forever reminded what it cost to be free. This torque has been worn by the chiefs of Dun Deog ever since. When I was chosen by council as my father's successor, the torque of my ancestors was given to me. Mullern sat back. You will be the next chieftain. Yes. Are you a warrior then? Can you also fight? Yes, I can fight. Why do you call yourselves the Cruithne when all others call you Picts? Mullern made a hiss at the word. Pict is the name the foreigners gave. We are the Cruithne, the first people. And whatever happened to the priestess? Well, the priestess went back to her village so she might train more priestesses, so that if a time came once more when they were needed, they would be ready. But the High King was grateful for her vision, for without it he would never have had the power to bring all the tribes together. In thanks he gave her a fortress high upon a hill at the mouth of a sacred glen. The glen was the beating heart of his kingdom, and the fortress of the priestess stands to this day. Is it true? It is true. And it is to that very place you are bound. It is a place very few Britons ever shall see. Brother Thomas had been listening in silence and spoke. I have heard tell of this place, the crooked glen of stones. It is said a magnificent old yew grows there far below the fort. You shall certainly never see it, priest. Your journey ends at Signe Moor. Talorcan will fetch a price for you, and that will be that. Why must you be so cruel? Angharad said. Mullern scoffed. Why? These men of Christ trespass upon our land and bring chaos to our people. They say we are full of sin. She spoke the word as if it were bitter. They declare there is only one God, their God, and that all others are false and without power. Yes, but Brother Thomas is not that way. They are all that way. There was a time when we would open our gate and invite them to speak, for such is our custom. There were even kings in the south who chose to follow their way. It brought a crumbling of their clans. They cannot make peace with our Druids. They want wealth and land and protection, but what do they offer? Nothing but strife. Mullern tilted her chin, fixing her gaze up ahead. Angharad closed her eyes. The crooked glen, a deep place, buried in time, a place few Britons shall ever see. And now Angharad traveled there to the place where the priestess from Mullern's story once dwelled. It sounded like something from a songkeeper's tale. All around her, Angharad could hear the river as if it were singing. Louder here than ever before. The Tay was a channel of dark water, deep and full of darting fish. Its song was soothing Talorcan. The river nestled between undulating hills, where the trees were lit yellow and orange like so many flames. The air smelled of earth and tasted of rain. Angharad felt the push of clouds racing overhead and their will to become water. She felt an otter kick from an underwater rock and glide beneath the water's skin, sleeker than any vessel. If such things were made of the gods, Angharad wanted more. She worried for Brother Thomas, an enemy here, and yet it was as if the river cast a spell. The trees along the water were bowing. This river was gentle, a most ancient mother. Tatha was her name. She whispered that she'd been born on the slopes of Bane League, that the Cruithne born to this land were her children. Could Angharad then be the river's child too? Keep him safe. Let Brother Thomas stay by my side, Angharad prayed. The river breeze tickled the wisps of hair at her neck. Muirn had washed and plaited it for her. Angharad looked down at her crimson wool dress, a gift from a villager. Angharad had followed dutifully as Muirn had taken her round, procuring a pair of leather booties from one family, wool stockings from another, a linen undergarment, and at the last, a fur-lined cloak. Angharad had wondered why the villagers gave such beautiful things with such generosity. Now she understood that the chieftain's daughter had asked them to do so. Nonetheless, the people had not begrudged her. What they gave freely. They did not speak the same tongue. But as the craft carried on swiftly upriver, Angharad began to feel an unusual sense of home. Perhaps it was the blood of the Cruithne awakening within her. Though the Cruithne themselves might not count her as such, Aloof's blood was in her. But while she knew her name was a Pict, she did not even know from which kingdom she'd come. Aloof did not speak of it. Angharad knew she had been taken from her family when she was terribly young. She'd been in Strathclyde now far longer than she'd ever been in Pictland. Angharad had studied the map in her lessons, her fingers traveling the vellum up, up, up. But now she could feel the mass of land stretching beyond them. She looked at Muirn. Surely there had been Britons who traveled here before, for they'd had the good sense to make maps of it. She thought of the map Rhys kept in his chamber, rolled out upon the table, how she had perched on his knee to study it. Her heart twisted when the memory struck, but the river was certain. "Do not worry, child," the river promised. "I will help." Angharad looked up as they passed a towering stone slab at the water's edge, carved with a hulking warrior painted in bright colors and gripping a spear. His legs shot out mid-stride, as if he were patrolling the land, the boundary marker of a new chieftain or king. They passed curras carrying all manner of goods, and where the footpath to Signe Moor snaked along the river, Angharad caught glimpses through the trees of snowy white sheep and heard the deep moan of cattle being driven to market. Fields of emmer and barley were already deep in their rest, and when the gruff call of a raven sounded, Angharad realized it would soon be Samhain. "What day is it?" Angharad asked, turning to Muirn. "The day before market day," she answered Angharad, but her eyes were set upon Brother Thomas. Chapter 28. Angharad he river Tay narrowed, twisting like an adder. Black boulders rose from the water, tufted in green moss even in autumn, and ancient trees lined the riverbanks, trunks skirted with river grass. Everywhere great hills broke the crust of the earth, bearing steep shoulders. They drifted past a retinue of tattooed Cruithne bearing spears, watching the boats traveling the river, and Talorcan nodded in greeting. Fields of sheep and crops gave way to a speckling of neatly kept huts along the riverbank, and as the river narrowed further, Muirn pointed. "Look there," she said. High on the hill, a fortress brooded. The hall was a muscular work of stone topped with a tightly thatched roof, a pair of red banners rustling in the breeze from either side of the entrance. Angharad squinted. They carried the symbol of the boar. "That fort belongs to Bright-Eye, the High King," Talorcan said. "He holds many forts throughout the land." "His banners fly only when he is within," Muirn said. "The High King is here?" Angharad asked. "Yes, he comes to collect his rents and stays through Samhain. He often buys slaves at the market. The High King of the Cruithne is wealthier than any king of the Britons. He is richer even than Tutquil. It is fortunate Tutquil rules beside a powerful Cruithne wife." "Then you know of Aloof? You know of Tutquil's queen?" Angharad asked. "Only from stories," Muirn said. "Whispers in the trees. She never would speak of her upbringing. I do not even know the name of her tribe." "Names, names. You are too hungry for names," Muirn said. Angharad shifted away, drawing her arms about her chest. Who wouldn't wish to learn more of their name? Angharad had never imagined she would find herself here. But now that she was a hostage in Pictland, for though Muirn had not spoken it, what else could she be? Angharad found she knew nothing at all. She clung to her anger round two bends in the river, but as the fortress fell behind them, they breached the mouth of the river, and Angharad released her struggle with a sigh. "Seen more," Talorcan said. A lock stretched before them like a great pool of silver. The river wind had dropped, and the skin of the loch was a glassy reflection of hill, sky, and mountains of cloud. Crannigs perched on the water, their thatched roofs like paps, boats tied below them while more drifted by. "Beautiful, yes," Muirn leaned in. "This loch is a trick, it plays with the eye. It would seem that it ends, but it stretches quite a long way." Angharad followed her gaze to the far end of the loch, where hills became mountains, their peaks disappearing in high banks of cloud. Talorcan jumped from the curragh and helped drag it ashore, then lifted Angharad out, placing her gently on her feet. His foul mood had lifted. He led Brother Thomas to a log on the flat, pebbled shore, tossing his rope, a grudging invitation to sit. Tents and cookfires crowded the shore, and beyond them a wicker fence stretched for storing livestock. People nodded in welcome as Talorcan and his men erected the tents, then carried the contents of the curragh inside. Angharad sat beside Thomas, the market on her mind. Children raced past with wooden swords in their fists or ran by in droves, jostling a leather ball with their sticks. "Perhaps you should join them," Muirn said, coming up from behind. "I could speak to them for you." Angharad shook her head. She had no desire to play. Muirn looked at her, scratched her head as if thinking. "Very well, come with me then, princess. I will show you the market." Angharad glanced at Thomas, and Muirn sighed. "Angharad, your priest is better left here. Talorcan will mind him, believe me. He'll do nothing, I promise, to endanger his prophet." Thomas nudged her from his place on the log. "Go then, Angharad. I shall be here when you return." Angharad accepted Muirn's outstretched hand. It was strong and warm in Angharad's. Past the cluster of tents, merchants set up their wares within stalls, their sturdy wooden carts for sleeping and goods. As Muirn's auburn hair caught the late afternoon light, Angharad thought how similar it was to her mother's, wavy and thick, the color of acorns. She squeezed her eyes shut, imagining, if only for a moment, that it was her mother's fingers clasping hers instead. "My mama loves me. She is trying to find me. Careful or you shall trip," Muirn warned, breaking the spell. Pottery and perfume oils. Wooden bowls with smooth swirling grains. Beautiful brats woven in a myriad of checkered fabrics, to be wrapped for warmth and pinned to drape over one's shoulder. Carved figurines. Tapers. Little dolls sewn from cloth. They walked for a while past the long stretch of merchants. Flute carried beneath light fingers over the race of a drum. But such merriment felt hollow, and Angharad's vision blurred with missing her home. Muirn drew her to sit beneath the branches of an oak, her cat-like eyes solemn in the shifting afternoon light. "I was younger than you when I left my own mother, you know." The flames upon her neck had already become part of her to Angharad, but her eyes fell on them now. They whispered of secrets. "Are you a priestess then?" Angharad asked. "I might have been. Oh, how I wished it were so. When a priestess came to visit my father, I begged her to take me away. I clung to her robes. It was very difficult, the training. I missed my father and mother, and at night I felt most alone. I would lie awake and try to remember my mother's face, but as winters passed, I began to forget. Then one day I realized I could recognize my mother's face when I gazed at my own. That was the day that I became my own mother, and then I became a child of the goddess. After that day, I was never alone. And yet you returned home, so you might be with your family. No, little princess, it was not my choice to make. Someday, perhaps, I shall tell you my story." Angharad closed her eyes, trying to press her mother's face into her heart. "I miss my mother so badly, it feels as if my heart bleeds. Someday, Angharad, you shall see her again." Children gathered at the feet of the musicians, twirling in dance. It had been so long since Angharad had seen something resembling joy. The warmth of the people hummed like a hive. Muirn placed her arm around Angharad's shoulder. "You know something," she said. "You are not so terrible, even for a Briton and a princess at that. Come, I smell honey bread. I wager you have yet to try that." The morning of the slave market dawned, and Angharad woke with a pit in her stomach. She sat beside Thomas, refusing a plate as Talorcan and Muirn ate their breakfast. "Angharad, you must eat," Thomas said. She shook her head, but he caught her eyes with a sad smile. "Those who are wise know better than to travel on an empty stomach," he said. Angharad burst into tears. "Think of the story of Patrick," Thomas said. "Do not be afraid, I am not afraid." Angharad covered his hands with hers. Then came the ominous pound of a drum. No, not one drum, many, echoing over the loch from the fortress on the hill. Talorcan appeared above them, a razor in his hand. "Your hair." He gestured as one of his men sloshed over a bucket full of water. Thomas's hair had been shorn in the way of a holy man, but in the days they'd been traveling, his tonsure had become overgrown. Talorcan meant to shave it to fetch a better price. "Do it then," Thomas said, bowing his head. Angharad sat in silence as Talorcan wet Brother Thomas's scalp, plunging a hunk of soap into the water to make the shave smooth. When he finished, he wiped the razor clean on the corner of his tunic, then stretched out his hand in a peace offering to help Thomas stand. The Kuldee looked at him a long moment. Then he accepted. "Come then," Talorcan said. Muirn emerged from the tent and eyed the soapy bucket, her hair coiled into a nest at the nape of her neck. "He could have had one of his men do it," she told Angharad, falling in beside her. The morning was cloudy, with a bite to the air that sank to the bone. Merchants and market-goers looked up as they passed, some gazes lingering, others moving quickly away. The river had promised, "I will help." Remember the river, Angharad thought. Tuckwell had told Angharad there was no room for kindness when dealing with slaves. "There is no servitude without fear," he had said. "Do not look to your mother. Her softness will earn her a knife in the back." Some nights after feasts, servants would go missing. Angharad remembered lying abed, closing her eyes, as fighting and laughter roared from the hall. On those nights her mother came early to sleep. Soon her soft singing was all Angharad could hear. Brother Thomas had been free under his temple of trees. But he'd chosen to help Angharad, and look what she had done. Cursed the Bernician, and they were taken by the Cruithne. Now the people round them stared, and Angharad glared into the crowd. Why must they watch? Surely not all here are rich enough to purchase. "They are curious to see people from faraway places," Muirn said. "And near places, too. The raiders often bring slaves from Dalriada, enemies who bring us nothing but war. They take Pictish wives and dishonor their treaties. Dalriadan slaves fetch a very good price. And what about priests? Priests do just as well." Angharad reached out, taking her hand. "Muirn, you are wealthy, buy him, please. Can you not use his aid on your farm?" Angharad, "Number, do not ask me again, and do not use my name for things you do not understand." Angharad tried to yank away, but Muirn pulled her close. "Walk by me, Angharad, else they shall think you too are for sale." Angharad did not want to walk beside Muirn. She did not want to do as she was told. The line of people ahead slowed as they approached a wooden platform. Upon it stood the first batch of slaves. Ropes, chains, or collars bound wrists and feet. They awaited their fate as their flesh merchant stood close, keeping watch on their quarry. Tightening his hold on Brother Thomas's rope, Talorcan forged on, leading him like a bull to the slaughter to join the other slaves. "No, wait, please wait." Angharad pushed after them, but Muirn gripped her. "Angharad, you mustn't. You have said your farewells." Thomas looked over his shoulder, finding her eyes. "Peace, be at peace." As the priest climbed the platform, jeers erupted from the crowd. Angharad stood mute while children snacked on hazelnuts, and then the hazelnuts fell from their fingers as a warrior's voice called out. The answer came in a chorus, a deep and guttural huh, as if the wind had knocked in a kick from their stomachs. A line of people trailed down from the fort. At the center strode a man who looked like a king. "Bride I Mac Maelchan, High King of the Cruithne," Muirn said. A purple-checked brat was draped across his broad chest, pinned at the shoulder with an exquisite silver brooch. His robe was crimson, embroidered in gold, falling to his ankles, where intricate leather tooling adorned the straps of his calfskin shoes. He was bearded, his hair a mix of silver and black. The Cruthni stretched out their hands, smiling, their faces tilted as if welcoming the sun. Upon the platform, Talorcan pushed Brother Thomas down upon one knee, and Muirn guided Angharad gently to do the same. The High King wore the thick silver chain of legend, but his appeared even heavier than the chain about Muirn's neck, for King Brideis bore the weight of all Pictland. A group of richly dressed men, petty kings or chieftains, followed next, but there was one man who did not walk within the neatly formed line. He strode next to the king, his long legs keeping him nearly one step ahead. His graying hair was shorn, save the thick length of hair he'd bound like a horse tail running down his back. A wisdom keeper. "Who is that man?" Angharad whispered. "Briachin, the king's counsel," Muirn said. "He is a powerful wisdom keeper, beloved nearly as much as Brideis himself." Briachin's eyes skimmed the crowd like a flat rock over water, but when they fell upon Angharad they caught. His eyes were the color of oak wood, and when they touched upon hers, Angharad felt suddenly as if she stood in a fog, heady and disoriented, as if she no longer knew which way was earth and which way was sky. She tried to shut herself away too late, or perhaps it was senseless. But then, as quickly as she'd felt it, Briachin moved on. The High King and his retinue took their place, and the first man was thrust forward. The slave market began. A boy with pale hair and angry eyes. A pair of girls who seemed sisters. A man in midlife beside himself weeping. Their eyes carried their stories. Angharad could not bear to look. She turned instead to the retinue of the king. Beyond Briachin and Brideis, a regal old woman caught her eye. She stood so motionless she might have been an effigy. Her silvery hair was plaited and coiled atop her head, set with a pair of delicate bone combs. Her eyes were serene, the color of winter. Something in her features felt like an echo. Muirn, it seemed, had noticed the woman too, for suddenly the chieftain's daughter appeared less like a woman and more like a child. "Who is she?" Angharad asked. "The priestess of Fordingal," Muirn said. "Is that the very woman you have brought me to see?" Muirn looked uncertain. "I did not imagine she would be here. I meant to bring you to her fortress. She has not attended the Samhain market in many a winter. Her daughter has always come in her stead." Suddenly Angharad did not care, for only one figure stood ahead of Brother Thomas now. He would be next. "We do not have to stay. We can return to the tent," Muirn said. "I will not leave him," she shrugged. "As you say." Brideis seemed distracted. But then a young woman was pushed forward. Her hair was greasy and unclean, but beneath its curtain her face was pleasing, light eyes, a straight nose. Angharad heard Dalriada in the torrent that fell from the slaver's mouth. Briachin, the king's counselor, looked up. Leaning to Brideis, he spoke low words in his ear. Brideis lifted a hand. The slaver nodded, then smiled. The deal had been done. Brideis' man came to collect the woman as the payment was settled. She looked at the king, her face pale with dread. "She is Dalriadan. She should feel fortunate. She could be dead," Muirn said with disdain. Angharad heard the echo of the man who'd taken Ira. "Now she is our Pendragon whore." But now Talorcan strode forward, pulling Thomas behind him. Voices that had been jeering dropped to a whisper. The atmosphere felt eager, as if slaving were sport. Brother Thomas squared his shoulders. Angharad twisted her fingers, trying not to weep, for she would not see Thomas any more distraught. Talorcan began speaking. Angharad tugged Muirn's dress. "Tell me what he says." Muirn listened, bowing her head. "He says, this man before you is a priest from the south, a priest of the Britons." Talorcan paused, his eyes flicking to Angharad before he continued. "What does he say now?" Angharad demanded. Muirn's face shifted. "He says the priest is a forest dweller. He would do well with a gentle hand." "He would do well not to be sold here at all," Angharad said. But the bidding had begun, the crowd come alive. Talorcan moved from bitter to bitter as the Cruthni haggled over the priest. Then Bright-Eye Mac Maelchon lifted his hand. Talorcan stepped back, lifting his brows in delight. But before he could agree, granting Bright-Eye his prize, the priestess stepped forward, laying her hand on the king's sleeve. Bright-Eye startled and turned to acknowledge her. The priestess shook her head. Bright-Eye stepped back with a bow, and the priestess came forward, pressing a leather purse in Talorcan's hands. Talorcan nodded. The deal was done. "I do not understand," Angharad said. Brother Thomas looked astounded. The old woman faced the crowd, Brother Thomas's rope in hand. No one uttered a sound. Satisfied, she turned, and 4 warriors fell in beside her as she descended the platform with Thomas in hand. It had been many long winters since Britons had given up sacrificing men, but Signe told her stories of Picts beyond the border who drowned men in pools or cut out their entrails, leaving them for dead. Now Brother Thomas had been bought by a priestess. Twisting from Muirn's grip, Angharad ran. "Stop! Wait!" Angharad cried, ducking and scurrying through the thick of the crowd. "Stop!" she cried, and at the sound of her voice the old woman turned. One of the warriors caught Angharad by the collar of her dress, holding her at arm's length as the priestess strode near. "And who is he to you, child?" The priestess spoke in Brythonic, her gray eyes inquisitive. "He is my friend." "Angharad, please." Brother Thomas looked pained. The priestess seemed startled. What is your name?" "Angharad." She straightened. "I am daughter of—" "Release her," she commanded. The warrior dropped his hold. "I know who you are." The priestess looked at her as if seeing anew. "Come forward," she said. Angharad obeyed her uncertainly. The woman's hands were like ice as she lifted them to Angharad's cheeks. The priestess murmured in Pictish, tilting Angharad's face to the light. "Can that be you?" Angharad felt the tremble of age in the old woman's fingers as the priestess gazed deeply into Angharad's eyes. "Oh no, oh my child," she said. But even as she gazed, Angharad gazed back. A skinny little girl handed to a man upon horseback. She had pale golden hair and eyes the color of shadowed snow. In Angharad's stomach, the feeling of being rent in two. "You are Ritterch's child," the priestess said. "Alooft was my daughter. You have her eyes, my daughter's eyes. How is it you came to me?" Just then Muirn burst breathless through the crowd. The priestess looked up, eyeing her, and nodded. "Ina," she said. "Ichna, my lady." Muirn bowed, but beneath her reverence was the hardness of rage. "We did not expect you at market. I was bringing the child to Fordingal. It does not matter. I am here now. The river, she called me." A shiver traced Angharad's arms. Henane, great-grandmother, the priestess was her family. Tears gathered in her throat as Ichna drew Angharad close. She smelled of flower, water, and heather. Ichna smoothed her hair. "You must come with me now. I will keep you safe." Amidst the warriors, Thomas stood with a smile upon his face. "Unbind him, please," Angharad said. But Ichna drew back, shaking her head. "No, child, not yet." The priestess spoke to Muirn. "Ina, you are welcome if you would come." The chieftain's daughter seemed to consider it a moment, then frowned. "No, I will stay. I meant only to bring the child to you. Now that task is done." Angharad looked between them, feeling even more the child. Muirn had known that Ichna was her Henane, yet she hadn't said a thing. Muirn stepped forward. "So then I must say farewell. Why did you not tell me?" Angharad's voice sounded small. "You will be safe now, princess. That is all that matters." She bent to embrace Angharad, whispering into her hair. "Ichna will care for you. So much awaits there, but be mindful not to lose your way in her fortress of dreams." "Come, Angharad," Ichna said abruptly, taking her hand. "You shall ride upon my horse." At the foot of Bright-Eye's hill, Ichna's horses waited on their tethers. Lady Ichna mounted a stormy white mare with surprising grace as one of her guards lifted Angharad, placing her before Ichna in her saddle. Thomas trailed behind them, his rope knotted to the pommel of a warrior's horse. "It won't be long," Ichna said. "A quarter day at most. Rest, child, while we ride. I can feel you are worn through." Her Henane's hands rested easily on the reins as they turned onto a narrow road that skirted the loch. Ichna was slight, but her arms circled Angharad like those of a great mother bear. "Are we going to Fordingal?" Angharad asked. "Yes, child, to the White Fort, my home at the mouth of the glen. While we travel, I hope you might tell me how you found yourself here." Angharad had lived lifetimes since the blackberries had spilled from her hands. She did not know how to speak of it, not to someone who cared. As if she could sense it, the priestess covered Angharad's hand. There, child. There is time. I understand. It had happened so quickly. The battle and the blood, Gwrgi and Ira, Brother Thomas and the Bernicians, the curse and the Picts. The river and trees had whispered their promises, then risen in a fury to wash Angharad away. Now Ichna was here. Angharad twisted back in the saddle uncertainly, searching for Muirn. The chieftain's daughter stood watching them depart from the edge of the field, nearly out of sight. "Muirn," she called, though Angharad did not think she could hear. But Muirn tilted her head at the sound of Angharad's voice. Lifting her hand to her breastbone, she reached to tap 2 fingers over her heart. Angharad's eyes filled. She lifted her hand, tapping 2 fingers back. Muirn smiled, nodding, but her fingers wandered, restless, to the chain around her throat. Chapter 29, Lailoken Heart Fell, the Black Mountain March. Add 574. In the weeks that followed my bull's sleep, winter closed in. Diomed and I returned to the huts at the foot of Black Mountain. Winter's grip was deadly, sealing the passes. I had already given the Kalich 2 of my toes, so there was little to do but idle by the fire and devise a way to decimate Tuckwell's fortress at Clyde Rock. It might have seemed impossible to anyone untouched by madness. But as Maelgwn enjoyed saying, perhaps I possessed exactly the right amount. "It is an excellent riddle for your prodigious intelligence," he said. "For it possesses sheer rock cliffs and a triple set of ramparts. The watchtower on the eastern crag can spot an approaching vessel leagues away. A death trap lies between the second and third rampart, and we are without arms, boats, or men enough to do it. Clyde Rock was a tidal fortress, commanding the salt waters of the Firth of Clyde. A symbol of Tuckwell's power, it had been the pride of the Britons since time out of memory. No traveler could enter the rivers Clyde or Leven without paying Tuckwell richly. This meant it also possessed rich coffers. Perhaps it was true, no enemy had managed to breach its ramparts in living memory, but that only made it all the more enticing. "Are you in agreement then, Maelgwn Pendragon?" I asked. There had been a spark, but suddenly Maelgwn was solemn. "And what of Langurith?" "I would never risk her. We will warn her, of course. She mustn't be anywhere near, she or her children." "But you would make her a widow." I met his eyes. "If my sword should fly, who would still my hand?" Maelgwn did not have a chance to answer, for Diomed, who'd been eavesdropping, lifted his head. "Well, you aren't going without me. Lend your sight if you're so eager, for I've nearly figured out a way, but we are in need of an ally, one to provide arms, boats, and men. I would have searched after it days ago. You never asked." The look I gave him was exasperated. "Just you wait. We'll have a look then." He took up the fire iron and rose stiffly to bank it, adding more fuel. "Fire scrying isn't my favorite, but it does in a pinch, eh?" Once the flames were roaring, he sat down and gestured at Maelgwn. "Bring me more ale." Maelgwn and I played at Fidchel while Diomed sat drinking, eyes half closed as he stared into the fire. Such a long time passed, I was certain he'd fallen asleep until he gave a loud ha, and threw back his head with a laugh. I glanced at Maelgwn. "I don't know if I like the start of this." Diomed recovered himself, wiping a tear from his eye. "Oh, it is perfect, but you shall never believe me." "Test me," I said. Diomed put his hands upon his knees, leaning in. "Eden Mac Gabron, Eden the Scot." Maelgwn considered it. "King of Manow, plenty of ships, plenty of men, the deadliest warriors I've ever seen." Diomed cut in. "And when have you seen them?" I asked. He waved a hand. In tales, but it's all the same. I had a friend in Reeged who I knew could get word to Eden Mac Gabron. Eden's kingdom of Manow was just north of Partick, and neither I nor any of the others here dared venture through Strathclyde. But the songkeeper Taliesin was the songkeeper of Urien of Rheged, the man who had fathered Ira. Taliesin would know the songkeeper of Eden Mac Gabron. Our bonds as keepers were built to subvert the will of kings in times such as these. I would use the brotherhood of the wisdom keepers. One of Archer's men carried a message to Rheged, and this was how, soon as the snow melted from the passes and the rivers began to run high, turning the season to mud, Diomed and I left the others at Black Mountain and went to find Taliesin upon his boat at Rheged's Quay. I never did ask what it was exactly that you saw in the fire, I said to Diomed as we left our hired horses at the stableman's in Rheged and strode along the quay. We were wearing dull cloaks with large hoods lent from two of Archer's men so that we might look like Selgavi. They used this port often, so we did not seem out of place. Diomed looked at me sidelong as we turned onto the docking. What I saw in the fire, whatever are you on about? You were staring at the fire, then shouted, Eden Mac Gabron. I must have spoken too loudly, for at the sound of the king's name, people on the quay dropped their sacks and trunks, turning to the water in alarm. A jest, I said in apology. I bowed my head to hide beneath my hood. And can a seer have an idea, or is that only you? Diomed asked. It was a good one at that. You hadn't thought of it. Look, he pointed, eager to change the topic. Here we are. He said the vessel had a red and white sail, did he not? Taliesin was speaking idly with other 3 men in the belly of the boat. He glanced up as we neared, but he did not call out my name. It was a busy passage, the Sea of Rheged, and I was dead or in exile. My scar made me readily recognized, and with his staring, milky eye, Diomed the diviner did not precisely blend in. Taliesin gripped my arm as I stepped aboard the boat. Well met, old friend. It is good to see you among the living, but you have grown thin. And you have grown rich, I quipped, nodding to his boat and his brooch, silver and garnet with more jewels besides. He would have laughed in the days when he and I had first met, both of us traveling north to train as young keepers. But his broad mouth did not smile, and his brown eyes were sad. He greeted Diomed, helping him settle comfortably, then nodded to the men manning the boat. They are trustworthy and well compensated. They shan't say a word. Come, brother, we shouldn't tarry. I'd see you to Barcelok before we endanger your head. We set sail along the coastline, west and then north round the point, taking some sustenance and talking of the war. Eden Mac Gabron had agreed to meet, and Taliesin had offered his own sea fort as a middle place. Our allegiance to our kings might have seen us on opposite sides, when Urien came against Gwendolau in the battle of Arderid, but there was little we would not do for a fellow keeper in need. As a counselor, I fought. As a songkeeper, he'd borne witness, his principal task to mark the valor of his lord. As the boat cut through water, we traded lines as we once did, this time composing our song of the war. It soothed us, I think, to return to shared habits. It helped us understand what had become. The slaughter was terrible, shields shattered and bloody, he began. I tried my own line. Swiftly came Maelgun's men, warriors ready for battle, for slaughter armed. A host of spears flew high, drawing blood from a host of strong warriors. A host fleeing, a host wounded, a host bloody retreating. I stopped and fell quiet, looking out to sea. We reached the cliffs of Barcelok just before sundown, and I stepped from the vessel to help drag it ashore. High above the flat, pebbled beach, gorse sprouted from cliffs littered with fat, grazing sheep. Taliesin led the way as we mounted the steep path up to the fort, drawing ahead quickly as Diomed puffed. Don't walk so quickly, he called from behind. I glanced over my shoulder. If you're all out of wind, you need only say, me out of wind, ha, he caught up, lowering his voice. We shall see who runs the faster when Urien of Rheged sells us to Strathclyde. I shook my head. Taliesin is a brother of the robe, he will not give us away. That's what you think. And tell me, old friend, did you see this in fire? Nay, he said, solemn. I saw it in the sea. We passed a midden pile of shellfish being picked over by shorebirds, then passed through the gate. 5 little huts nestled within the ramparts' enclosure. The fortress, I knew, had been a gift from the king, so perhaps it should not have surprised me to find Urien of Regen sitting at the table when Taliesin ushered me in. Well, that and the fact that Diomed had warned me. The king looked up as we entered and Taliesin spoke low. "You must trust me, Lailoken. All will be well." Urien King. I bowed my head deeply and Diomed did the same, though he kicked at my heel when he straightened, making his point. The king of Regen was gray-haired with green eyes and dressed in rich, patterned cloth. The thick twist of his torque glinted beneath oil light. Urien of Regen was an honorable man. I'd met him before, even counted him a friend. Now when I saw him, I saw only Ira's father. Yet the king did not know his daughter had lived. Then there was the fact that he'd come against us in war. I understood out of necessity why he had taken Ritterch's side. Our cause was futile, he could not refuse, but since being besieged by my sister's own husband, I did not much trust in honorable men. I threw a dark look at Taliesin and Urien shook his head. "Save your anger, Lailoken. I intend you no harm. Come in then and sit." We did as he bade, taking a seat upon the bench. "I heard Eden Mac Gabron has agreed to come meet. If 2 men of interest meet in the bounds of my kingdom, I will hear all they might say." "Only fair," I allowed, looking round the hut. Only 2 men kept watchful eyes on the king. With Taliesin's 3, that made only 5. Still, I was glad I'd asked Maelgwn to keep to Black Mountain. If anything should happen, I knew he'd carry on. So, the king motioned and a man brought us wine. "You are not dead, and neither am I. Eden Mac Gabron won't arrive till the morrow. How then, Lailoken, shall you and I pass our time?" It was quite pleasant in the end. We drank and we dined. Taliesin and I recounted stories from our youth. He stood up and performed a song most affecting called Cad Gadju, the Battle of the Trees. "I'd have a word, Urien King," I said before the night ended too soon. He nodded and beckoned. The other men withdrew. I was not certain how to tell him all that I knew. So I told Urien what mattered most for him, that his daughter Gwendolen had not in fact died, but that now I could not know if she yet lived. "The details are a story not mine to tell," I said, "but I would have you know I am enamored of your daughter. I am reclaiming my power, and I hope I might find her and make her my wife." Urien sat back, stunned. "How do you know that this servant is truly my daughter?" "It doesn't much matter to me whether she is your daughter or no. But I believe all she has told me is true, and should she tell you what has befallen her, I have little doubt you shall believe her as well. And you have no idea where she's gone, or what might have happened. She promised to meet me in the Selgovian lands. My men in the Selgovi search for her still. I knew that I loved Ira. I knew that I missed her. But I hadn't any idea how difficult this would be, sitting across from the man who had made her, seeing in him the slope of her nose. "I must get some rest," I said and stood. "I must thank you, Lailoken," Urien said. "It seems I relinquished my claim long ago, but if I should see her, I should like her to understand I never meant any harm to befall her." Urien drained his cup and looked down at his hands, flexed them into fists as if testing their strength. "Gwrgi of Ebrock," he said, looking up. I nodded. I knew precisely what he meant. Eden Mac Gabron was not a man who appreciated being surprised by the presence of another king. But once all was settled and blades put away, he clapped Urien on the back and sat down by his side. "You are counselor to a shattered kingdom, Lailoken. You are lucky I've come." "And why did you agree?" I asked. His hazel eyes were deep set, his curly hair the color of dark leather. "Because I like you, though I cannot say I much know you." Eden's easy way of speaking belied his deeper machinations. Eden the Wily, he was called by the Britons. As a boy, he'd eaten his first meat off the tip of a knife. His ambition was insatiable. He spoke Goidelic and Latin, Brythonic, Pictish, and Greek. And if he saw reason, he'd just as soon cut off your head as he might grip your arm. He was shorter than I imagined, yet somehow more frightening. I said, My kingdom was shattered and I would take my revenge. I wished to bring horror to the men of Clyde Rock. Eden sat back, lifting his brows. You wish me to aid you, you and what others? Nay, I'll not touch it, Urian said. 7 men plus him. I nodded to Diomed, who winked his milky eye, leaning in. Is it true as a lad you had to spar for your supper? Eden's mouth twitched with amusement. I pressed on. I know the mount well. May I tell you my plan? The king of Manau sat rapt as I detailed the way of it. I could see it enticed him, the impossible raid. I also knew how much Eden disliked Tutquil, and how very much he liked booty. There will be white cattle wintering from my family's own stock, I said. The granary and kitchen house will be weighted down with food, and the coffers will be heavy. They'll just have collected spring rents. The booty will be yours. I'd only hire passage in. Eden's gaze was piercing. He turned and glanced back at the bench where sat his 3 men. He'd not introduced them when he entered, and they'd moved to the wall to sit wordlessly behind him. But now one of the men met Eden's eyes with a nod. His reddish-blonde hair was curly and kept from his face by a thin strip of leather. His arms were muscled and covered in fine reddish hair. He possessed the same deep-set eyes as his father, though not hazel, blue. Ardor, my son, Eden said. Then he turned to Urian. King of Reged, you'd watch Britons die. Urian was unshaken. That is a question better put to Lailoken. I could not see any judgment in his eyes, but it stirred my anger all the same. I am most happy to watch Britons die, for it was these Britons without cause who brought war upon me. My brother, my cousin, my nephew, my warriors, all dead, and I, Strathclyde's son. Tutquil and his sons believe their might indestructible. I will pile the walls of their fortress with their dead. Eden Mac Gabron was watching me with a measure of respect. "'Tis a shame you were not here for this meeting," he said to Urian. "It did not happen on my land." "You have been more than fair," I said. "On this occasion only," Urian said. "Do not attempt such a thing again." Eden Mac Gabron gave a sniff of satisfaction. "We'll do it," he said. "The 13th of April. It'll be a new moon, dark on the reaches for landing the boats." We finalized our plan, and with that he was gone. Chapter 30. Angharad, the White Fort, Glen Lyon. Kingdom of the Picts, 28th of October. Ad 573 T. Followed the road beneath a white autumn sky, where clouds bellied low over undulating hills. The horses plodded steadily around the western slope of Bright Eyes Fort to the ford on the river Lyon. On the far side of the grassy bank, a wood of elm and oak stretched, and nearer to the river, bony fingers of birch. A herd of tawny cattle with thickening winter coats grazed between the trees, but as they drew closer to a clearing ahead, the snowy mare beneath them tensed, and Angharad caught sight of a constellation of standing stones. Ichna reached to stroke her horse's neck. She feels the spirits that lie sleeping. Tamed horses do not like such places. The spirits are strong and make them uneasy. The gray boulders were ancient and smooth, sloping like melted wax into the land. Something within the quality of the rock caused them to shimmer ever so slightly, even in the cloudy haze. Her Henning leaned forward in the saddle so she might better see Angharad's face. "Do you remember this place? Your blood remembers." A place of 3s, Angharad thought, for indeed there were 3 clusters of worn stones mysteriously placed in the clearing. Beneath them, Angharad could feel her ancestors dreaming. Ichna urged her horse onward, nodding at the settlement up ahead. Fordingal. Angharad craned her neck. Roundhouses with thatched roofs were nestled against a hill that arched like a whale's back. There would be houses, need gardens, and healing gardens, too. Wicker pens held sheep for wool and goats for milking. But what drew Angharad's eye was the round stone wall standing at the center of all else. A magnificent yew grew within the low stone enclosure, its graceful arms only beginning to thicken with age. Nearby, a simple rectangular temple stood with a peaked thatched roof. "Brother Thomas spoke of this tree," Angharad said. "It was given by those whose ash bones rest in the field," Ichna said. "And the fortress." Angharad pointed halfway up the eastern rise of the hill where a rampart emerged out of the trees. "White fort in your tongue. It has belonged to the priestesses of Fordingal for countless winters now. The High King provides men to keep it, men such as these." She gestured to the men on horseback. "They are honored to protect us, but they keep to the fort lest we bid them come down, for we have little need of protection. No clan among the Cruithne would dare ravage this place." Angharad glanced back at Brother Thomas, and his blue eyes were reassuring. Muirn had promised Ichna could help her find her way home, but her henning had not yet spoken of this. She had wondered at Angharad's journey but not asked after Angharad's mother or father. She spoke only of Aloofd as if Angharad's own parents were nothing at all. Now the sight of huts with warm fires stirred Angharad's longing. "Lady Ichna." "Yes, child. I must send a message to my mother and father," Angharad said. "They must know I am safe. They will send someone to fetch me." Ichna nodded. "Of course, we shall make it so if that is what you wish." "I do wish it, please. I fear they believe I am dead. Please send a messenger. Send a messenger this day. It is too late to ride out today." "I will send a man at first light. In the meanwhile you may tell him what you wish to convey." "Oh, thank you," Angharad said. She imagined how it would feel to rush into her mother's arms, the smell of her. But they had been spotted and figures began to emerge from the huts, girls in gray dresses of varying ages, bearing markings of adder and deer, horses and hounds, birds of all sorts. Their faces were radiant, curious, expectant. She heard one of them call in a crane's whoop, and more women gathered until all stood waiting at the stone wall that encircled the yew. "Lady Priestess." The younger girls rushed to her, hugging her legs, patting Angharad's foot where it dangled over the horse's flank. Ichna clapped her hands with a smile that creased her face into its worn pathways, and she dropped lightly from the saddle. Angharad did the same. The littlest girls raced round and round, touching Angharad's dress and smoothing her hair like so many tiny mothers. "I told them you are my blood daughter, and so you are their sister, for all these are my children." Angharad felt a pang of jealousy. Ichna was her henning and she'd only just found her, but just as quickly as they'd clustered, the women caught sight of Brother Thomas. An older woman stepped through, stormy eyes fixed accusingly on Ichna, and for a moment Angharad startled. "Aloofd." No, but the woman carried an echo of Aloofd. High cheekbones and a long, straight nose, gray eyes, but her hair was ashy where Aloofd's was gold. She strode forward, issuing a stream of what could only be rebuke before throwing up her hands and stalking back into a nearby hut. The women were silent. "Fetla, my blood daughter, Aloofd's elder sister," Ichna said, watching her go. She murmured something dismissive in Pictish. "What did you say?" Angharad asked. The priestess turned to her frankly. "It is a saying we have here at Fordingal. Too many hens, not enough cocks." The women ate a light supper of bread with goat's cheese and honey. Ichna kept a man posted outside the stable but saw to it that Brother Thomas was made comfortable within. And at evenfall, Fetla gathered the women to sing to the tree. Angharad marveled at the transformation as Fetla looked tenderly upon the tree. Winters fell away. Her voice was clear, a silver bell, rising and falling in a melody that haunted, raising the hairs on Angharad's flesh. It was a sad song, she decided, a song of remembering. Later, Ichna went to sleep early and Fetla came to perch upon Angharad's bed. "May I look?" she asked, gesturing to Angharad's hands. Angharad nodded and Fetla uncurled her fingers, examining her palms. In the hearth's semi-dark, she saw the places where Angharad's skin had sealed over thorns. "Thorns." "Cardate," Fetla said, touching them gently. "Cardate," Angharad tried. Aloof's sister nodded. "Fetla, yes. Do you know of Muirn?" "Yes, she was here at Fordingal once. Lady Ichna told me Muirn brought you to us." Angharad nodded. "I heard Lady Ichna call Muirn by a name I did not know. Is Muirn not her name?" Fetla thought a moment. "Ina, it is the name she was given. It means little fire." She did not seem to favor it. Fetla only smiled. Ina is fire and Lady Ichna is water. The two do not mingle well. She smoothed the sheepskin, keeping Angharad warm, and brushed her fingers along the center of her forehead. It was as if her touch held a power, for suddenly Angharad felt every moment of the past many days. Her body was so very weary. That's enough then. Sleep now. The warrior rode off the next morning, carrying Angharad's message with him to Strathclyde. I know you are eager. But it is a very long journey and winter is nigh, Ichna warned. You must be patient and wait. I am certain your mother and father will come for you soon. I will be patient, I swear it. Angharad wrapped her arms around Ichna's waist. Henin, what is it? How was it you came to the market? Yesterday at Signe Moor, you said the river spoke. Ichna took Angharad's arm gently, tilting it up to expose the underside of her wrist where slender blue veins trailed beneath Angharad's skin. You need only to look at your own flesh, little bird. We are made of water. Rivers of red run through our body. Is it so strange we should hear them? Angharad shook her head. It was not strange at all. Tatha, the river, spoke, and I knew I must visit the market. Their eyes saw the priest and understood what must be done. A priestess is not skilled because she is all-knowing. No such person exists. A priestess is skilled because she learns to hear the language of the gods. They speak in a tongue of whispers. I have been a child of the gods for many winters, and even I did not imagine to find my own flesh and blood there. Perhaps I should have supposed, for the gods delight in surprises. I listen and I trust. I am a child of the gods. That is my teaching. She said the last as if ending a prayer. For now that was all that Ichna would say. The tongue of whispers, it was a tongue Angharad knew. She had listened, and it had led her to the land of the Cruthni. It had pulled her to this woman, her own blood, who knew the secrets of her gift when Angharad did not. Now Angharad only hungered to know more, but it frightened her even as it continued to draw her in. For if she continued to obey it, she did not know what she might become. Already she found herself forgetting Brother Thomas, and when she remembered that he waited in the stables, she felt a hot rush of shame. I still cannot understand why you bought Brother Thomas. You have no plan to hurt him, do you? You mean string his innards from our old tree? Angharad's eyes widened, but Ichna only chuckled. Oh yes, we know what the southern folk say. It is only you have bought him, can you not set him free? Her Henin tilted her head. Is that what you wish? Yes, oh yes, Ichna, please. And you would have me free him right away, please? Angharad nodded. Ichna studied her a long moment. Then perhaps you will be pleased to know your priest is already gone. What? Angharad froze. What can you mean? I have already granted his freedom on the condition that he leave at first light. Angharad blinked, her stomach sinking with regret. I did not have the chance to even say goodbye. Come, Ichna said, gathering her clothes. All wounds heal in time. I only hope to spare you the pain of farewell. He has food enough and travels with my blessing. No Cruthni shall harm him, you have my word. But you asked for his freedom, and I have granted it. There can be no men of Christ here. Surely my own blood would know that. Angharad felt adrift without Thomas, no matter what Ichna might say. She walked to the stable as if to ensure he was gone. Ichna's gray mare was the only friend to be found. Outside the stable walls, the women were chanting or praying or sitting in lessons. Angharad looked down at the thorns in her hands. Wounds left unhealed turn and go sour. Angharad looked up to see Ichna watching from the stable door, a wooden cup in her hand. They are healed, Angharad said quietly. Those are not the wounds I speak of. I have seen behind your eyes. The horrors of war leave wounds far more insidious than marks upon the skin. The memories bore into not only the body but the mind and the heart, carving wounds we cannot see. The festering is more than most men can bear. It will kill you in the end. Ina brought you here not only because you are my blood but because this is a place of healing. We must cast out your terrors. I would help you if I can. Angharad sat very still. Will it be painful? It is always painful to remember your horrors, she answered evenly. But it is nothing a child like you cannot withstand. Her Henin's words frightened her. Angharad had bound all of the suffering, hers, Ira's, the dragon warriors. She had learned to slip out of herself when the memories became too much to bear, but she had begun to realize that nothing in her power could truly make them abate. Now Thomas was gone. It was all too much. "Do you know what today is?" Ichna broke the silence. Angharad shook her head. "It is the eve of Samhain," she said, "and there is a place I would have you visit, but the choice is yours. Nothing can heal if the soul is not willing." "What sort of place is it?" Angharad asked. "A powerful one." The hunger returned. It would not fade away. "I will go." Angharad stood. "Good." Ichna nodded. She handed Angharad the empty wooden cup. "You must travel alone, but never fear, little bird. I will tell you precisely what you must do." Chapter 30 1 Languoreth Cadzo Fortress Kingdom of Strathclyde 3rd of April. Ad 574 C. Adzo came awake beneath the touch of my hand. We'd stretched our stores through the winter, each of us licking our wounds. But as the woods sprang with spring flowers and curling fern fronds, the hall breathed new life, as if it had been sleeping. As I strode through the chambers I'd known as a child, the air somehow felt lighter, even when my heart sank with waiting for word of Angharad or the men. Ritterch's scouts had wintered near the wall and yet combed the land. Still no one they encountered had seen any sign of my daughter. Lailoken had been seen taking shelter in a cave with the last of the dragons. If Ritterch's scout had seen them, who else might have discovered the place where they lay? I felt a shameful relief when Ritterch rode off with Signe, leaving Cadzo to the women again. To keep safe his tanistry, he dared not keep too long from Pike. And as the storm season faded, restoring a measure of predictability to our seas, Ritterch sent word that he and Signe had left the capital to reside at Clyde Rock. Here Signe could pick up his learning of tribute and merchants, treaties and trade. Ira's hair grew in the color of sun, and no longer did she darken it, for here she was safe. Gladys stayed with me to learn the running of a hall, watching how Gwendolau's people brightened our hamlet in returning to their trades. Millers and cloth dyers, weavers and crop hands. Some stayed at the hall, pledging their loyalty in exchange for my care. New grooms and herd keepers who tended Gwendolau's beasts found healing in tending those that dwelled here. I was checking the need garden in the courtyard when I heard the sound of a cart approaching, and a few moments later, the gate guard called up. "A merchant, lady, he comes bearing salt." "We have no need for more salt," I answered. "Alwena has seen our store fully stocked." Hearing my voice, the merchant replied, "My salt comes from the Baviera, far across the sea, and this sack I bring from their most ancient mine. I would not wish to leave without offering you a sampling if it please you, lady." I straightened. There was a warmth in his voice, and it was oddly familiar. "Let him come through," I said. I had been waiting and waiting for a messenger to come. I could not risk turning one away. I waited on edge as the gateman searched and then admitted him, and the traveler and his cart rolled through the gate. He wore the hat of a merchant to cover his fair hair, and his mustache had been trained in the manner of a Gaul. A full beard grew below it, further disguising his face, but I knew his eyes well. It was Fendwin the warrior, one of Pendragon's men. His eyes touched on mine as Torrin's men appeared from the grounds, ensuring I was safe. "A salt merchant has come. Clear the kitchens if you will. I would do my tasting there." Ira would know him. I could not risk her emotion giving Fendwin away. She sat in her chamber working at her stitching. "Fendwin has come," I said. Ira dropped her bone needle, her hand flying to her lips. "Sweet gods, but how? He comes as a merchant. We must keep him safe." She nodded and stood, following close behind. My guard had cleared the servants and left. I'd never been so thankful for a warrior's lack of interest in cooking. "I would see this salt merchant," Ira said. At her voice, Fendwin turned, hands falling to his sides. Though we had the kitchens to ourselves, he kept his voice to a whisper. "Ira here, how can it be? There is too much to say." She went to embrace him, and then he stood back at arm's length. "You are alive and well. Thank the gods it is so. Lailoken and the Selgavi have been searching since autumn." When winter came, we feared the worst. "Yes, I am well," she said. "Now tell us of the men." Fendwin's face darkened. "9 of us live, some women and children too, under Selgovian care." "Who yet lives?" I demanded. "Who?" "Maelgun and Lailoken, myself and old Diamid are among the surviving men." I felt the air rush from my lungs. Maelgun, my love, Maelgun yet lived. I felt the presence of his token in the pocket of my dress, but Ira's blue eyes were full of concern. "And the women and children, Drian and Rewallen's wives, some of their kin." Ira stepped back. "But what of the others? What of all the others?" Her voice rose in alarm, and I reached for her hands. "There may be others yet, Ira, who found refuge in another land." The look upon Fendwin's face told a darker tale, but we had so little time. "Tell me where you are in hiding," I said. "Perhaps there is a way I can send provisions to you there. Perhaps we can visit." I felt Ira's spirit rise at the thought of it too, but Fenwin shook his head. "I will tell you where we have settled, but you must keep away. No provisions, no messengers, do you understand? To know where they were but be kept away." It was a torturous bargain, but Ira and I both knew why it must be made. "A chieftain named Archer shelters us in the great wood. We are warm and provided for. We can last there if need be. When the time comes, we will send for you and you can visit us there." Ira and I nodded, but Fendwin glanced away. "What is it then?" I asked. "Is that not why you've come?" "I am glad to give tidings, but no, I fear I've come with a warning. The dragon warriors have recovered our strength in more ways than one. Keep yourself from the sky mount. In 10 days hence, when the light of day comes, there shall be prophesy." The sky mount, Fendwin, could mean none other than the fortress of Clyde Rock. Sweet gods! Lailoken meant to raid Tuckwell's fortress. "He's gone mad. It is too dangerous, and you cannot manage it alone," I whispered fiercely. "We will not raid alone, but I cannot say more. Heed me, I beg you. I have risked my own hide to come, for I do not wish any more of your children to be harmed." Fendwin's tone was frightening. "Blood after blood. This is his wisdom, others' great counsel. My husband and son are within Clyde Rock's walls. Tell them they must wait. 10 days, Languoreth, and it will be done, for our allies will raid whether we join them or not." "Oh, Lailoken," I whispered. "What have you done?" Fendwin took up his salt, eyeing the door. "I must go, forgive me. I fear I have lingered too long." I nodded. "Yes, of course." "Keep safe," Ira said. Tell Lailoken I shall wait." Fendwin looked to me for a message, but I could only shake my head. I should have sent kind words to my brother or to Maelgun to express my gladness they lived. But this, I knew the dragons might have their revenge, but they did not attack Ebrock. Lailoken attacked Strathclyde, his own home. I felt then just how deeply the betrayal of Arterid had wounded him. I thought I'd known nothing at all. "Fendwin," I said, and he turned at the door. "Thank you for your warning and risking yourself to come." Fendwin nodded. For a moment it seemed he wished to say more, but he bowed his head and stepped from the kitchens, waving farewell to my guard. 10 days. Ira and I looked at each other. "Languoreth, you must know that if you send warning Lailoken and the others, they will all die." I expelled a breath. Now, either way, it was I who must betray. Would that I could set Tuckwell upon his rock to await his own doom while removing to safety all those I loved. How could I summon Ridderch and Signe out of harm's reach without causing the slaughter of my brother and his men in return? What of Aloofed and Ryan? I sank my head into my hands. "Don't despair, Languoreth. We have some time yet," Ira said. "We will pool our wits. There must be a way. I promise I shall help you keep Signe safe." She did not mention Ridderch. I knew then Ira wished Ridderch might get what he deserved. I took the path through the wood toward my mother's old healing hut. I could imagine only one thing that would bring them from danger without giving the raid away. The hinges groaned as I lifted the iron latch and stepped into the dark, fumbling to cast open the small wooden shutter. Stale air mingled with the smell of pine resin and decaying lovage. I blew dust from ceramic jars of bearberry twig and stag's horn moss. I hope their properties are not depleted, I whispered to the half-empty room. The plant I sought would not grow until midsummer. I would have to rely on what scant supply I'd set aside before the turning of the year. Too little and it would not affect me. Too much and it would stop my heart. I tucked the wolfsbane gently into the hidden pocket of my gown, and my fingers brushed my little green ring. I thought of Maelgun and my brother standing beneath Caer Gwendolau's ramparts as they witnessed the slaughter of their men. I thought of my son. I knew there was no other course that might achieve the right ends. There would be slaughter. Blood after blood, and now, in my failure to stop the raid, the blood would wet my hands. But Cathan had once told me all leadership was blood, and this was not revenge. What Lailoken sought was justice. Ridderch must not know, he must never know. Latching the shutter, I ducked from the healing hut, closing the door behind me. I told Ira alone what I planned to do. Together we kept awake trying to figure a way we might warn Ryan and Aloofed. It was impossible. They were at Partick, I knew, not at Clyde Rock. I could only pray that they'd stay. Anything I did could mark me a traitor, and I did not want my children to have to suffer my death. The wolfsbane's effects would be immediate, and the journey to Clyde Rock was nearly a full day downriver on favoring tides. Knowing as much, I waited 7 days, fear gnawing at my stomach. What if I delayed my sickness too long? What if they did not come? What if Ridderch sent Signe, but pressing matters kept my husband to the rock? At last it came time to prepare the wolfsbane. I took little more than I would give to one who truly needed it, but it struck quickly, making my insides burn and my heart race, then falter in my chest. The pain was worse than I imagined. A feeling of dread overtook me as I doubled over, getting sick in my washbowl. Ayla must have heard and came in search of me, only to find me leaning over the bowl upon the floor, my body in tremors, her face blanched. "My lady, I'm unwell," I said. "Tell Torin to send for my husband. I want my husband and my boy." "You need a healer," she said. I nodded and waved her off. "Please, Ayla, just do as I say. Do not die. Don't you dare die," I commanded my body. Time altered. Ira came with my guard, lifting me to my bed. Sound came in waves and absences. My body was weak now, but within it my spirit was a mountain. The plant was not my adversary. The plant would deliver a blessing. My loved ones would not die. And so I became a servant to my sickening. Days slipped away, but it could not have been more than 3 sundowns later when at last I heard Sion's voice. "Mother," I opened my eyes with effort. Safe, he was safe, but my boy's face was stricken. I could scarcely lift my arm. What use was this body if it could not soothe him? "Come." My voice was a rasp from beyond the veil. Sion took my hand, and I then saw Ridderch standing behind him, Strathclyde's future king. Safe. Ridderch came and placed his palm gently atop mine and Sion's. It was cool from the out-of-doors, and it brought me comfort. "How long have I been ill?" I asked. Ridderch blinked as if to clear his thoughts, his face lined with worry. "I cannot say. We came as soon as we got word. 2 days it has been since you fell sick." Relief washed over me. Tomorrow it would be done. "Stay with me," I whispered. "We will stay. Rest now. Only rest," Ridderch said. I let my eyes close. There were deeds I would carry to my grave. This was one. Chapter 32, Angharad the White Fort Glen Lyon, Kingdom of the Picts, Samhain, 31st of October, Ad 573. Angharad followed the footpath as Ichna had instructed. It was the eve of Samhain, and the thinness was unsettling. She could feel the yawning gap between this year and the next, the eagerness of the dead to make themselves known. Trees knit their fingers in a tunnel overhead, and she spoke to them as she walked to ease her sense of dread. "I am the daughter of Ridderch and Langureth," she told them. "Even now a messenger travels to Strathclyde. Any day they will come for me. Any day I will go home." The branches rustled in the wind. Low clouds raced. Angharad spotted the ford Ichna had told her of and took the path down to the water, stepping carefully over water-slick rocks. I was the foster child of Lailoken. Memory kicked, the Cairo marked upon doors, and the sting and choke of charred, bitter smoke. She thought of the bright-hearted people of Cadzo, whose huts lay scattered in the fields and woods around the fortress, her mother's kin. How long until torches came seeking them, too? She tried to picture her father, but he felt like a stranger. "I am a blood daughter of the Cruthni," she ventured. It felt like trying on one of Aloof's fine dresses, sleeves and hem pooling. She thought of Briachin, Bright-Eye's counselor, and the curious sensation of wandering in fog. Her mother had told them tales of an isle west of Gaul, where 9 priestesses dwelled who could raise terrible storms or calm an angry sea. It thrilled Angharad to think Britons once knew such mysteries. Now she wondered if the Britons might have learned such secrets from the Cruthni. A mother otter with her kit scurried over a fallen log. The flowing river was soundless, creating an eerie silence, but in thinking of the spirits of the river, Angharad no longer felt afraid. She encountered no other person, not a single Kura passed her by. It was as if she moved within some strange sort of dream time. It was colder here in the heart of Pictland, and fewer leaves fleshed the trees. Winter would soon entomb these great hills in snow. It will be quite beautiful, she thought. It is a pity I won't see it. The path that ran along the river Lion became a cowherd's trail. It ambled through pasture before skirting along the bottom of a hilly, wooded glen and dropping onto a rocky streambed, where Angharad had to pick her way over boulders. Ichna had promised she would know the waterfall when she came upon it, and as her ears picked up the rush and chortle of running water, she came at last upon the falls. She stopped a moment, listening. Water tumbled in a series of cascades from a cataract up the wooded hill, where hazel and birch rose from a steep bed of boulders speckled silver with lichen. The roar of the water was like the churn of the firth in a summer storm, unaffected by wars and the worries of men. It felt like a secret, the way the pools at its feet were quietly breathing. The river it gushed into was a dark channel the color of steeped roots, too deep and swift to cross, save at the ford Angharad had traversed downriver. She closed her eyes, seeking permission as her uncle had taught her. A presence drew near, exploring in return, but then withdrew. It was older than the trees, and if it did speak, it was not in any tongue Angharad knew. Yet she sensed she had not been given the right to trespass. She stood a moment, watching the white tumble of water, uncertain she would be able to complete the task Ichna had set for her. "Always they come here, always they are seeking," the water seemed to say in a sigh. Angharad felt a little shameful, for she too had come seeking. She had come seeking 3 stones, a round stone, an oblong stone, a stone in the shape of a triangle. She did not yet know what their purpose would be, only that Ichna had bade her fill the wooden cup with water from the falls, then collect 3 stones, placing them in the cup, for the water was important. But Angharad dared not do this without the water's permission. She sat upon a nearby boulder. Wrapping her cloak around her knees to ward off the cold, she inhaled a deep breath of freshwater spray. "They come seeking because you clean them," she told the water. "It isn't your fault you're magnificent. You are a god. You cannot help your nature." She was not certain the water welcomed it, but the way it fell from its mossy shelves was so graceful and not altogether unkind. So Angharad decided she would offer her own nature to the waterfall in a quiet series of rememberings. Splashing in the river Avon in the shadow of her mother's fortress, spinning with her arms out beneath Cadzo's trees, days on end following the tracks of wild creatures, pressing her ear to her father's chest to hear the pulsing of his heart. She did not mean to remember all the things that came after, leaving Cadzo upon her uncle's horse, warriors scaling the fortress walls, bloody spears, vacant eyes, the sound of Ira screaming. The memories were punishing, delighting in her suffering. Water fell from the height of the wooded glen, beating against rock. She looked at the pool at the base of the falls. It had not grown or shifted, not to any mortal eye, Yet suddenly, the water seemed to open the circle of its arms as if inviting her to peel off her clothing and plunge into its icy embrace. But that's mad. It wants me to swim, Angharad thought. It is Samhain and nearly November. Surely she would freeze. She looked round, wondering if she might trust it, for some water spirits were known to be devious, delighting in luring people to their deaths. At first glance, the pool was not deep, but the waterfall was commanding, its wildness complete. It neither tricked nor made promises. But then Angharad realized the rocky bottom of the pool was a trick of the eye. In truth, beneath the layers of earth and of stone, the pool was bottomless. An entrance to another world, yes. Travel deeper, something urged. A voice? No. A knowing. She followed, and the veil between worlds dropped away. The spirits of the falls circled the pool, though she could not see them when she looked with her eyes. Only through the mist in her mind could she begin to make out their shapes, long and lean, made of water and of light. Fear raced through the cracks in her. They could take her if they wished. It was Samhain. Boys and girls were stolen with alacrity this time of year. These spirits were ancient and far more powerful than she. Ichna had promised Angharad she had nothing to fear. How could her Henning have sent her here? She spun round, certain something stood, breathing at her neck. You are not real, Angharad said, but it was, and it was not. Heart racing, she glanced to the river path, wondering if she should scramble back over the rocks the way she had come. But she was weary to the bone of weeping, of feeling afraid. I will not fear you, she shouted over the roar of the water. Do you hear me? Angharad of Strathclyde is not afraid. The pool was breathing. The waterfall stood vigil. Angharad's voice was carried away by the impatient rush of water. Would she dare to step in? She felt the glen beyond, vast and vacant. Angharad clenched her jaw, stripping off her clothes. Her skin met the air and turned to gooseflesh as she edged toward the pool, testing the water. Minnows darted, and the water swallowed her pale white feet in 1,000 tiny needles. Rotted leaves and a silky layer of silt made the stony bottom slick. She took a step farther. The jolt of cold was so blinding that for one blessed moment, Angharad's noisy and haunted mind tipped, blackness sloshing out like an overfull bucket. Plunge, the waterfall seemed to beckon. Plunge, it commanded. For only then might she clean her spirit of its sludge. Angharad took a breath before she could question it and dunked beneath the surface. The cold slapped the breath from her lungs, her skinny body convulsing. But beneath the water's skin, she felt scarcely the weight of a fish scale. The roar of the waterfall muted to a whisper. Cold seeped through in a liquid fire of blazing light. So much sorrow, so much death. It was possible she would never be entirely free of it. But she understood in that moment the gift this water god offered, a new beginning. Angharad found purchase on the slippery bottom and pushed, bursting through the surface with a gasp. Her body was shaking, her skin tight. The water came only to her navel here. She stood, looking across the river, the waterfall at her back. The trees stood in sharper relief, as if cut by a smith's tool. She had not been dragged into the nether world, though she felt its invitation pulse beneath the leaves and silt that swirled at her feet. Her hair was wet and smelled of stream water. She felt bright and at peace. Angharad wanted to linger in the newness, but her body kicked, demanding survival. She scurried to the boulder where she'd piled her clothes, drying her wet body with her cloak before dressing. It was only as her shaking subsided that she was reminded of her task. She'd been given so much, she hesitated to ask. May I? Angharad waited. A breeze ruffled the pool, and the boughs of a young oak in the streambed bent as if to nod. Angharad bent to fill the wooden cup with water and found her 3 stones quickly. Head, body, heart. Dropping them gently into the cup, she pressed her fingers to her lips in thanks. The presence of the place retreated. Angharad wondered when she might visit again. There would be time yet, she told herself, before her mother came to fetch her away. She would be thankful for each day she had among the priestesses of Fordingal, for she did not know if she should ever return. And Angharad had so many questions, questions that women like Ichna and Fetla alone might answer. She found the women in the temple, circled round the hearth in silence, palms resting in their laps. Ichna looked up as Angharad shut the temple door behind her. "Come," she said. The Samhain fire had been lit in the hearth. The air was thick with waiting and smelled sweet and herbaceous like dried herbs and bracken. A mat of reeds lay beside the hearth, and Ichna gestured for Angharad sit. "Do you wish to be whole, then, Angharad?" The priestess's wintry eyes burned with fire. The women waited, eyes closed. Fetla was watching. Before this day it seemed impossible. The thorns had bedded too deep. But the waterfall had opened her, and this small stretch of land buried in the hills felt a world apart from weapons and men. Something within Angharad was shifting. "I wish to be whole," she said. "And have you the stones?" Angharad offered up the wooden cup. Ichna drew them out carefully, reserving the water and cup, as the women began to hum a deep and haunting tune. Taking up the tongs, Ichna scattered the hot, glowing wood, smoothing the coals into a bed and laying the stones upon it. The song of the priestesses swelled until the stones glowed like dragons' teeth. One by one, Ichna removed the pebbles from the fire, dropping them into the wooden cup. There was a hiss of steam and the water crackled. Ichna peered into the liquid, lips pressed tight with concentration. But as the round pebbles dropped, water sizzled up and out of the cup, splashing onto the hearth's edge and nearly scalding Ichna's leg. "Heart and body suffer, but worst off is the mind," Ichna murmured. "Lie back and close your eyes." The hearth fire warmed Angharad's skin as Ichna knelt, placing her hands upon Angharad's feet. But it was something other than the hearth that warmed the priestess's hands, for slowly they grew hot, like Angharad's cheeks when she was struck by fever. A pulsing came, a heartbeat. It traveled in waves from her feet up Angharad's skinny legs and into the trunk of her body, gentle as water. "Water can carve away even rock," her mother used to say. Beyond the temple walls, the yew tree was listening. Angharad felt its roots beneath the temple floor, cradling them all, roots below, the priestess above. But as the waves from Ichna's hands traveled through Angharad's body, they built, filling her small vessel to the brim. Now the waves were met with resistance as Ichna shifted, placing her hands upon Angharad's stomach. So much had roiled there. She felt nausea rise and churn like a kick in the gut. The pulsing persisted, soft but unrelenting. Angharad felt the swift prick of sweat and rolled onto her side just in time to be sick. She scrambled to her hands and knees. A bucket came beneath her. Angharad heaved and heaved. The humming kept on, making her head swim, and she wanted to shout at the women to stop, but she was a slave to the convulsing of her insides as they turned themselves out. Ichna's hands were on her back, and Angharad tried to swat them away, but Ichna would not remove them. Fetla held Angharad's hair, her voice coming low in her ear. "Give it back, Angharad, give it back. This is not yours to keep," spit it back upon the beast. Was that Fetla who spoke, or a whisper from the tree? The roots of the yew were holding her up. The roots of the yew would drink Angharad's poison. The sacrifice of the tree moved her to tears. Tears and vomit fell into the bucket. The pulsing was going to break her, to free her. But Ichna had not yet reached her head. "Breathe, Angharad," the priestess said. Then she moved her hands to the back of Angharad's skull. A piercing came like that of a spear through her eye. Angharad screamed, thrashing with pain. She wailed and wept, but her henning did not remove her hands from her head. Angharad broke apart. Fetla gripped her shoulders. She knew in her way the priestesses of Fordingal were battling the beast. She knew they would not stop until she had recovered body, mind, and heart. The pulsing came again and again. And then gradually the vomiting ceased. The bucket was cleared away. Angharad was empty. She collapsed boneless onto her stomach. Her lids were so heavy. The temple floor held her up. The pulsing was there. It came now from innumerable hands pressed upon Angharad's body, her arms and shoulders, knees and chest. She gave herself over completely to their care. After some time the sensation stopped. The hands were gone. Their humming had ceased and the silence stirred her. Then Ichna's voice came. Open your eyes, little bird. Slowly, slowly, the women helped Angharad to sit. The temple felt watchful. Beyond the thatched roof, high overhead, the night sky was breathing. Angharad felt the reed matting beneath her skirts, her legs stretched out before her. She felt the priestesses gathered round in the sort of stillness that follows a great storm. Open your eyes, little bird, Ichna said again. You have been dreaming, don't you see? Only now are you coming awake. Chapter 33 Lailoken Tutgwal's Fortress at Clyde Rock Kingdom of Strathclyde 13th of April. Ad 574t He Curras moved silently through the night water. The sky was moonless as the tide traveled inland. The wind was at our backs, pushing us closer to the behemoth Black Rock. Ira had found her way to Languoreth. I did not know how, but now I knew she was safe. She had sworn she would wait. So now I must live. We'd sharpened our swords and readied our spears. Fendwin had polished his dirk. I watched Arter coil and uncoil his rope 3 times about him now, as if for luck, securing his grappling hook at the back of his hip. We'd been preparing for the raid for several days, and that sort of thing tended to bond men completely. Perhaps it was because the dragon warriors and the men of Mana were more alike than we were different. We both believed wit and brawn were of equal importance. I'd grown fond of the way the Scots got things done. I always thought the cliff looked great fun to climb. "'Tis a shame you have to do it in the dark. The view from the top is magnificent," I said. I thought Arter allowed a hint of a smile, though I could make out only the whites of his eyes. He and his men had painted their faces to merge with the rock. "Next time, perchance," he said. 10 men to climb and overtake the might of a fortress. But 100 more were divided between these 8 small curras and the rest of Eden's fleet, awaiting our signal a short distance out in the firth. By the time Arter and his men reached the cliff top, it would not yet be daybreak, but Strathclyde's sky would blaze with our own brand of fire. Arter and his men would steal into the uppermost level of the fortress and set the roof of Tutgwal's great hall alight. This is how our raid would begin. I'd watched Arter train as our men tarred the curras black. He was deadly with his blade. His spear throws toppled targets. He excelled at swimming, bested his brothers in foot races and in hand fighting, and had committed several good poems to memory, which he recited with reverence when given enough drink. Not to mention he'd grown up climbing the crags of Manau's cliffside fortress for fun, so he could pick his way up a sheer rock face as if he weighed little more than a feather. I'd gladly try my hand at fatherhood were I guaranteed a boy such as Arter. It seemed to defy both fairness and reason, but Eden's 5 sons were all rather like that. The king of Manau, his lands pressed by enemies on every side, had bred a strange race of godlike warriors. Rhys came to mind. I turned to look out over the black sheen of water. Aye, but there is the difference, I thought. Rhys excelled at weapons, but he did not favor war. Arter thrilled for it. This was the difference between life or death. I heard the low murmurs of warriors praying to their gods, but I had not returned to mine yet. I was not yet ready. "Ho, now we've drawn close enough," I said. We drew water with our oars, easing the boats beneath the trees overhanging the river. Now was the time for the climbers to disembark. The tide would carry them upriver as they swam. Eden rested his hand upon his son's curly head. "Arter, take care." "Aye," Arter said. His deep voice was calm. I watched as he and his men slipped over the edge of the curragh into the frigid, salty water. The cold would burn, make their bodies seize up, but their strokes were sure and silent as they made their way across the expanse, disappearing from sight as they neared the base of the rock. We had spoken many times about what would come next. Grip your way up the vertical face that rises above the river Leven. At the top of the cliff, use your grapple to pull yourself up, over the rampart. The grass below will be soft and thick. They will not hear you land. Here are the kitchens, the well, the smithy, and 2 guard huts. Silence the lookouts first. Then on to the hall. A scattering of men will be asleep in the dark, drunk on mead. You must be quick, or their death cries will raise the alarm. There will be oil lamps and torches. Light the thatching of the hall. Tutquil's men will come racing up from below to put out the flames. The fire will signal Eden's fleet. The fire will signal us waiting in the small patch of wood. 2 men must unbolt the outermost gate. We will be there knocking. Let us come in. The climb was our only uncertainty, so we waited in our patch of trees to rush the lower gate, our curras pulled ashore and hidden with brush. The stars faded. Just as first light was threatening to dawn, I saw it. Fire licked crisply across the thatched roof of the hall, carried on the wind. We listened for cries of alarm from the guards. Steady. Eden's whisper was hoarse. And then he said, "Now." Beyond Clyde Rock, his fleet was racing through the water. We crouched low as we ran our way through the wood. Then we lifted our shields, bursting through the forest and into the clear expanse. A watchman's warning was garbled as Ardor appeared on the platform behind him and slit the man's throat. I watched as the guard dropped, thudding lifeless on the grass. Tutquil's men would have heard the alarm from below. I did not envy them the moment they realized their fate. "Quickly," I called to the men. "They've made it down to the gate." The clash of swords rang through the fiery dark, and suddenly I was thrust back into Ardorid. There wasn't that Gwendolen's war cry. There I stood, praying Angharad made it safely to the warriors below. There I crouched, holding Rhys as his body gasped and choked. I did not have to summon it. Battle rage came upon me. I only obeyed it. Yanking my sword from its sheath, I charged the gate with a yell as the men of Manau opened it from within. I nodded to Ardor and his foster brother Kai as they stepped back from the gate, slashing my sword into the weak place between shoulder and neck of the first guard I saw. Blood spattered my armor. The guard screamed in pain. He looked at my face. I saw recognition dawn before the light left his eyes. "I, Lailoken." I shouted. "Come, test me. Who would die next? Blood after blood. You, eat my blade, choke upon my justice." My hands were slick with blood upon the oar, but we rowed swift and steady, powering the curragh as one while we looked back at Clyde Rock. Black smoke billowed. The ramparts were painted in blood. I had raced up to the hall even as it burned in search of Tutquil's body. The king's chamber lay empty, but it did not so much matter. Soon Strachlight and beyond would hear of our raid, or rather the raid of Eden Mac Gabron, for it was right that the fame should belong to Eden. I would not be remembered. No man of Tutquil's had lived to tell the tale, and as the bewildered villagers from the settlements along the water stood safely on shore, the wind picked up. The men of Manau hoisted their sails. There was no mistaking the fleet of Eden Mac Gabron. Eden journeyed on to win the throne of the kingdom of Dalriada from his brother, Eoganan. Now he claimed 2 kingdoms, Manau and Dalriada in the west. The battles of Eden and his men had only just begun, but Ardorid had been answered. And Gwendolen's breath came like a sigh. "Aye, rest now, brother. It has been done," I told him. "Now your spirit may at last dwell in peace." Roman 4. Ad 580 Chapter 34 Langurith Fortress on Clyde Rock Kingdom of Strathclyde 2nd of June. Ad 580. Tell me the story of how you came to be Tutquil's wife. I stood with aloof on the exposed black shoulder of rock below the guard hut, looking out over foamy whitecaps on a gloomy summer sea. In the 6 years since the raid, the hall and huts had been rebuilt. June was proving a farce of summer, and we were wrapped in our cloaks. Soon the whip of wind would penetrate wool, skin, and bone, and we would be forced to return to the dimly lit hall where the air was close, smelling of sickness. Tutquil was ailing. He had never ailed before, but I had learned never to hope. Aloof's eyes were a reflection of the water, churning and gray. The queen did not care to speak of her childhood. In fact, she seldom had. But there was something to this day. The wet smell of kelp and soil and salt, this sloping rock where we so often stood, a place apart where no one else might see or hear. The swans had returned. and I had seen a nostalgia in her eyes when she looked upon her husband, helpless and prone, the papery skin of his cheeks scarlet with fever. "I was a child in a place of dreaming," she began, "and my mother a woman of great wisdom and import. I never knew my father." It was like that among women. Men did not matter. If a woman wanted a child, she took a lover, sometimes a warrior, sometimes a king. And then one day a Briton came upon horseback with a torque upon his neck. I did not speak his tongue, but I knew him for a lord, and I could tell from his eyes he was looking for my mother. His eyes were hungry and vacant as a ghost's. He was searching to discover who he might become. I led him to our settlement, and he stayed for 3 nights. When the man departed, my mother sent me with him. "And you went of free will?" "Not precisely. I did not want to imagine. I did not want to press. So I asked instead, 'Did you not wonder about your father?' Tuckwell became my father. He became all things. Father, husband, lord, and I knew if I wished to survive, I must become all things to him. And so I have done. Perhaps you find that strange." "I do not think it strange," I said. "I quite understand." "There was a yellow-haired guard who smiled kindly upon me," she mused. "One of my mother's lovers, but he rode off to war and never returned. Another guard came in his place. Always it was so." Aloof fell quiet, and I knew that was all of her story I would have on this day. Perhaps someday the Queen would say more. "I must return to the hall and look to my husband," she said. "Of course. And Rittich will soon be arriving from Partick. I'll stay a while longer and watch for his boat." Aloof nodded. She took a few paces, then turned. "Yes, stay out a while, Languoreth. The sea air truly does you much good. It is easy out here to think of what one might become." Aloof's eyes held mine. It was a look another would not notice. I watched her wind her way down the path, past the old well and the kitchen house, and climb the steps to the place where the great timber hall stood proud upon the hill. I puzzled over her meaning. What one might become. I thought of the old king, his lungs laboring with fluid, his priests burning camphor and letting his blood. He asked me for a remedy some days ago, though he sent his priests to watch me prepare it. Ever shrewd he was, and the mixture had done him some good. Even his men of Christ had said as much. They could not know how my fingers yearned to pinch from my little jar of nightshade. I could not be blamed now if his health should falter. Now his queen bade me linger while she went inside, and I understood what Aloof meant to do. I was not the only woman on Clyde Rock with knowledge of plants. I had waited so long to take Tuckwell's life, but Tuckwell's life was not mine to take. Death took the king swiftly. He dropped first into a sleep. It was a gentler end than he deserved. But his queen, though stone on the outside, possessed a kind heart. Rittich had been the king's chosen Tanist. It was a strong motion in his favor, but it would not make him king. Now the council of Strathclyde sat shut within the great room of the hall on Clyde Rock, deciding our fate. The boats had been ceaseless as the petty kings and chieftains, wisdom keepers and priests of the council, came from all across Strathclyde to view the body of the king. It was not to be removed until the new king had been chosen. The deliberation lasted less than 1 day. "It shall be Rittich," the queen assured me. It was always meant to be. I looked worriedly at Ryan, who was sitting beside me, but she was not distraught at the thought of Morcant being passed over. Rather, her blue eyes filled with hope as she turned to me. "When you are made queen, I wish to join a nunnery. Make it so, Languoreth. I cannot abide another day." I reached for her hand. When the doors of the great room opened, we stood. Aloof stepped back. The councilmen flooded out, departing while the tide was yet favorable. But not before stopping before me and inclining their heads, bowing to their queen. I blinked, disbelieving, as if stepping into sun. Had this not been the plan of so many since I was a child? Cathan and Arian, my father, Aloof. Now at 40 winters I was at last queen. As each petty king or chieftain, wisdom keeper or priest, stepped near meeting my eyes, bowing his head, the meaning of my position dawned with more light. Their eyes filled with a constellation of feelings as each looked at me. Already it had begun, for they wished me to see precisely what they thought of me: admiration, resignation, happiness, hesitation. I, Languorith of Cads, was the new queen of Strathclyde. There is no ceremony in Strathclyde for a woman who becomes queen. I stood on a platform before a sea of people at the gathering place in Partick, not beside Ridderch but watching from a short distance away. We were both dressed in the purple reserved for only the most noble to wear. Ridderch swore his oaths to Christ and the land with great feeling under the watchful eyes of Father Natin. The torque of Tutwill was fixed upon his neck. The torque of Alooft was clasped upon mine. But I swore no oaths. It was not always that way. Long ago, among the Britons, there were tribes who called queens their main sovereign. It was they and they alone who made pacts with the gods. That was before the Romans came. By the time I was born, queens were wives of kings. But that did not mean we did not have power. I swore no oaths. It didn't trouble me. In fact, I found it quite freeing. For though I was queen, I was somehow less bound, and I knew precisely where my allegiance lay. After all the feasting and the toasting and the dancing and the smiling, oh, the smiling that must be done, we slept as if we had been craving sleep for winters. The next day, when we woke, we took breakfast in our chamber, just Ridderch and me. His gray eyes were happy and touched on me with pride. "Yours is the first petition I shall hear as king," Ridderch said with a gentle bow of his head. It was not like him to be playful. I was not quite sure what to do. "Are you quite certain you are prepared?" I asked. "I know to whom I am wed," he smiled, but then he reached for my hand. "Tell me what you think needs writing before we begin." "Very well," I said. "I would first speak about Morkant. You will be pleased that even I do not think it wise to keep him in Strathclyde, but I have not yet decided what I should do. I have given it some thought. Morkant is bullish and his retinue strong warriors. He delights in fighting, so I would say put him to good use. Strife continues with Bernicia in the east. Why not arrange a marriage between Morkant and a daughter of the Gododin? Morkant is already wed," he said. "He is a danger to you here in Strathclyde. Who knows when he might try to come against you? And Ryan has been unable to give him any children. You are too shrewd a man to be blind to her bruises. Busy him with adversaries and find him another wife, one more suited to his temperament. I do not think he will set her aside. Ryan wishes only to enter the church. Surely, if Morkant knows no other shall have her. I have heard Kaw's youngest daughter is strong-minded, and of course her father is a Christian chieftain of both wealth and good influence. He will approve of Morkant. It is a powerful match to be aligned with the brother of the king. And Kaw is loyal to Strathclyde. He would never betray you." I could feel his mind turning. "Please, Ridderch," I said softly. "I fear he may kill her." He pushed away his plate. "Then there is nothing to consider. It will be done." "Thank you, my king." I exhaled in relief. "And the next?" "I should very much like to keep Torin as captain of my guard." "Very well, I approve. But he must select double again the number of men who now guard you, and those warriors shall be subject to my approval. It is important you are safe," he said. "You are beloved by half the people and disfavored by the other because you are crossways of their god." "That I know," I said, and then Ridderch straightened. "And now I think you would ask me about your brother." A look passed between us. Lailoken had been in exile for 7 long years, and in all this time I'd been forbidden to see him. I had been waiting for this very moment to come. "Do you remember your promise?" I asked. "Yes, Languorith. I swore to you that when I was made king, I would ask your brother to be my counsel and so bring him home. I intend to keep my word." My mouth suddenly went dry. "Please, go on." "It seems that Lailoken has amassed a great following somewhere in the wilds of the Caledonian wood. I know you have not visited him, but I believe you may know where," Ridderch said. "I do not know where precisely, but I have some idea," Lord Archer Fendwin had said. I had never forgotten it. I would have disobeyed Tuckwell's decree in a moment and sought him out sooner had it not been for Fendwin's warning that I would only bring danger to the door of the dragon warriors. Take Torin and your guard. Go in secret, we must keep his whereabouts safe for the time being, but tell Laylock and I wish for his counsel. I would take Ira, of course. Ritterch knew of her hand-fasting with Layloken, and we had long since given Ira her own lodgings. She must know right away. Ritterch's eyes were warm in offering this long-awaited gift, but gifts from men in power always came with a price. I am not ungrateful, but how do you mean to accomplish this? He is a man of the old way. You will curry too much upset with all your Christian lords. You are right, he said carefully, and this is why I would send you to meet with Layloken, for we cannot bring one man from exile without also bringing another. Whom do you speak of? I closed my eyes, for I already knew. It was the look upon Ritterch's face, the shadow of guilt, of resignation. Mungo, you cannot consider it, I said. Layloken has gathered a following. These past years Mungo has built a monastery at Hotham, and he has done the same. A place of zealots, no doubt. Do you not remember what he and his followers have done? Desecrated a hill holy to the wisdom keepers, assassinated a rival priest, robbed my father's granaries, scarred my brother's face, murdered Cathan, head wisdom keeper of Strathclyde. Mungo has been our enemy since Layloken and I were children. And now you would have me and my brother play a role in inviting that wickedness back in. Languorith, the Angles are massing in Bernicia. By all accounts they soon will attack, and still my people are divided. If Strathclyde is to remain a land of the Britons, I need the retinues of each and every petty king and chieftain in this land. They must all come together at the side of the High King. The divide has only grown greater in the years my father was in power. Now we must show them a new way. You and I, if we cannot envision it, who else shall try? Find another Christian, I said. Surely there must be one. Why not Father Natten? He sighed. The Christian lords have already come to me. They demand Mungo. He has seen to it, can you not see? He has visited them in private. Yes, Ritterch said. Mungo has returned. That is the fact of the matter. It was my father who exiled him to pacify the people of the old way, and now my father is dead and we must pacify the people of the new. It is Mungo they want. We have no choice but to bring him into the fold. I shook my head. Who is commanding whom? Do you rule the lords of Strathclyde, or do your lords rule you? I swore an oath to the land and all its people, no matter their faith. I will not disregard it. Your brother took up arms against Strathclyde. He is privileged to be granted an opportunity to return home. I am going to be sick, I said. I pray you recover quickly, as you must be hale for your journey. I lifted my head. You do not ask then, you command. Yes, he said. I command. And how do you mean to control him? The man who murdered my father's council, who raised a mob against my father, a king. I watched Cathan choke and go blue as he swung from the bough of a tree. I have not forgotten what he has done. A man who murders keepers, and you would set my brother in his path. Yes, Languorith, I would. For Layloken is one of the few men I believe capable of helping us control him. I hear wisdom keepers from Scotia gather to hear him speak. I hear tales of pagan warriors massing in the wood. Do not use that word. You have never before used that word. Am I now your pagan wife? Apologies, he bowed his head. I hear it used now far too freely. It stinks of Rome and of small-minded capital-dwelling zealots. They have called the people of Cadzo as much, or didn't you know? I am aware, and I do not think it right, but Christians must feel they too have a voice. I ignore the Christian lords at my peril. I would keep Mungo close. I would benefit from his ambition. Let him convert those who wish to be converted. We have always been a people who safeguard our freedoms. Christians, too, have their right to choose. The path is now forked, Languorith. You must make way for change. I will seek out my brother and ask his return, but you, husband, must be prepared for what this shall mean. Layloken and Mungo in the same court. One will end up dead, and as long as I have breath in my body, it shall not be my brother. Believe me, wife. I understand what I ask. Please, go to the Caledonian Wood and relay my message to your brother. I have spared his life once already. Now I offer him yet another. Tell Lailoken not to be a fool. Chapter 35, Angharad the White Fort Glen Lyon, Kingdom of the Picts March. Add 580 t. He grinding of the quern stone sounded like the ocean. Not the lazy slap and tumble of fair weather waves, but the low and scouring churn of a winter sea. The stool beneath Angharad teetered as she reached into the sack of grain to sift another handful into the mill. The light half of the year was beginning, but the sun was still a lamb upon shaky legs. Angharad stopped to wrap her shawl more tightly around her before gripping the wooden handle again. Turn, turn. Change was coming. The air of the mill shed was thick with it. Did Angharad summon it? She did not know her own strength. This was what Fetla said. Ichna was made of water. Wind and weather pushed water about. When Angharad visited the waterfall, it reminded her again. "Why do you show me this?" she asked, but received no answer. She did not understand it. Angharad was not unhappy. Her days were a circle, just like the turning of the heavy quern stone. Waking, prayer, calling in and graining the horses. Porridge, instruction, contemplation. Grinding grain into flour, tending the need garden. Always Angharad was listening, for that was what she'd been taught. The women of Fordingal listened, for they were students of the many tongues of spirit. And in listening, Angharad had grown wise, Fetla said, far wiser than her 16 years. In this way, 7 winters had passed since the siege that had become known as Cad Arderid, the battle of the High Lords. Her mother and father had never come for her. The messenger had returned, his expression bearing the shame he knew awaited an unwanted child. Ichna relayed her mother's reply. Langurith had wept for joy upon hearing that Angharad lived. She could scarcely believe Angharad's rare fortune. She wished nothing more than for Angharad to continue her training with the priestesses at Fordingal until she earned the title of priestess herself. Angharad knew, when her mother was young, she desired to become a keeper. This was the reason Angharad had gone with Lailoken, in part. Because she saw the mark of her mother's wound and sensed if she could achieve what her mother could not, her mother might finally feel whole. Ichna had held her the many nights she'd cried, murmuring words of love and healing. Angharad had not forgotten about the life she had lived before in Strathclyde. It was only that Ichna had taught her how to release it, how to bless it. Fordingal was a holy place. A place of ritual and vision for young women with strengths to come into their power. In the evenings, by hearth light, they recited their kennings. This was the place the Picts came to dream, a mother who'd lost a baby and wanted another, a man without use of his legs. They slept and woke to tell Ichna of their dreams, and Ichna divined their meaning. Ichna laid her hands upon them and gave them healing. Angharad knew how to prepare the dreaming draught. She'd learned the meaning of birds and their flight, but such things were thick-footed and clumsy. Angharad did not need a dreaming draught to aid one who was troubled. She need only peer into their eyes. And why commit to memory what a sparrow hawk dipping west foretold, when one could simply ask the sparrow hawk itself? When she said as much to Ichna, the old woman merely nodded, as if this was something about Angharad she always had known. Since then, though Angharad had not yet been made priestess, Ichna brought her to administer those in search of cures. Now that Imbolc had come and gone, and the light half of the year was upon them, more people were arriving. Even now there were 10. Last summer the High King, Bride-Eye their patron, had arranged for the building of a new hut. With the gifts given in thanks, they wanted for little now. Ichna had sent 2 women to the market some days ago, and they'd returned with fine cloth for new robes. In 7 winters Angharad had never left Fordingal. She wore the robes of a novice. But she did not miss the broader world, for all worlds were visible when she closed her eyes to dream. Angharad. The voice stirred her from her thoughts, and she turned to see Ora, a fellow novice, standing at the door. "There is a woman here, a stranger. She is asking to see you." Angharad's pulse quickened. After all this time, she still imagined that someday her mother might come. A woman, what does she look like? Aura wrinkled her nose. Dark hair, fair skin. She wears a blue cloak. Angharad hid her disappointment. I don't know any such person. Well, she's come and she's waiting with the others. Aura looked guilty. What is it? I haven't yet told Ichna. The woman asked to speak only to you. She waits in the first cell of the nearest hut. Aura, very well, I am coming, but you must go and tell Ichna. We do not harbor secrets. Aura hurried off as Angharad stood and brushed the last dusting of flour into its sack. A gust of wet wind assailed her as she closed the door to the mill shed. The weather had shifted. Angharad could smell snow coming from the north. She stopped hurriedly to take up the feather that blew against her skirt, holding it between two fingers so as not to damage its appearance. Owl, how curious. She would add it to the big wooden box she kept next to her bed. There were hundreds of them now, robin and raven, kestrel and dunnock. Her mother had once told her that feathers were signs of her love. But in listening, in growing wise, Angharad had learned a feather in her path was nearly always an omen. She glanced uneasily at the 3 circular huts where guests dwelled in their seeking. People came in need, asking for her. Word had traveled that Angharad had sight. Likely this woman was no different. Yet Ichna was renowned for her abilities. It was strange the woman wished to see Angharad alone. The dreaming huts were candle-lit places of whispers. Angharad lifted the latch quietly so as not to disturb the ailing. Within their little cell, they would be resting or in prayer, perhaps even dreaming. A fire burned in the center hearth pit. She glanced at the 7 small chambers to ensure all was well before reaching to slide the woven reed panel that served as a door, stepping into the first cell. The room was lit by a single oil lamp. Angharad could see the outline of the woman perched upon the simple wooden bed, still wearing her cloak but could not make out her face. Angharad slid the door shut behind her, squinting as her eyes adjusted to the dim. "Hello," she greeted the woman in Pictish, the tongue that came most readily. "Hello." The woman's answer was low and perfunctory. "Aura tells me you've asked to see me, but I am not yet a full priestess, so I have summoned Our Lady Ichna. I wish you had not done so." "I wish to speak to you alone." There was displeasure in her voice. "You wish to speak to me?" Angharad asked. "Do you mean to say you have no ailment?" "I have no ailment." The woman stood. "I have come to discuss a matter of much importance." She stepped into the light, and Angharad saw 2 sapphire eyes fixed steadily upon her. She had dark hair, nearly black, and skin pale as moonlight. Her face looked familiar, as if Angharad might have seen it in a dream. But so often these days she was dreaming, and most dreams were not her own. "Are you a messenger, then, sent by Strathclyde?" She heard the excitement in her own voice even as she felt shamed by it. Strathclyde was no longer her home. Ichna was her mother now. The wound had been healed and she would not reopen it. The woman tilted her head. "I am a messenger of sorts, but not from the place you imagine. I am a wisdom keeper. I have come from the north. I would speak with you about your training." Angharad took a step back. "My training has been done here these past 7 winters, under the careful tutelage of my Henning, a most renowned seer. I am only 1 winter away from earning my place here as priestess." The woman opened her mouth, but just then the reed door slid open and Ichna stepped in, her damp white hair curling about her face like a fury's. She seemed taken aback at the sight of the woman, her eyes flickering with surprise. "Ichna." The dark-haired woman bowed, but not deeply. Ichna came to stand beside Angharad, and as she did, Angharad sensed a strange feeling emanating from her Henning, fear. "What brings you here?" Ichna's back was straight as a rod. "I have come about the girl. And now you have seen her. Angharad is hale, she prospers. Fortingall is the child's home. She is no longer a child, she is a woman now." The dark-haired woman spoke to the priestess, but her eyes were upon Angharad. "You say she is hale, but I do not think this is the case. You have not done right by this child, Lady Ichna, and it has come to our attention. Aside from that, she has outgrown you. You do her a great disservice in keeping her here. Not done right by this child. Ichna's voice was shrill. My own blood, did I not keep her on when her mother desired her to stay here? Do I not love this girl as if she were my own? I have trained her as well as any high priestess might. Nay, Ichna, you have kept the truth from her. Angharad turned to her Henning. What is she speaking of? You overstep your bounds, the priestess warned. Save your curses, Ichna. I do not fear you. Will you not tell her then, or are you too fearful to offer her a choice? Ichna stood stone-faced as the woman waited, then huffed with impatience. Very well, if it must be so. Angharad, did it not seem strange that your mother did not desire you to return to Strathclyde with all haste when she heard you were well? Stop, I say, Ichna commanded, but the woman carried on. This woman made you a promise many winters ago that she would send word to your mother and father that you were safe in Fordingal. Yet no message was sent. Angharad sank back, astonished. But the warrior, I watched him ride out. I saw him return, saw the look upon his face. The warrior was sent to feast with Bride-Eye and journeyed no farther than his fortress on yonder hill. Your grandmother wished to keep you here at Fordingal. I understand her coffers have grown quite full due to your sight. Ichna stalked toward her, indignant. How dare you say such things? You know nothing. Do not heed her, Angharad. These keepers from the north have slippery ways of speaking. Her tongue is deceitful, it will spin you false. Be mindful how you speak to me, Ichna, the woman said. Whispers on the wind, you cannot conceal your deeds. I have it from one of your own. And now that all Tayside is talking of her, I cannot imagine you thought to conceal her for long. Angharad rounded upon her Henning. Is this true? You never sent word to my mother and father. Tell me, is this true? Ichna thrust her chin proudly. Everything I have done so that you might become who you are destined to be. Search yourself, little bird. Who would you be if I had left you broken? I healed you with my own hands. What might have become of you had you returned to your home? You never would have left your mother and father again to carry on with your training. You cannot deny the gift you have been given. Do, and it will consume you. I did not give you a choice, Angharad, but I gave you your life. You lied all of this time, Ichna frowned. Long ago I gave Strathclyde a daughter, and with your arrival the gods saw to it a daughter was returned. Your place is here with me. Nay, the dark-haired woman said, your mother never would have left you had she known you yet lived. And what do you know of my mother? Angharad asked sharply. I was her counsel many years ago. Now I know you are false. My mother had no counsel, she replied. Something flickered across the woman's face. Sadness or perhaps surprise, but she guarded herself closely and Angharad could not read any further. Enough, Ichna said quickly, sliding back the reed door. You have seen the girl, she is well, we have no need of you, you will leave. You have no power here, Ichna, not in this, the woman said. Angharad looked between them, anger boiling. I am not your gaming piece, she shouted. No messengers had been sent. Ichna had deceived her. The betrayal stung like a hornet's barb, and Angharad's eyes blurred with tears. She could hear no more. Before either woman could utter another word, she pushed past Ichna and ran from the hut. She heard her Henning call out for the guard as Angharad raced past the bewildered faces of her fellow novices, across the half-frozen field, and into the hut she shared with Ichna. Objects clattered to the ground as she yanked her belongings from a wooden shelf and threw them into her trunk. She thought in a frenzy where she might go. Home, she could scarcely recall it, a faded dream. There was Bride-Eye's Tayside fortress, but what fate awaited her there? He was Ichna's patron, he would only send her back. No, Angharad decided, she would strike out on her own. She snatched 2 spare woolen robes from their hooks on the wall and then, fastening her cloak over her shawl, grabbed her trunk and dragged it out the door. Up ahead, Mother Yu was a smear of emerald through her tears. The tree, the waterfall, and Fetla. Those were the things she would mourn the most. The trunk was not over-heavy but was cumbersome, scraping and dragging over the mucky earth. Angharad, what's happened? One of the priestesses called out. Where are you going? The women of Fortingall stood beyond the tree's enclosure in alarm as 3 warriors came jogging, spears in hand, answering Ichna's summons. Ichna's wrinkled face was bent in a scowl as she strode from the dreaming hut, the dark-haired woman following behind. "Ichna, this is not the way," the woman warned, but Ichna would not hear it. Her cheeks were tinged red. She did not favor rash behavior. She did not like that Angharad had made a scene. Now all the priestesses were watching. "Angharad, stop," Ichna commanded. Angharad did her Henin's bidding out of habit, but Ichna had lied. "Where do you think you are going, child? Stop this foolishness," her Henin admonished her. Angharad swallowed, gripping her trunk. They all stood there now, the priestesses and novices of Fortingall, watching. "You cannot leave." "I forbid it," Ichna said, but there was pain in her command. "I cannot stay, Lady Priestess." How her Henin seemed shaken by the cold formality with which Angharad used her title. Ichna stepped forward, taking her hands. "There is so much more I might teach you, Angharad. Your mother and Aloofed your own name, they will never taste the world of spirit that awaits you here. Do not be swayed by this woman. Stay with me. You are my blood daughter. Fortingall is your home. Let the girl make her own choice," the dark-haired woman said. "You have broken the bounds of hospitality, coming here to take my child," Ichna said. "You have stolen this child, and I have spoken with Bride," Ichna scoffed. "With Briachin more like." She turned to her men. "Take her to the boundaries of my land, and do not depart until you have seen her gone." Yet the warriors did not move. The dark-haired woman nodded to Angharad, her blue eyes calm. "Angharad, is this what you wish?" A soggy March wind gusted, stirring the priestess's hair as they stood before the great tree. Angharad set down her trunk and went a stand before Ichna. The old priestess lifted her hands to Angharad's face, her stormy eyes watering with tears. Angharad looked deeply into the blackness where Ichna's heart crouched, cradling its wounds. Ichna was so powerful, but now Angharad realized just how twisted she had been by fate. She gripped too tightly things she did not wish to lose. "I wish to go alone," Angharad said gently. "I will find my own way." "Go then," Ichna said at last. "You are free to leave, you have never been a prisoner here." But she spoke more for herself than to Angharad, it seemed. The old woman straightened, smoothing her wiry white hair. "Someday you will be grateful for all I have given you," Ichna said. Her Henin was so elderly. In 2 winters Ichna would be gone, Angharad knew this, and she did not wish to leave with bitter words on her tongue. "I am grateful now," Angharad lied. She bent to pick up the handle of her trunk. Though it was not heavy, its weight felt immeasurable. "I will take my leave," the dark-haired woman said. Bowing to Ichna, she drew up the hood of her cloak and started off down the narrow, mud-furrowed lane. Something tugged at Angharad, an urging, a whisper. She looked after the woman, wondering, but Fetla called out her name. "Angharad, wait!" Fetla was hurrying past the great yew and through the enclosure's wooden gate, her face tight, her slate-colored eyes fraught with distress. In her arms she carried a wooden box. "Your feathers," she said. In her haste, Angharad had forgotten them. Fetla extended the box, and Angharad took it, clutching it beneath her arm. She felt the presence of the birds like a blanket. "Thank you," she said. Fetla nodded, her stern expression wavering. Her gaze trailed after the dark-haired woman. Leaning in to kiss Angharad, she whispered in her ear, "Follow her." Angharad drew back, questioning. Then she understood. Somehow this was Fetla's doing, the arrival of this stranger. She wondered how Fetla had discovered her Henin's deception and when. Perhaps she had only just learned. That was what Angharad chose to believe. Angharad embraced her fellow sisters, then bent to carefully set the box of feathers in her wooden trunk. The wind kicked up, changing direction. It seemed nearly to push at her back as she followed the muddy boot prints the woman had left on the road. "Follow her," Fetla had said. But Angharad was uncertain. Only a little while ago, she had been grinding grain. Now she was running from home. She felt like a bird flushed from the bracken, heart skittering in her chest. She crouched to drag her trunk along, its metal fittings caked with mud. Dark clouds were mounting. She would not get far before being overtaken by the weather. She had not been practical. She had not been thinking. She spoke Pictish as if it were her first tongue, and no one dared trouble a priestess. But she was a girl of 16 winters without the robes of a priestess to protect her. Up ahead the woman in the blue cloak turned, as if only realizing someone was behind her. I am not following this stranger, Angharad thought. She and I only happened to be traveling in the same direction. The dark-haired woman stopped at the boulder marking the fork in the road and paused, looking about. She leaned her head from side to side as if to crack the bones of her neck. Angharad reached the boulder only to find the woman had settled her slender frame against it and drawn out a small apple from the deerskin satchel she wore across her shoulder. She ate it in slices off the tip of her knife. Hungry? She asked, offering a crescent. Angharad shook her head. A storm is coming, the woman said. Yes. What are your plans then? The woman's pale face was expectant, curious. I do not know. Angharad looked at her warily. She was a seer blind to deception. Hadn't the waterfall tried to warn her? Signe was made of water. Wind and weather pushed water about. But who was made of wind and weather, this woman who stood before her now? Angharad still did not understand. She knew only that she had wanted so badly to be mothered, to be a child, to be loved. And Signe had wanted to heal the wounds of a daughter she had given away too soon. All these years her Henin had concealed her, used her for her own ends. The dark-haired woman wiped her small blade on her cloak, sheathing it at her belt. You may walk a ways with me if you like. Where do you travel? To the Orcades. But you do not speak like a Pict, Angharad said. You have a funny way of speaking. As if it is not your native tongue. The woman laughed, a deep, silky sound that belied her narrow frame. You find that funny, Angharad frowned. It is only that you remind me of your mother, the woman said. Then she grew serious. I dwell in the Orcades, though I was born across the sea, but my story is mine to keep. I have heard of an isle of priestesses in the north. It is said they can raise storms. The woman turned to her. We wear the robes of the Kalich, as many priestesses do. But as for our secrets, unless you should decide to come with me, I am sorry, Angharad. Those, too, are mine to keep. The way you say my name, you speak as if you know me. I have told you already I once counseled your mother, before I was born to her. Yes. And why did she never speak of you? I believe when I left it made your mother quite sad. Well then, why did you leave her? I told your mother when I agreed to be her counsel that I did not answer to women and men. A woman of the gods remembers to listen. Always she knows when it is time to leave. I agree it is so, and that is precisely why I have left. Angharad stopped to yank her trunk over a protruding rock. They had come to the river. Ever since arriving at Fordingal, Angharad had felt as if the river had drawn her there. When she visited the waterfall, it beckoned as if to hold her, soothing her in its cold and weightless embrace. But now Angharad felt no such pull. It was as if the river had released her. The woman frowned at Angharad's trunk. What possession can you carry in that impossible box that is so necessary? Things I have collected over many seasons, Angharad said, tugging it determinedly. She looked at the woman from the corner of her eye. Angharad could not dispel the sense of familiarity. She had seen this woman before, but where? And then, in a flash, it came to her. The vision she'd had as a child in the woods after the battle. The dark-haired woman had been walking in morning mist, wearing a blue cloak. Please help me, which way? Angharad had begged. The woman had directed her into waiting danger. And yet, had the dark-haired woman truly led her astray, or had she been summoning Angharad since her long journey began? Angharad's skin tingled. Soon it would rain, the icy sort that brought phlegm and fever if one was exposed overlong. And the woman came from the north. Could she be one of the weather workers Angharad had heard of in legend? You said you came to speak to me about my training, Angharad said. Yes, there is a place for you if you would come. I can see you are gifted, but there is still much you might learn. I am only a messenger. You may ignore your summons. That is your choice. I would not tell you what you should or should not do, but we do not have long before the storm sets in. Somehow Angharad felt the woman warned of more than just weather. You could always return home, the woman said. I imagine your mother loves you very much and she has been deceived most terribly. Angharad considered it. The path was forked. 7 winters she had been away and so much had changed. There had been a time when all Angharad wished was to return to her childhood home, but she was not the little girl she once was. The cord to her mother had long since been severed. Angharad was a woman now. If I go with you and I do not feel it is right, am I free to leave? She asked. What a funny question, the woman said. We are always free. Angharad was intrigued by this woman. She loved her mother and she would return, but somehow Angharad knew this was not that day. Very well, I shall go with you. I am gladdened to hear it. Her tone was wry. Yes, you are very much like your mother. You make nothing easy. Nor do you, Angharad countered. For you have left me to drag my trunk on my own, and you have yet to even tell me your name. The woman stopped, her lips tugged into a smile. You are right, she said. My name is Aryan. She bent to grip the other handle of Angharad's trunk. Come then, child, we will carry it together. Chapter 36, Angharad Woodwick Bay Orcades Kingdom of the Picts 2nd of June. Ad 580 IT had taken nearly 3 weeks to reach the Bull Fort, Brideye's citadel at the northernmost point of the land of the Picts. As they sailed beyond the fort, there was nothing but ocean. But then, in the distance, a new world of islands sprang up before her eyes. What is the head priestess like at Woodwick Bay? Angharad asked. For I will admit I am nervous to meet her. Can she summon storms and scatter fog? Does she know many curses? Can she help heal the sick? Is she kindly or stern? Does she strike with a rod when giving her teachings? Aryan frowned, thinking. She never uses her power without purpose, like any good priestess. She has never used a rod upon novices because she has never been given cause to. She is proficient in healing enough to teach others. And I am certain she knows curses, but she casts them only at young girls who arrive asking far too many questions. As they traveled, Aryan had explained that the king of the Orcades was Sendalith. Sendalith was the patron of all the sacred settlements on the islands, of which there were 7. The settlement at Woodwick trains priestesses for the 6 sacred sites and beyond, Aryan said. Pledged to Sendalith were several chieftains who yet inhabited their ancestral isles, which were scattered both near and far, out to sea. All the lords, including the king, paid tribute to Brideye. It is much like the rest of Pictland, she said, only our little kingdom is floating. But the Orcades were not like the rest of Pictland. It was a place of deadly swirling whirlpools and whole islands inhabited by nothing but birds. Great beasts called whales sometimes washed up upon the beach, and the main island was largely without trees and exceedingly flat, the only real mounds upon it being hills of the dead. As they came up the eastern coast, arriving at Woodwick Bay, Angharad found she was utterly enchanted. The beach curved to meet the water like a waning moon. The shoreline was rocky and heaped with green and purple kelp, but beyond it the goddess had turned fickle, tossing up fat banks of wildflowers that spilled onto swaths of lush green grass. Warriors kept watch here, bowing to Aryan as she and Angharad carried the trunk, following a neatly kept path into a beautiful old wood. Roundhouses and a temple dotted the forest floor. Women came out to greet them, much like at Fordingal, yet all wore blue cloaks just as Aryan did. And as they caught sight of Aryan, they brightened or straightened or grew suddenly reverent, dropping their heads in a bow. "Welcome home, Lady Priestess," they said. Angharad turned to Aryan, gray eyes widening. "You told me you were only a messenger." "Yes, that is true. Yet they call you Lady Priestess." "What is a priestess if not a messenger of the gods?" Aryan asked, looking at Angharad expectantly. She smiled as they neared a tall young woman with dark hair and amber-colored eyes. "Here," Aryan said. "This is Katrin. She will show you where you will sleep. Spring passed into summer, and Angharad scarcely thought of Ichna's betrayal or the women of Fordingal she'd left behind. Woodwick became her new family, not only her sisters, all nearly as skilled as Angharad, but also the warriors and their families whom Sendaleith had settled in the Broch, a short way up the beach. Their task was the care and protection of the daughters of the Cailleach training at Woodwick Bay. It was a flat white morning in June when the women went out to gather kelp for the sheep, for they had a break before the afternoon teaching, and they always found delight in seeing what the storm tide had turned up. The waves lapped gently, but they soon lost one another, buried in cloud. Fog had rolled in, thick as a blanket. Now the blue-cloaked figures of the other novices were shadows flickering at the edges of another realm. Angharad smiled, delighted to be blind to everything around her. Always she was seeing. Now she could only feel. She stretched out her hand as far as it could reach, and her fingers disappeared into the unknown. Anything could emerge from out of this mist, she thought, gods or monsters. The isle could have come loose from its roots. It could be drifting out to sea even now, a vast and anchorless boat. She walked to the shoreline where water lapped at her leather boots, peering into the white. And then suddenly, slogging out of the thigh-deep water, appeared a man. Angharad went still. He was muscled and dressed for war, a golden torque fixed at his throat, his eyes the color of the sea and looking at Angharad as if she might be a selkie. Mannanan, she thought, but this was no god. This was a man of flesh and bone stumbling from the ocean, seawater clinging to his curly reddish-blonde hair. He blinked. Then one of the priestesses cried out. "Raiders!" Screams echoed in the fog as the raiders thundered out of the blinding mist, crashing their boats ashore. The watch horn at Woodwick Broch blasted in return, summoning more men as the warriors plunged into the white, weapons in hand. There was a moment when all was eerily quiet. Then the bay erupted into chaos. "Watch yourself!" one of the guards shouted, colliding with Angharad, sending her out of harm's way. Angharad skidded onto her bottom on the rocks. She and the raider from the sea looked at each other as if suddenly remembering their parts. She shouted a curse at him. He glanced at her, then leveled his weapons, eyes set upon the guard, dirk in one hand, sword in the other. The two men circled each other from a distance, testing and feinting, sizing each other up. The raider raised a brow at the guard, shaking his head slowly as if in warning. Her guard charged. It happened so quickly that Angharad did not even see the blow. Only blood spilling on sand and the guard's eyes blinking in surprise before he crumpled at her feet, going still. She screamed, grabbing hold of her wicker basket and swinging it at the raider's head as he lunged at her. "I am a wisdom keeper. We are not to be harmed," she shouted. Frowning, he reached to grab hold of her and she lashed out, thrashing and kicking. They tumbled onto the rocks, the raider's bulk falling on top of her, and Angharad beat at his ribs, struggling to break free. Then Angharad heard the raider exhale as if he'd been kicked. He cursed and leapt to his feet, leaving her prone upon the rocks. A spear pierced his torso, thrust by a warrior somewhere in the fog. The raider's face hardened as he gripped the wood, yanking the spear from his side and flipping it toward the guard running at him, impaling him in the throat. "Run, you fool," her instinct commanded. Two guards lay dead, but her legs would not obey her. The raider dropped to his knees, his face in a grimace. Angharad's mind raced. "Your lord is wounded," she called out, scrambling to her knees beside him. This man was a noble and likely their leader. If she saved him, they might spare the priestesses from harm. The spear had pierced his armor and blood was already darkening his tunic. "You are losing blood quickly. We must get you to the settlement," she said, pulling back his armor to better see the wound. "Leave it," he shouted, struggling to get up. Pictish was not his native tongue. "Stop struggling. You make it worse," she snapped, reaching for his arm to help him stand. She hoisted his arm over her shoulder, gripping his wrist. He smelled of sweat and seawater. "Sweet gods, you are heavy," she grunted as he leaned upon her shoulder. In the fog, Angharad could see only a few paces ahead, and she sucked in a breath as she stepped on the body of a fallen guard, his fingers curled into the earth as if he'd been crawling along the ground. "Stop this madness. We are keepers. Are you blind to our robes? Tell your men not to harm us. Tell them now." The raider only frowned. Angharad turned to look at him in disbelief, jabbing her elbow into the seeping source of his wound. He gave a strangled cry, glaring at her sidelong, but shouted something in Goidelic. He was a Scot then, a Westman. "Their tea's done, we will not harm you," he said. Angharad shook her head as she dragged him along the beach, body after lifeless body appearing in flashes of suspended horror from the fog. "Dead, dead, all of their guard dead. These warriors were our friends," she admonished him. "They were only doing their duty." "What man is not duty-bound?" he answered. Angharad scoffed, searching the whiteness for Arian. Straining, she caught sight of her standing nearer to the trees where the fog had begun to shift, moving off to sea. "Are you hurt?" Arian demanded. Angharad shook her head. "But this man is wounded and he is their lord," she said. "Take him to the temple." "I will be there shortly," Arian said. As a sudden gust of sea wind thinned the fog over the rocky crescent of beach, Angharad made out 30 men or more, sodden from the sea, plundering the fresh corpses of the Cruithne on the beach. "You Westmen are monsters. You show no respect." "Now that isn't true. We show them the same courtesy they offer us." Angharad pulled him along the path as his men surrounded the priestesses, ushering them in a line toward the settlement in the wood. They arrived at the wooden temple, and Angharad slipped from beneath his arm, offering no more aid. "Enter," she said, nodding to the temple door. As he stepped into the room, she forced him to meet her eyes. "Why have you come?" she demanded. The raider looked back defiant. Incensed, Angharad searched him. She saw boats, many boats, charging fast across the water, blood at the broch that belonged to King Sendaleith, bodies strewn everywhere. "You raided Sendaleith's broch," she said in alarm. "Tell me, is the king dead?" The man did not answer, but something told her it had been by his hand. "Bride, I will kill you for this," she said. The man pressed his hand to his wound. "Not if I kill him first." It was the way that he said it. His eyes told a story, but Angharad did not wish to search him any further. They would treat his wound and then he would go. "Arter." A tall, dark-haired warrior strode forward, stopping at the sight of the raider and his wound. "Arter," Angharad echoed, eyeing his torque. "You are the son of Eden the Scot, king of Manow and Dalriada." The man gave a perfunctory nod. Arter did not seem pleased that Angharad had known him, but who did not know of him? Eden and his many sons, the men of Gabron, were among the bitterest enemies of the Cruithne. Brideye had killed Eden Mac Gabron's father, begetting a blood feud. Now Arter stood before her, and Angharad had aided him. What in the name of the gods had she done? She scarcely had time to consider it before Arian stormed through the temple door and the men drew their swords. "How dare you lift your weapons in such a place?" she reprimanded them. "Sheath your blades and do not raise them to me again." They looked to Arter and he said, "Go on, do as she says." "Who else among you is wounded?" Arian demanded. Arter's face reddened when no others came forward. Angharad felt his deep stab of shame. "You have forced a sanctuary here, but I will grant it only for the wounded," Arian said. "2 men may stay with you, the others must go." Arter glanced at the dark-haired warrior. It seemed they could understand each other without speaking. His brother, Angharad, thought. "I need only 1 man, Kai will stay." The warrior nodded. "Sendaleith is dead," Angharad said. Arian closed her eyes a moment, then opened them, eyeing the men. It was dangerous each moment they lingered. And they could not shelter 30 men at the temple. There was no place to hide them. "Our king is dead, and your boats are full of plunder stained by the death of our people. Have your men bring in our dead before they depart, and you will not forget the kindness we have shown. Do you understand?" Arter met her gaze. "Aye, that's fair. I'll give my word." The raiders worked hurriedly to carry in the dead from the beach, then gathered round Arter as he spoke in low tones. With the fallen Cruthne laid out, the priestesses began washing their wounds clean, scarcely looking up as the raiders strode from the temple and set sail back to Dalriada, leaving Ardor and Kai behind. "Remove your armor and tunic and lie upon the table," Arian instructed Ardor, then turned to Angharad. "You will help tend him," she said. "Surely I am of better use elsewhere." "Sendalith is dead, and we shelter his murderer," Arian replied. "Even now all the warriors of the Orcades will be scouring the coast. I need you to tend him because you are gifted at all you turn to, and we must see him gone." "Of course, I will do it," Angharad said. She pressed a linen to the wound to try to staunch the blood, and Ardor winced. "You, Kai," she said, "press the wound while I fix a poultice." Arian nodded. "Good then, I must go quickly to the Brock. The women and children will be frightened, and they deserve to know of the dead." The dark-haired warrior Kai did as Angharad bade while she prepared a poultice of fern root, bog myrtle, and moss, then packed the wound. "Little more than a graze," Angharad said, though it was quite grisly. "You are lucky it did not pierce deeper. You would surely be dead." She had scarcely wrapped the clean linens over Ardor's shoulder and round his ribs when Katrin burst through the temple door. "Bright-Eye's men, his warriors are coming," she said. The priestesses who yet tended the dead looked to Angharad in alarm. She cursed, yanking off her blue robe and thrusting it at Kai. "Here, put this on. And you," she turned to Ardor, "lie there and feign the death I wish had found you." Ardor frowned but lay flat once more, eyes closed in a semblance of eternal sleep. "Draw up your hood," she motioned to the priestesses. "Kai, turn your back to the door and help me tend him." Just then the temple door opened and 3 of Bright-Eye's men strode in. At the sight of the dead scattering the temple, they stopped, tapping 2 fingers over their hearts. "We would find the men who have done this," Bright-Eye's man said. "Did any see which direction they fled? Did any stay ashore?" "Nay," Angharad said. "They pushed off from the bay. We saw nothing more as we were tending the dead. Their families will soon come, and we would have them cleaned so as not to frighten the children." "Well enough," he nodded. "But you are now without guard. Men from the mainland will arrive in 5 days' time." "Can you keep safe enough till then?" Angharad nodded. The man looked round the oil-lit temple. "We will leave you to carry on your prayers for the dead," he said, and ducking in apology they left. Ardor and Kai kept motionless until the warriors' footfalls retreated. Then Kai offered his hand and pulled Ardor to sitting. Angharad steadied her breathing. "Why did you land on our shore? Was your lust for blood not satisfied by your slaughter at Sendalith's Brock?" she asked. "We were separated from our fleet in the fog on the Einhalo Sound. We wouldn't harm priestesses, despite what you think," Ardor replied. "Oh, but you will chase them like hounds. I didn't wish to have villagers summoning the guard. If you hadn't screamed, I wouldn't have chased you." "Who would not scream at the sight of raiders appearing out of the sea?" He looked at her a moment, then tipped his head as if conceding her point. "Come, you cannot stay here. The families will soon come to sit with their dead." Angharad led Ardor and Kai to the hut she shared with Katrin. "I suppose you must stay here unless our lady priestess says any different. Katrin and I will bed elsewhere." "I would not send you from your beds," Ardor said. "You are not well enough to travel," she told Ardor. "A journey by boat may kill you. There's no helping it now. Stay here. We will bring food when we can." The next morning Arian sent Kai to aid in the washing to earn his sanctuary, while Angharad returned to change the dressing on Ardor's wound. Her fingers were cold, and he stiffened as they brushed against his bare chest. "I go on then," he said, and Angharad unwound the linen. Ardor's torso was impressively muscled, and she tried not to notice the smoothness of his skin beneath her fingers as she gently removed the dressing. "How many winters are you?" Angharad asked, curious. 22. "And what of you?" 17. "Ah, 17, he studied her. "You ken my name, yet you've not told me yours, Lady Priestess." Angharad looked up. "I'm not yet a priestess, I am only a novice." "Lady Novice," he squinted at her, waiting. "My name is mine to keep," Angharad said, though not unkindly. He allowed a smile. "My father's first wife is a Pict, as are 2 of my brothers. I ken their ways well." Is this why your father wars against Brighteye? He would have one of his own sons upon the throne. We war against Brighteye because he is a pestilence. He murdered my forefather Gabron and does not cease in raiding our land. He wants Mana for his own and Dalriada too. Until Brighteye is dead, we will never know peace. And what would you do with peace when you and your family are so crafted for war? Ardor considered it. I cannot say. Study the songs, perhaps. Angharad laughed, then regretted it. You would study the songs? She asked carefully. Every lord studies them, but songs cannot win a kingdom. Stories are a different sort of survival, Angharad said. I agree. I've brought a clean tunic, she said, passing it to him. It belonged to one of our guard. Ardor nodded in thanks, but Angharad's eyes lingered on his bandaged wound as he pulled the tunic awkwardly over his head. It was my fault, wasn't it? Angharad asked. Your wound. You were sheltering me on the beach. I didn't realize, but you were trying to shield me from all the flying points, she trailed off, waving her hand, and Ardor's mouth turned up at the corners. Nay, the spear may have struck me wherever I stood. Angharad shook her head, meeting his eyes. It would have struck me. I should have thanked you. He lifted a brow. Go on then, I'll wait. I've nowhere else to be just now. Thank you, she said earnestly. He cleared his throat. Well, Kai stole a fisherman's boat by night and hid it in the brush. Over the next few days, Angharad and Ardor fell into a comfort as she visited the hut to tend him. But as the day approached when Bright-Eye's men were due to arrive, Ardor's wound was not yet healing as it should. Each time I come in, you are pacing, Angharad said. You must do as I say and lie back and rest, or you will not be sound enough to journey home. Ardor looked up as if he'd forgotten Angharad was near. She felt the confinement in him, his frustration. He was frantic as a caged beast. I can take it from you if you'll let me, Angharad said softly, so you might find some sleep. Ardor stopped pacing, his eyes on hers. How? Come, sit before me. Ardor sat upon a stool. Now that he was so close, Angharad wished she had not offered. It would link them, she knew. But Ardor could not heal if he would not rest. Angharad took a steadying breath and lifted her hands, looking into his eyes. As their gazes met, a sensation passed through her, a rush or a quickening, as if she had drunk too much ale. She looked away. The sensation was penetrating, unsettling, awakening. It was too strong, too much. But the path Angharad walked was a crooked one, and she knew better than to see this man, Ardor, as only a man. Look deeper, she told herself. Her interest in Ardor distracted her. She understood then that the goddess had sent this man so that Angharad might learn to better command her own skill. This was why Arian had demanded she tend to him. Close your eyes, Angharad said. Ardor hesitated, and Angharad realized Eden's son did not have the luxury of vulnerability. She had encountered others like that, mostly warriors, mostly men. She would have to show him the way. Angharad placed her hands gently on either side of his head. The goddess was a mother tending to her child. A priestess's body was merely a vessel. Ardor's lashes settled upon his cheek at her touch, his breath growing even. When Angharad next looked down, Ardor the little boy sat before her. His eyes, though closed, were blue pools of innocence. Look how the world had worn him. Now he had a spear wound in his side and armor leathering his heart. She drew it into her body, the discomfort rocking her in waves. She yielded to it, allowing it in. Ardor let out a sigh. He opened his eyes, looking into hers. Thank you, Lady Priestess, he said. She smiled. I told you I am only a novice. She risked a glance at him, then said it before she might take it back. Angharad, that is my name. Angharad, Ardor said. His voice was quiet, and Angharad was taken aback by the tenderness beneath it. Linked, she had known it. There was nothing for it now. Their gaze held new meaning. Where did you learn that skill, Angharad? Ardor asked. From a priestess in Fordingal, but also from my uncle. When I was a young girl, I left my mother and father to train with him, Angharad said. He used to take the tears from me some nights when I was weeping. He was a wisdom keeper, Ardor asked. He was. Lailoken was his name. Ardor looked at her, blinking. Lailoken, you say? Yes, But then I was lost from him, and Angharad bowed her head, the weight of it too much a burden after Arthur's strong healing. But Arthur's face was full of wonder. Angharad, of course, you're Lailoken's young niece, he said. You know my uncle. Aye, he said. I ken your uncle well. And he is yet living, she asked, astounded. Aye, and he's never forgotten you. He speaks of you all the time. Angharad's head was spinning. However did you meet? Have you not heard of the raid on Clyde Rock? What raid? Angharad's eyes widened. Her mother and father, her brother and her sister. Tell me, you must tell me, Arthur. Aye, he said calmly. The raid of Eden Mac Gabron on Clyde Rock. It's been 6 winters since, but your uncle aided in it. That's how I came to know him. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you. 6 winters ago, Ichna had never told her even if she'd known. Please, I must know, were any of my family harmed, she demanded. Ach no, he frowned as if to reassure her. Warriors all. Angharad nodded, mind racing. And where is my uncle now? Arthur hesitated. She could sense her uncle's whereabouts were a secret he kept close. She looked at him, beseeching, please. Well enough. Your uncle is in exile in the Caledonian wood. He's settled on the land of a chieftain called Archer, should you ever need to find him. Thank you, she said. Aye. Silence fell between them as Angharad let settle all Arthur had said. A raid on Clyde Rock. What else might have happened in the years Angharad had been away? She'd felt at peace with her decision to train at Woodwick Bay, but now, for the first time, she began to wonder if it might not soon be time to return home. Arthur, she asked quietly. Yes, Angharad. His blue eyes looked almost hopeful. If you should see Lailoken again, will you carry some words from me? He bowed his head. Aye, tell him that I love him and that I do not blame him. And Angharad searched. Please tell him I hope to someday see him again. I'll tell him, Arthur promised. Lailoken had avenged Arthurrid, but her poor mother to be caught in the midst of so much bloodshed. Angharad blinked a tear and Arthur reached gently to brush it from her face. I've upset you. Perhaps I should have held my tongue. Nay, I'm glad you've told me. 'Tis only it seems so strange that you and I have met, and that you would know my uncle. It seems almost fated. The playfulness in his tone belied the heaviness of his gaze. Everything is fated in one way or another, is it not? She answered. I suppose it is. Arthur considered her. You're lovely. Do you know that, Angharad? She did not know how to answer. She opened her mouth to speak, but just then the door to the hut opened and Arian appeared with Kai. Arthur, the boat is ready. Are you hale? Kai asked. Arian turned to her. What say you, Angharad? Is he ready for travel? Angharad blinked, returning to herself. Yes, I believe so. I'm feeling well enough now, Arthur added. That is fortunate, Arian said, for we've just gotten word that Bright Eye's men will arrive here by day's end. Angharad's stomach sank. Arthur looked at her a moment, but Kai stood impatient, and she felt Arthur's armor envelop him again. I will endanger you no longer. We've taken too much of your kindness already. We're grateful for your hospitality. Arian nodded, passing him a sack of food. It was better that Arthur go, Angharad reasoned. His presence tested her, and the pull she felt to him left her scattered and distracted. But Angharad had surmounted the challenge and helped him, hadn't she? She gave thanks for that. And had he not landed here 4 mornings ago, she might never have learned of her uncle. Angharad walked him to the door, and Arthur stopped, turning. I'll give your message to your uncle, he said. He'll be joyed to receive it. She was too aware of Arian and Kai standing close. All she could say was thank you. I wish you safe travels. But Arthur took her hand, brushing her knuckles with a kiss. You've healed me, Lady Priestess. I will never forget it. Chapter 30, 7 Lailoken Grey Mare's Tail Falls Kingdom of the Selgavi 13th of June. Ad 580 I was standing at the foot of the waterfall, training with my blade. The pounding of the water was deafening, its spray beating my beard in 1,000 tiny pearls. He came readily now when I called him, the keeper of the falls. When you are in exile, time is an enemy, unless one learns to make it a slave. Pain and adversity were my tutors. I exposed my body to such elements the likes of which few others could endure. I no longer wanted such things as Lailoken the man would want. I lost my taste for meat, for its flesh tasted only of death. Initiates came from Scotia. Let them come, I said. Let them come, Archer agreed. For Eden Mac Gabron sent word of a gathering across the sea at Drumseat. King Ede had outlawed wisdom keepers with the support of a priest named Columba. Send your brightest minds, then, to me, I said. Whisper on the wind that a haven awaits. Come to the forest. Come to Suibne, the wild man, I will take you in. Chapter 38 Langurith Grey Mare's Tail Falls Kingdom of the Selgavi 13th of June. Add 580 Era and I had been traveling for days by the time we reached the waterfall with my men. We'd found the chieftain called Archer in his hall, only to have him direct us a half-day farther into the Caledonian deep. Go to the Mare's Tail, Lord Archer had said. You'll find your brother there. So we rode to the place where a ringed stone wall stood upon a little mount, all that remained of an old Selgovian fortress. A sliver of white water cascaded down an impossibly high cliff, and I searched the vast landscape, feeling the land's thrumming power. Keep back, Torin, I told him, turning to my guard. We don't wish to send him running. I am shamed to say that neither I nor Ira knew my brother at first when we spotted him beneath the falls. I am shamed to say I thought, who is that madman spinning beneath the water's spray wrapped in pelts? He was thin, too thin, and his once neatly kempt hair had gone bushy and wild, threading down his shoulders in tangles and plaits. He was training with his sword. I had seen him work the weapon 1,000 times. But now, as Ira ran to him, he rounded with a wary sort of rage. 7 long years my brother had been hunted. And then recognition dawned. He blinked in disbelief. His eyes were a question. Can it be you? His blue eyes trailed past Ira to where I stood. Can it be you? A keening escaped me as I ran to him, as Ira ran to him, and the three of us collided, tears streaming. But it was no longer just me and Lailoken now. I stepped back to give space for his love. He and Ira spoke hurriedly, their faces together, holding each other's cheeks. Then my twin came and drew me to him. I am sorry, I said, my words muffled by his pelted shoulder. We could not come until now. I knew you could not. He drew back, holding me at arm's length. He searched my eyes as if to find the story of the past 7 winters, even as I searched his. I saw wisdom there and suffering, a new kind of strength. He smiled and gestured to the twisted gold torque at my throat. Pretty, he quipped. Was it a gift? But he was yet waiting. Come, I beckoned Ira. Let the 3 of us sit. We settled on some boulders at the water's edge, warm from the sun. Tutquil is dead. Ritterch has been named king, and I am now queen, I told him. You knew this. I hear much from this place in the forest. You might be surprised. I will admit I did not think to see you here at the falls. Then you knew I was coming. Your caravan is difficult for a scout to miss. You do not travel in small company, Langurith, but I am so happy for you, sister. You are the queen our people have waited for. Our father would be proud. His blue eyes were filled with warmth. No number, don't you see, Lailoken? I have come to bring you out of exile, I and Ira. Ritterch wishes for you to be his counsel. We have come to bring you home. But this is my home. I shook my head. No, brother, how can you say that? Your home is with me in Strathclyde, where it has always been. He frowned. Strathclyde has not been my home for quite some time. Ira, who'd been listening, reached to touch his bearded cheek. Lailoken, I think you are a man much changed. If that is so, then change was much needed, he said. I answered, the death of my kin. Everything I have done since I have done in search of some sort of peace. She took away her hand, and it settled uncertainly. Brother, I am offering you freedom, freedom to come home. Is that not what you wish? Is that not what we have waited for these past 7 years? At what cost? He asked. Very well. I knit my fingers in my lap. At great cost, for Mungo, too, returns from exile. And the Christian lords of Strathclyde have demanded his place as Ritterch's counsel. You and Mungo would offer counsel together. His blue eyes went wide, and then he laughed. He laughed with the wild abandon of a madman, his hand to his stomach. "I cannot say I share your humor," I said when he ceased. "No," he agreed. "Your humor has left you, for surely you might have seen what folly this is." Ira frowned. The man I knew would have been eager at the opportunity to quell Mungo's influence. "This is what your sister and Ridderch offer, Lailoken, that and your freedom. My love, they offer me shackles, here I am free. Ridderch seeks me out to quell the worries of the lords of the old way. And he fears Eden, king of Dalriada and Manau, a man I now call a friend, along with his son Arter. He would use me to his ends. Mungo," he gathered his mucus and spat, then turned, looking at the empty path behind him. I watched his eyes trail to the top of the falls. "Come," he said. "You are weary from your travels. I would take you to our village. You will see what it has become." But he stopped when we strode toward my guard. "I'll not lead a caravan of Strathclyde soldiers to our door. Pick one man and make it one you trust. The rest must wait at Archer's." "Well enough," I said. "Torin." Torin nodded, and I climbed astride my horse. Lailoken mounted Ira's mare, helping her sit before him. Wrapping his arms round her waist, he led the way along the trail. We had not spied any huts from the forest road. As the rest of my guard followed back to Lord Archer's hall, we turned at a silver birch, following a herd path that twisted and folded in upon itself. Lailoken took one way, and then the next in a manner that left me utterly disoriented until the path suddenly widened, becoming one trodden by many feet. It was a boot print in mud that summoned thoughts of Maelgwn. Could one of these prints be his? I had bent my mind and my heart to loving my husband. I had tried to push Maelgwn from my mind, dismissing the fact that finding my brother would very likely mean seeing my love once more. But now, as we drew closer to the place where the dragon warriors had sought refuge, I felt all the more a traitor for becoming another man's queen. It had been 8 years since Maelgwn last touched me, yet I still carried the ring in my pocket, still found myself brushing my thumb against my fingers as if some trace of him lingered there. He had been with me always, a shade in the shadows of my chamber, unseen by any but me. Lailoken spoke of freedom. How lucky my brother was. There was no freedom for me, not while Maelgwn yet breathed. Soon we saw huts. Some ramshackle, some neatly kept, built with what pieces of wood and nature's gifts as could be spared. Lailoken called out a greeting, nodding at the men and women who came out of their shelters. There were dozens of them, possibly hundreds, and though they beamed at the sight of my brother, their faces went stony as I passed slowly by. "Why do they look at me so?" I whispered as we drew ever deeper into the forest. "Because you are wedded to Ridderch," he said, "the new Christian king. They do not understand the path I must tread. It has been treacherous to them, which is why they look at you so. Do not speak to me about treachery, Lailoken. I have lost both a daughter and a son, and he'd no idea what Ira had endured. Lailoken bowed his head. We rode a while in silence. The wood thickened, broad-trunked oaks and fat towering pines, and then at last we came to a pasture at the foot of a mountain. Clouds choked the crevasse that led up into escape, drawing a cloak over the hilltops. It was beautiful, beautiful and desolate. "Did you ever have to flee?" Ira asked, and Lailoken followed her gaze. "Once or twice. In the beginning we climbed the valley each day, those who were able. We had to gain strength. We had to know we could climb faster and with surer feet than any who sought us from below." The thought of it struck me, and I wanted to tell him how a day had not passed when I had not thought of him, thought of them all. But then up ahead, I spotted a little farmstead. There at the mouth of the valley sat 2 thatched huts of wattle and daub, encircled by an unassuming earthen bank, their only protection a wall of sharpened stakes. Goats milled, grazing on new spring shoots. Beside the stream, a Fulakt Fian had been dug out for cooking, garment washing, ritual and bathing, the squat dome beside it covered in skins. And then, like a trick of the eye, warriors stepped into sight as if dropping from a hidden realm. They appeared from behind boulders or the boughs of a tree. From behind Torin's horse came two men I would have sworn a moment ago had not stood there. They came, too, unhurried from the doors of the huts. I had steeled myself all the way to Black Mountain to show the warrior's strength rather than weakness. But now, as they stood, shoulders back, looking at me in silence, I was overcome. Proud and noble men persecuted, hunted, dishonored, survivors of a forgotten kingdom, the last of Pendragon's men. My fingers flew to my mouth and I swallowed a sob, but their eyes were full of distrust. Did they not know how I loved them? Did they not understand where my loyalty lay? "Stop," I said to Torin. "Stop here." I dropped from the horse and walked to the fence. "Let them see me," I prayed. "Help them see the honor in which I hold them." Lailoken lifted his hand, gesturing to the men. "You recall Diamid the diviner and of course Fendwin." I smiled and clasped both their hands. "It does me much good to see you. I am so glad you are hale." And then I heard his voice, the one I had so longed to hear, unaltered by time, unaltered by circumstance. "Welcome, Langurith of Cads, Queen of Strathclyde." Maelgwn stepped through the cluster of men. There were no new scars upon him, only the familiar little crescent that cut into one dark brow. But his black hair had grown long and fell loose past his shoulders. He stopped before me and his men waited, watching. Maelgwn bowed ever so slightly. Then, eyes locked upon mine, he dropped down to one knee. One by one the dragon warriors followed. I could no longer hold back my tears. Maelgwn stood then and nodded, turning to his men. "You have waited many long winters. Now at last our queen has come home." Chapter 39. Langurith. A time long ago, Maelgwn and I spoke of running away, boarding a boat out of Reeged and sailing off. This now was a taste of the life we might have had, friends gathered round a hearth telling stories, the touch of a hand at the passing of a cup, our eyes catching each other's when we laughed. I had tasted it before, in the moments we'd stolen. I had buried the memories like acorns in the crevices of my heart. For a little while there in the huts at the foot of Black Mountain, the rest of the world felt so far away. Then I turned my head and the terminus of my torque poked the hollow of my throat. I looked at Maelgwn and mourned for all the years of a life unlived. One we might have, in some other dream, dwelled in together. He looked up from across the hut, sensing my shift like a change in the weather. "Aye, that's a lovely tune," Diamid grumbled to the song-keeper plucking her crute. "You'll soon have us dashing our heads against rocks." "Torin," I set down my cup. "I would speak with Maelgwn Pendragon." Torin nodded and stood to summon him, picking his way over men seated on the rush matting upon the floor. Maelgwn leaned forward, his green eyes upon me as Torin spoke. "You would speak with me," he said, closing the space between us. "Yes, if you do not find it a trouble." His brows drew together at the nerves in my voice. "Come, the other hut is at your disposal." "I will follow," Torin said, "for it would not be seemly." But I had already beckoned my brother. "Lailoken will come. Will you keep watch outside?" "If you wish it," Torin said. The hut was littered with skins for sleeping and smelled of men. Lailoken ducked through the entryway and nodded at us both, then sat upon a chair, turning it to face the door to give us what privacy he could. Maelgwn drew two stools side by side, then reached for a hunk of wood to toss onto the hearth. "The fire," he said. "We must give a care not to let it die out." But his eyes held more meaning. Awkwardness fell between us, and I felt like a child. For all the absence we'd sustained, embers had burned between us. But now, after the Battle of Arderid and the 7 long years of exile, after Ridderch's ascension to the throne and my queenship, seeing Maelgwn only made me more aware of the toll this endless and disorienting battle between duty and love had taken on the both of us. I loved him. I longed for him. But I was so very weary. I no longer wished to be that careless young woman consumed by an impossible love and dreams of running away. My place was in Strathclyde, at the center of a kingdom. I had a duty to my people, and the trial of my days had only just begun. "You look well," I said, sitting, smoothing my skirt. "I worried over you. I worried you had been injured or worse." I am hale." I am sorry, a look passed between us. Sorry my husband had brought war to them, that they had spent these past 7 years in exile, that I had been unable to see them sooner, that now my position would forever keep us apart. He read my face, and I saw the shift and roil of my emotions reflected in his eyes. You sent warning at great risk to yourself. I swore to you I would protect your daughter, he said. I failed you. I am sorry. It seems we were all tasked with things we could not do. He straightened then, a formality entering his tone. And you look well. Your new station suits you. Thank you, I bowed my head. His stool was close enough to mine that our knees rested against one another. It was dizzying, his nearness. It had always been so, but perhaps that was due to the fact that it had always been forbidden. Ritterch has asked Lailoken to be his counsel, I said. And Lailoken has yet to make up his mind, my brother spoke up from his chair. If he would agree, I went on, would you indeed be able to spare him? Was a ridiculous question. It was Lailoken's choice to make, and Queens did not ask, but I could not find my way to the root of it, not yet. Maelgwn crossed his arms over his broad chest. It is most considerate of you to ask, my queen, but you know you needn't. I always knew that should anything happen to Gwendolau you would become Pendragon. Now you have, and Lailoken is your counsel. Come, Languoreth. Both you and I know I rule over nothing, not any longer. You rule the hearts of these men. That much is evident. And what of the hundreds of people who have flocked here to live with you in the wood? Fair, he acknowledged. That is an honor, for they are remarkable people, and my men are remarkable men. He cleared his throat. Our scouts bring word that the Angles are massing in Bernicia. Ours here the same. Ours, he nodded. When our eyes met, I saw sadness in their depths. I knew this would come. I think I have always known. Have I lost you then? I had not expected him to ask so forthrightly. I had not thought to feel as I did. We looked at each other, Maelgwn searching me searching myself. I could not do it any longer, undergo this guilt and this torture. There had been too much suffering. There had been too many things I had lost. Maelgwn's hands rested upon his lap. I reached carefully to cover them in mine, and his eyes closed at my touch. I made myself say the words. I will always love you, I said. But I cannot bear the weight of that loving any longer. There is too much at stake. This must be done. He opened his eyes, and I saw his hurt. There were so many days I imagined you here before me, he said. I imagined it 1,000 different times, this first touch after so long, after surviving all we have done. Never did I imagine that you would say this. I pressed his hands, fighting to keep my voice steady. I have lost my daughter, my son. I have lost you over and over again. I cannot do it any longer, Maelgwn. It breaks me. He was quiet a long moment. Then he straightened, easing his fingers from mine. I understand, he said. I am not certain you do, I said, begging him to see. For so many years you have held half my heart. Battle is coming, unlike any we have seen. I am needed by my husband and my people. I must mend my spirit and hold it intact if indeed this war is to be won. No, Languoreth, he stood. He was not angry, but his olive skin looked pale in the hearth light. I do understand. All this time, I had given you the whole of my heart, and you suffered in torture, giving only one half. My conversation with Maelgwn left me nauseated and reeling. I woke the next morning feeling desolate. I'd worn myself thin arguing with Lailoken over Mungo until the wee hours. I was slated to stay, as the journey had been tiring, but I could see how my presence pained Maelgwn. I could feel how it yet ripped at me. I would leave today and stay somewhere along the road. Ira found me as I was leaving the hut. Sister, I am going to stay, she said. Lailoken and we have been too long apart. I must have more time. There is so much we have not yet discussed. No, you needn't explain. I took her hands. Please know that I am so truly happy for you. It is only that I am so very preoccupied with my own worries. Stay. I had imagined as much. With any hope, I will see you quite soon. Yes, I hope it is so. She nodded to Lailoken, who was striding toward the hut. For I, too, have spoken with your brother. Will you tell her then? She asked him. He came to stand before me. His humor was gone, and in its place the solemn resolve I had prayed to see. "Tell Ritterch I will meet him," he said, "but it cannot be here. I will not risk any lives. I think that is wise. Let us meet at the fort of Dun Meldred in 2 weeks' time. It is more than a day's travel north by foot. You could have come from anywhere. Meldred is a Christian. Yes, and I've considered it. There cannot be a more advantageous point to meet. Meldred will feel the import in holding such a gathering on his own land. He may be a Christian, but he is young, and you should impress upon him your influence. Mungo will insist on being there, I have no doubt, but I will travel with my own retinue. I will wait for you there." "Well enough. A fortnight. Keep safe, brother. And you, sister." As Torin and I followed one of Archer's men back into the forest, I turned one last time, looking up into the cleft of the valley. Maelgun was nowhere to be seen. I straightened my shoulders and fixed my eyes on the road ahead, leaving the settlement of the dragons behind. Chapter 40, Angharad Woodwick Bay Orcade's Kingdom of the Picts, 22nd of June. Ad 580, a Angharad dreamed that night of a man in a cloak made of feathers. He stood atop a towering waterfall. There were mountains all round, and she could feel the lochs and streamlets nestled in their depths. The feathers of his cloak, jackdaw, raven, owl, hawk, rustled in breaths of wind and mist that kicked up off the water. "What place is this?" Angharad asked. But the man did not answer. She looked to where his eyes were set. In the distance, a great forest stretched, covering the earth like a rich emerald cloth. He lifted his arm to point, but Angharad saw nothing, only leagues upon leagues of river, trees, and sky. She tried harder. She reached out with her unseen fingers, the ones that helped her to sense all of the things that lay beneath. The forest was breathing. Beneath the oaks, wolves trotted over leaf litter. Wild boar dug their spear-pointed feet into the earth, churning it up. Yet all was not well. There was something in the distance, something stirring that caused the wolf and the boar to lift their heads as if trying to catch a scent on the wind. And then Angharad heard it coming, like hoofbeats, ominous as the pounding of a death drum. She did not see the beast, but she could feel it. She sensed it in the way of the wolf and the pig, in the rank breath that puffed from its nostrils, the insatiable hunger that twisted its face. The beast was the size of fleets, the size of legions. Its influence crossed oceans and far-flung lands of forest or ice or grass, ancient and vast. She saw in flashes the horrors it had wrought, spanning the length of mankind's memory. It fed its young off the hearts of wicked men. "There are yet forces upon this earth more powerful than you," Angharad told it. "You are not older than the weather. You are younger still than mountains. You do not command all." She realized too late that she should not have spoken, for the beast heard her and lifted its great head. "I cannot stay here," she said to the man beside her with a dawning sense of dread. But the man was no longer there. He was plummeting down the gash in the hillside, arms outstretched as if he thought he might fly. Blood bloomed in the water below, where the shattered body of the man in the feathered cloak now lay, dreaming with the dead. Angharad woke, her skin clammy in the dark. She remembered the cool touch of her mother's hand upon her forehead when she was a child and woke from night terrors. "'Twas only a dream. Close your eyes and practice your numbers," she would say. Only a dream. There had been many a time in Fordingal when she had wished it were so. She had peered into the cracks of so many women and men. Angharad went to the hearth, squatting to touch a reed to the embers to light her nearby taper. But even as the wick caught, casting a small but reassuring beacon, she felt ill at ease. Guarding the light with a cupped palm, she stepped from the hut she shared with Katrin and counted the paces she walked in the dark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The taper lit Arian's pale skin as Angharad stirred her gently from sleep. She sat up suddenly, alert as any watchman. "What is it?" the priestess asked. "War is coming," Angharad said. "Tell me." "I dreamed of a beast with no body. It scours, ever hungry. It came before Arterid. Now it comes yet again." You speak as if this beast had retreated only now to return, Arian said, wrapping her blanket round her as she swung her feet over the edge of her bed. War is ever lurking. It is we who let it in. She looked up. Who has let it in? Angharad closed her eyes. I cannot say. It came in a dream, but I could not see the threat itself. What use is a warning without understanding? Dreams are visions, and those who send them do not delight in speaking our tongue. You were raised in a world of dreaming, Angharad. You must trust you will find the answers you seek. Tell me of this dream. Arian listened as Angharad told her of the man in the cloak, of the wolf and the boar. There was a time not so long ago when wisdom keepers wore such cloaks, Arian said. Keepers, you say? Angharad asked. Yes. There was a song keeper who wore such a cloak to enable him to wing to the world of Anon and so bring back his tales. Diviners used them for their ends. And in women adept in their dreaming, it enabled them to fly. Angharad saw blood blooming in water. I do not think it was so. Very well. Arian tilted her head. If that is what you believe. The man leapt from the falls to his death. And what did he do before he leapt? Arian asked. Angharad searched her memory. He only pointed to the forest. No, that is not what I mean. She looked at Angharad as if considering something. If you should dream of him again, perhaps you will see. Angharad's head ached. Why must spirits always communicate in riddles? At least elements speak plain. You know the meaning, Arian insisted. Tell me the simplest thing. What did you feel? Fear, Angharad said. I felt terribly afraid. Why? Because the Angles are coming for those I yet love. They will come through a great forest attacking the Britons, first the Goddardin, then Strathclyde. Angharad spoke as if trying out the words. She looked at Arian. The great forest I saw. It must be the Caledonian Wood. Ardor said that my uncle was there. Angharad, I think it is time you return to your mother, Arian said. Yes, Angharad agreed, searching the glowing heat. The flame flickered. Then she knew. Yes, it is time, she said. I want to return, but I do not think we are meant to travel alone. Dun Dayog was just as Angharad remembered it. As they followed the narrow path up from the quay, entering into the shelter of the forest, where sturdy stone huts were nestled and children trailed behind them, eyes wide as eggs. She had come here first as a child herself, lost and alone save the company of Brother Thomas, whom she had never again seen and would never forget. Now she returned nearly a priestess, accompanied by Arian and their small retinue of men. What is it? Angharad asked Arian. You're thinking of something. It is only that I wonder why a Pictish chieftain would ride out in aid of the Britons. She is not only a chieftain, Angharad said. She was an initiate of Ichna's once. Arian raised a brow. It shouldn't be far now, Angharad said as they mounted a steep hill. The hall was more an imposing hut than a wooden feast hall like that of the Britons. Windowless and built of dry stone, it had a turf roof and a sturdy wooden door. 4 warriors stood waiting with spears in hand, wearing summer cloaks. As they caught sight of the priestesses, they bowed their heads, and a stocky warrior with a twisting serpent tattooed upon his neck opened the door to admit them. We received your message. Our lady is expecting you. The hut was spacious, the rectangular hearth pit enclosed by the same artfully stacked dry stone. Herbs hung from the thick beams of the roof. 2 enormous wooden chairs sat side by side at the far end of the hut, where Muirn and Talorcan sat robed in their finery, regarding her. Greetings, princess. Muirn smiled. Though I can see you are a princess no more, you are a priestess now, or nearly so, and a woman fully grown. Tell me then, did you find your way home? Lady Muirn, Angharad said, tapping the place above her heart. And Talorcan, my lord, thank you for welcoming us. Talorcan's eyes smiled at the sight of Angharad, even if he might not allow his mouth. You do not travel with Ichna, Muirn observed. Who is this in your company? I completed my training in the Orcades. This is my teacher, Arian, head priestess at Woodwick Bay. Welcome, Muirn acknowledged her. Come, sit. You have come in much haste. Tell me why you've returned. What would you ask of me? Angharad took a breath. The Angles are bringing war to the Britons, and if we do not help them, all of us will die. Muirn and Talorcan exchanged a look. Explain, Muirn said. You once told me the legend of the silver torques of the Cruithne, Angharad began. The Romans desired a kingdom with no bounds, and the Cruithne had become their slaves. Then, one night, a priestess had a dream. If the people did not unite to fight, the Romans would swallow them whole. The Cruithne united and rose up, vanquishing Rome. Yes, Muirn said, waiting. The priestess went back to her village so she might train more priestesses, so that if a time came once more when they were needed, they would be ready. Can't you see, Muirn? Ichna of Fortingall is my Henane. I have trained at Fortingall. I share the blood of that first priestess. Now it is I who have slept and dreamed. The Angles of Bernicia are coming. I cannot yet say when, but I know we must travel to the Caledonian Wood. That is where the battle will begin. Angharad, I have seen evidence of your gift, and I cannot deny how fate led you to Fortingall. Nor can I deny your bloodline, but this is not my battle. Why should I risk lives to aid Britons? Besides, there are many lands that lie between Dun Deog and Bernicia. Unless they should come by sea, they would have to conquer many Britons before they were any threat to me. And I tell you, if you aid the Britons now, you will help save not only yourselves but all the people who dwell in the north. The chain you wear round your neck is forged from Roman silver, to forever be a reminder of what it costs to be free. This is what it costs to be free. Muirn looked at Angharad a long time. And say I lend my retinue. What do you propose? I would propose we leave on the morrow. Even then I worry we may be too late. What if I am wrong? Angharad spoke softly to Arian as they sat with their cups later beside Muirn's fire. But Angharad had no stomach for food or drink. She set her cup down so she might work on her cloak. The rhythmic piercing and bonding of needle and horsehair through the delicate hollow shaft of the feather, wrapping, securing each gift just so, soothed her ragged nerves. What if you are wrong? Arian echoed. Muirn will be angry. She has summoned her Tulu. Tomorrow we will travel south with her men. To reach the Caledonian Wood in the south, we must pass through the lands of the Gododin. They are no friends of the Picts. Now Muirn must ask permission to march through their kingdom, to join the Britons in a battle that does not yet exist. It feels impossible. We do not even know what the Bernicians may be planning. Angharad rubbed her eyes with the backs of her hands. She had not slept before their journey by boat, and now her eyes felt gritty as if full of sand. Arian reached somewhat awkwardly to cover Angharad's hand with her own. You have set the cart rolling, Angharad. It rattles fast now down a steep hill. It will only pick up speed before this is all through, so enough of this foolishness. Finish your cloak and be done with it. Acknowledge your power. For too long you have mistrusted it. For too long you have given it away. Now you must claim it. What if I am not ready? Arian looked across the hut at Muirn. And do you believe Muirn was ready when that heavy torque was fixed upon her neck? Or your mother, for that matter? Yes, Angharad, the yoke of destiny is heavy, but it does not ask more than we are able to give. Follow it or shrink from it. The choice is yours. But if you refuse it out of fear, you will never become the woman you are truly meant to be. I am asking them to leave their land, to risk their lives, Angharad said. Yes. That is what you ask, and they have made their choice. Arian's voice was steady. I have seen it come to pass 1,000 times, and always it comes to this. Each one of us must choose what we believe. Do you believe you have a gift, or will you toss it away? Angharad secured a new feather shaft to her cloak. You bring to mind something my mother would often say. We do not always have the choice we would like, but we always have a choice. Arian smiled. Why do you smile so? It is only that your mother is very wise. I shall be glad to see her again. You told me once that my mother was sad when you left. You spoke of fate and the gods and listening, but you had counseled her as a child and seen her become a young woman. Did you not love her? At the mention of the word, Arian's mouth turned down in disdain. In the place I come from, we do not speak of love in this way. Rather like the Picts, I suppose. Angharad looked across at Muirn and Talorcan. But Angharad could read Aryan as one looked at clouds and understood weather. Aryan had loved Languorith very much, and now Aryan had devoted her life to Angharad's training. "Is it finished, then?" Aryan gestured to the garment in her lap. Angharad looked down in surprise to find that, indeed, her work was at last done. She had become so accustomed to her fingers affixing feathers to her great bird while she sat nearly dreaming, that she hadn't even noticed she'd just tied off the thread at the hem of the cloak. The last feather covering the cloth belonged to a crow, black as beginning. "I suppose it is done," she said. "Have you put it about yourself yet?" Aryan asked, knowing Angharad hadn't. "Tomorrow, perhaps. I'd only sully it now." She set aside the cloak. Later, the atmosphere in Muirn's hut was somber as everyone drifted in search of sleep, but Angharad sat awake by the fire. Behind a woven reed screen, Muirn's servants had laid out 2 spare bedrolls. Aryan already lay there, sleeping, but thoughts of war kept Angharad awake. Tomorrow they would begin their journey into the land of the Britons. They were marching toward a battle that had not yet begun, hoping Angharad's vision would not lead them astray. The thought of war was a terror that threatened the peace Angharad had worked so diligently to reclaim, ever since the battle of Arderid, waged by her own father. Angharad's legs threatened to buckle from exhaustion. She sighed and stood, moving across the hut to find her bedroll. But as she began to lie down, she saw something other than a sheep's fleece covered her makeshift bed. Her fingers searched and touched feathers in the dark. Upon Angharad's bed, Aryan had spread Angharad's feather cloak. "I am only a woman of 17 winters," she told the gods, willing them to hear as she refolded the cloak gently, tucking it aside. As Angharad drifted into slumber, the creak and crackle of turf blazing in the hearth were as ominous as war carts. The warriors in the hut rolled over, dreaming of blood in their sleep. Chapter 41 Languorith done Meldred Southern Kingdom of Gododin 27th of June. Add 580 T. He Fortress of Meldred was a desolate, silent place. Another world from the lands of the Selgavi. "It is the trees," I realized as we drew nearer to the fort. Meldred had butchered large swaths of wood in fear of invaders, and in so doing he'd fashioned a haunting expanse. Still, a burn ran through, and the pastures were green with the richness of summer. Men could not conceal themselves in such low-hovering plants as heather and myrtle, so those also yet thrived, and the scent of their blossoms caught on the breeze. Perhaps it was I who was desolate, for I knew what waited within. Mungo, with his guards and his company of monks. And then there was Meldred, a young lord of Gododin. His father was Lot, his mother was Anna, daughter of Eden Mac Gabhrin. Both mother and father were of the old way, but Meldred had married a daughter of Caw, one of the most devoted Christians of Strathclyde. I held no fondness for Meldred's wife, Siwilog. I had met her at court, and though she was kind to Ryan, she was cold to me. After all, her family was enamored of Mungo. There was no one in all of Strathclyde who did not know of the feud between Mungo and my family. How uncomfortable for them that I was now queen. The hills of the fortress were folded close, like 2 hounds sleeping side by side. The more distant hill arched higher than the front mound, where the fortress was built. I felt eyes upon me and looked up at the guard tower perched high atop the back hill. I am here," I wanted to call out. The unclean lioness of Strathclyde. I had heard what they said of me, the staunch supporters of the Christian way. "Do not eat till I taste it first," Torin warned, his eyes trailing to the wooden hall peeking over top a towering oaken rampart. "They would not dare," I said. "I hold far too much sway. We need each other now, they and I never fear, Torin. I shall set it all right." Siwilog stood waiting in the sun. Her servants, at the sight of me, all dropped to one knee, but Siwilog's bow was abrupt, only what was required. "My lady queen, it is so gracious for you to host such a gathering," I said, reaching warmly to clasp both her hands. Snow melted in sun. That was the way of things, if only by outer appearance. Siwalog was a dun-haired beauty with thick brows and acorn-colored eyes, slight in stature but quick in wit. "My children," she said, gesturing to a boy and a girl who clung to her skirts. I nodded kindly and looked to the hall. "And your husband, is he not at home?" "Oh," Siwalog made a show of looking well shamed. "Meldred and the bishop must yet be inside speaking of holy things. So enraptured are they must not have heard our Lady Queen's horses." An insult not to be met by the lord of the hall, but I gathered a smile. "We must look to your good husband's manners, for soon his king shall arrive, and then what would we do?" I pushed back my light riding hood and adjusted the exquisite golden torque that gleamed at my neck, leveling her with my gaze. "Careful," my look said. For a moment Siwalog seemed nearly nervous before she brushed it away. "Come then, Lady Queen. We have prepared this little hut for you, nearest the hall. You will, I hope, pardon its roughness. We were not expecting any such visit. We have done what we can, what with warriors, monks, and wisdom keepers alike all arriving to stay." "I am certain I'll be well suited," I assured her, ducking through the door. A bed, a hearth stacked for lighting, a bowl with well water to wash. She had entered but now paused and turned. Beyond the walls of the hut I startled at the angry barking of dogs. "Apologies," she said. "My husband keeps his hounds in the enclosure nearby. I will instruct the hound master to keep them quiet during your stay. In any case, I am sure you will want to wash away your journey. Have you traveled very far? And with no trunks along with you, no trunks at all." Her dark lashes blinked, but her motives were clear. I had arrived with only 6 riders. As she was hosting, she was most certainly privy to the fact that my brother would soon be here, and no doubt she expected I had visited him in hiding. She wanted to know where the settlement lay. "I have come ahead of the king only to be sooner reunited with my brother. They will arrive in haste and with all my belongings. I have no need of washing, but would be admitted into your hall." "Of course, my Lady Queen, without further delay." All stood at once as I strode into their great room. It had been bright in the sun, and in the moment before my eyes became accustomed to the dim, the figures rising from fleece couches and chairs appeared shadowed and sinister. "Your lady assures me you were deaf to the sound of our horses," I said as Meldred came forward, bowing his head. "It is as my wife says, Lady Queen. I pray you accept my apology, for I assure you your presence is most welcome. I was speaking with the bishop." Meldred stepped aside. Mungo stood before me, brown eyes piercing and bearded face stern. "I was not aware he had regained such a title," I said, alluding to his exile. "But if all goes well at this gathering, Councillor of Strathclyde may be his to share. Greetings, Kentigern." Mungo gave a cursory nod. Time had not been kind. The gaunt features that made him appear skeletal had only stretched the more taut. I heard he oft fasted, depriving himself of food, yet never failed to eat in the company of kings. His desire to eschew his practice in order to please those in power made it all the more insulting that he would not make himself supplicant to me. When I was young, I had thought him simply vile, but now I'd grown wiser. I understood the danger of Mungo to be something far worse. Mungo believed himself to be one of Christ's holiest men. It was his very devotion to his God that drove him to illogical and violent acts. My brother and I alone, it seemed, had borne witness to his menace. He delighted in my fear of him when I was but a child, and had encountered him trespassing on the slopes of Bright Hill. He had desecrated a site sacred to my people. He had murdered his rival, Brother Tellier. He had incited a mob to scar my brother and steal my father's grain. He had hired assassins to murder Cathin, our most beloved friend. How it must pain him now that I was Strathclyde's High Queen, and that the end of his banishment rested upon his ability to make peace with me and my brother. No, it was Mungo who suffered. I would not allow him to injure me now. Mungo and his monks ate with reserve but supped none the less. I watched Melred, the deft son of a king, playing at both sides of the gaming board, neither old way nor new. I watched Siwilog, in all other ways the clear sovereign of her hall, gaze at the exiled priest with the honor and reverence an initiate gave to one's master. I made my excuses far before sunset, Torin and I following the servants back to the hut. I'd rather sit with Torin for company. Soon Lailoken would be traveling in darkness along the thieves' road. He would arrive before sunrise and keep hidden until Ritterch was spotted. Only then would he come. And I, for my part, had lasted more than a moment in the company of Mungo. Once I had imagined the very act of seeing the man would flatten me. Though he still turned my stomach, watching him for an evening had inspired a new idea altogether. "Torin," I said as I lay down my head. "Yes," he asked, averting his eyes, laying out his bedroll facing the door. "I do not think it so ill now to have Mungo at court." "Is that so?" There was surprise in his voice. "No, I do not, for I have been thinking. Surely we can find a man worthy of trust who might be persuaded to take up the hood of the monk." "You wish to spy upon Mungo?" Torin thought a moment. "It cannot be a warrior from your retinue. He would never be believed." "Of course, I agree. But then who, if only we could find a youth already in training? Brother Tellier would have delighted in selecting such a man. If only we had known, we were fools not to think of spies and treachery. If we had, Brother Tellier might have died an aged man." Our minds turned in silence, mine rather sadly. Then Torin spoke. "There may be just such a man who dwells in the wood beyond Partic, though he is not young. He is a Kuldee, and I have heard some visit him for wisdom, though he is mostly occupied with the carving of crosses." "Thank you, Torin. When we return, I will visit him there." We had been unprepared for Mungo's maneuverings. My family and I, each torturous act had arrived, more unexpected than the last. But I would be outmaneuvered no longer. The lioness, they called me. Then a lioness I would be. Chapter 42, Lailoken done Meldred Southern Kingdom of Gododin, 27th of June. Add 580. I lay on my stomach in the grass, watching the torches of the guard tower flicker in the distance. Their voices carried in the dark, drunk and inattentive. I contemplated somehow getting myself over the rampart and finding my sister, so that I might sleep at least a short time before the day's unpleasant events began. I had thought long about what I might do should I ever again lay eyes upon Mungo. There were many nights when I was young, a boy of nearly 16 winters, when the blisters from burning shut the open gash upon my face filled with liquid, and I woke in the night crying out, my fists clenched with rage. Mungo was a zealot, dangerous and irrational. I was to share a counselorship with this man. I spent time in contemplation, but I needed no bull's sleep to divine that I would rather be a wart on a cock than allow that man any measure of power. And the only way to ensure that Mungo did no harm was to accept Ritterch's terms. Once I returned to Strathclyde, the way forward would be clear. He had his Christians, yet I had an equal faction of Britons and Scots, wisdom keepers and warriors all, brutally punished for worshipping in our ancestral way. The sun rose. I foraged some bilberries, keeping from sight. Then at last I heard the horn from the watchman. There was Ritterch's standard, followed by the new king himself and a retinue of nearly 80 men. I stood and stripped, rolling up my tunic and stuffing it in my satchel and donning instead the freshly sewn robes of white given me by my sister. It had been 7 winters since I had worn the white robes of a keeper. In that time, I had been a warrior, a seeker, a wild son of the wood. I was all those men still. I stood at my full height. The warrior at the front of Ritterch's guard barked out a warning as he spotted me. Lifting my hands in a gesture of peace, I looked once more at the tower and the fortress ramparts with a sigh. Then I strode slowly downhill, the unseen shades of my fallen brothers following solemnly behind me. Chapter 43, Angered Dun Daog Kingdom of the Picts, 25th of June. Add 580 Muirn's fleet of 12 warships set sail at dawn. With 24 warriors at oar in each vessel, it made a force of 288 men. In 2 days' time they would dock their boats at the port of Din Idin in the land of the northern Godadin. "I am grateful to you, Talorcan," Angharad told him. The warrior frowned at her Pictish, answering in Brythonic. "You would be wise to keep your gratitude. To even reach your Caledonian wood, we must earn entry through Godadin lands. I sent messengers ahead to plead our passage, but the Godadin are rich and warlike, and not always clever. They may kill our messengers just for the pleasure of it." "They will not slay the messengers," Angharad continued in Pictish. "They may be proud, but they cannot be foolish enough to turn away warriors who seek to help their people." She paused. "Why do you insist on speaking to me in Brythonic? I speak Pictish as if it were my first tongue." Talorcan raised his dark brows, making the fish etched into the skin of his forehead seem as if they were laughing. "7 more winters, then you might speak like a Cruthne." "7, you say?" Angharad asked. But Talorcan's humor had faded in the shadow of their task. "We must hope the Godadin have faith in your cause," he said. "We will need provisions along the way. The Caledonian wood is at least 3 days' travel south by foot." He risked a glance at Angharad. "Tell me, in your vision of this war, did you see victory?" Angharad looked to the dark, cresting water. "I cannot command my visions as such. I understood it to be a warning. The rest is uncertain." "Perhaps there is no certainty," Talorcan said. "Picts aiding Britons. Such things are beyond thought. Perhaps even the gods cannot fathom it." At this Angharad could not help but smile. Just then Talorcan looked past her shoulder. Muirn, who'd been walking the length of the ship, came to stand beside them, watching the water companionably. After a while she turned to Angharad. "You never told me why you left Fordingal," she said. "Ichna lied to me. She betrayed me. You warned me that day when she took me away." "I feared Ichna had forgotten how to be pure in her service to the gods," Muirn said. "She had also dashed my dreams of becoming a priestess. It broke my heart. Only now do I see the truth of it. The people of my line have been called yet again. Had I stayed beneath the yew at Fordingal, I would not possess any warships to lead. And had you returned to your mother when you wished—" "Ichna should have given me a choice," Angharad said, hearing her own anger. "You were but a child, torn by war and alone. What would you have chosen?" Angharad fell quiet. She thought of the cloak of feathers she had folded in her satchel. Its bulk was cumbersome, the weight of its wool oppressive. "Do you not find it so very heavy at times such as these?" Angharad asked, gesturing to Muirn's torque. Muirn touched it, her fingers tracing the place where the silver links met with the fire inked upon her throat. "No, princess," she said. "At times such as these, I remember how all the days it felt heavy in the past are the very days that have made me grow strong." Chapter 44, Lailoken Dun Meldred Southern Kingdom of Godadin 28th of June. Add 580 he warriors brought me to Ridderch, still mounted upon his horse. "Brother." Though I bowed, my voice spoke another tale, one of betrayal. "Release him. He is no prisoner," Ridderch said, swinging down from his horse. As he made to come toward me, his men gripped their weapons, ready to protect their king, but Ridderch lifted a hand, bidding them stay back. We looked at each other, and I remembered the look of vengeance I'd seen flash in his eyes on the battlefield. Only now did I wonder, what had he seen flash in mine? "You must know all this time I have conspired to bring you back home," he said. I know what you have done. I'm grateful," I said, the last rather gruff. "I lost a daughter and a son." Ridderch stood erect, eyes matter of fact, but I'd known him long enough to hear the sorrow in his tone. "I could not save them." "An impossible task," he allowed. "If we are to reunite, I must know all can be forgiven. And I must know you will heed me as your counsel." "I swear upon all the gods I will honor your counsel. I trust you beyond measure. Help me, Lailoken. Strathclyde will soon stand on a sword's edge. I would have you at my side." "Then all can be forgiven," I said. "Good," he smiled. "For I have brought you a horse." Ridderch gestured, and one of his guard emerged from the center of his retinue, leading the reins of a powerful gray mare. I stroked her smooth cheek. Her eyes were calm and deep as a well. "Thank you. She is magnificent," I said, pulling myself astride. Rittich climbed back upon his own mount, and together we guided our horses back onto the fortress trail. I felt the weight of boulders lifted, yet we stood at the foot of a mountain that threatened to crush us all the same. "Before we arrive," I said, "one more question, and this is most earnest." "What is it?" Rittich turned, gray eyes wary. "You expect me, then, to step forth into the same hall with Mungo without cleaving open his head with my sword, just so I understand?" "Yes. Impossible." I had tethered my loathing, at least for now. I meant only to lighten Rittich's mood as I'd once been able, but Rittich did not smile, only looked at me sidelong. "It is good to have you returned, brother. Please do not cleave open Mungo's head, you will beget a civil war." "Only jesting," I said, then added, "but I cannot swear I won't curse him." We arrived at the fortress, and Langurith and I embraced as if we had not seen each other in 7 winters. I greeted Meldred and Siwilog, whose eyes were too eager. I said nothing to Mungo. I did not have the opportunity. The moment I opened my lips to speak, Meldred's watchman came hurrying through the door. "What is it?" Meldred asked. "There are beacons blazing on the hills." "What news do you hear?" "The Angles of Bernicia," the messenger said. "Archers, spearmen, footmen by the thousands. They are marching northwest along the old Roman road to lay siege upon Din Iden." Rittich cursed. "I thought we might have more time. Their king, Hussa, has only just taken the Bernician throne. How can he have gathered such a force so quickly?" Langurith's eyes mirrored mine across the great room. The Angles of Bernicia were coming for the Britons. Sweet gods! We were not prepared for this war. "Arrows in the wood," Diomed had said. At last I understood. The keeper of the falls had shown me. There was an old Roman road that yet ran through the forest. The 9th Legion would have taken that road to crush the Britons in his time. Now Hussa, king of the Angles of Bernicia, traveled it to crush the Britons in mine. He had shown me a triumph in the wood, the Caledonian deep. It must begin there. "We must waylay the Bernicians in the Caledonian wood long before they reach Din Iden," I said. Those in the room looked at me as if I were mad. "We must ride north to Din Iden," Meldred said. "They will need every man they can muster there. If Din Iden should fall, we will all be lost." Langurith's skin had gone sallow, but Rittich must have seen my expression. "Tell me what you know." "It was a dream, a vision, but the bull's sleep does not lie. Thousands beyond belief marching the old Roman road through the Caledonian wood. If we attack there, we stand a chance at survival." "And if we muster all of our forces to Din Iden?" he asked. "The battle I saw did not take place at Din Iden. It was in the shelter of the Caledonian deep. If we do not engage them there, I fear all of us may die." Even as I spoke, my thoughts were racing. If what the keeper of the falls had shown me was truly coming to pass, each moment we tarried was a moment wasted. "We must summon allies beyond our imagining," I said, "and we must summon them in great haste." But each lord had his own plan. Rittich signaled his man, "Send out the scouts. We must know their precise number," even as Meldred called out, "Summon my men. We will ride to the aid of our brethren at Din Iden." "We will not survive if we cannot act together," I said. "The Bernicians depend upon our discord. Do not give them what they seek, Meldred." Silence. Mungo's voice rang out as he lifted his hands. "I must call for silence. Lailoken claims we must waylay them here. I heard tales of his lunacy brought about by war. My king, your proposed counselor, is not of sound mind. We cannot stand against an army of such measure." "Tell me then, Mungo, what is your plan?" I challenged. Our eyes locked in loathing as Rittich strode between us. "I would have a word with my counselors." His voice was hard. "War comes this way. I must know from you now, can you set aside your differences? Quick now and tell me true, for you breached this pact at your peril," he warned. "I agree," I said. Mungo's dark eyes were placid as if untroubled by storm. "Yes," he said, "I offer you my hand." We gripped each other's arms. I wanted to pummel him. "Good," said Rittich. Now tell me, Bishop, what would you propose? We must not abandon our fellow Britons in their hour of need, he said. I am in agreement with Lord Meldred. We must keep Din Iden from capture at all cost. The Bernicians expect us to ride to Din Iden. If we strike in the Caledonian Wood, we can finish them before they should even reach Din Iden. At the very least, our attack would give the northern Gododin more time to prepare, but we need allies. I turned to Ritterch. We must send your 3 fastest riders. One must go to Strathclyde to summon your army. The second must go north to Manau with a message for Arter, son of Eden. And the third must ride south to Urien of Reaged. I will muster my men along with the Selgovi. They know the Caledonian Wood better than any. Arter and Eden raided Clyde Rock, Ritterch said. They would sooner run a blade through my back than come to our aid. I am your counsel now. If I summon Arter, he will come. You forget, too, that Meldred and Arter are kin. Arter will come with his cavalry to help the Gododin. Aye, Meldred said. Arter is my uncle. We will tell him that I, too, request his aid. Mungo nodded his assent. Well enough, then, Ritterch said. While we wait for the scouts' return, we will finalize our plan. Chapter 45 Langureth Dun Meldred Southern Kingdom of Gododin 28th of June. Add 580 WR. I'd watched in silence as the news dawned on the men gathered in the hall, and plans for a coalition were made. The Angles of Bernicia would have to travel in great number to use the old Roman road. Theirs would be a long march northwest to Din Iden. And while the first part of their journey began in their own kingdom of Dara, as soon as they entered the land of the Britons, they would be exposed. It seemed the Bernician king, Hussa, counted upon our division, upon the past feuds of our kingdoms preventing us from becoming a united force, upon the Selgovi granting the Bernicians passage through their great wood in exchange for an offer of peace. And so my thoughts fell to Ebroc. Neither Ritterch nor Lailoken had mentioned them. My hate for GWRGI was a burning pyre, but sweet gods, the Angles were coming. Even I could see we needed Ebroc's blades. I caught the sleeve of Lailoken's robe as he moved to the table, drawing him aside. And what of Ebroc, brother? Surely they too must come to our aid. I did not summon Ebroc with good reason. I know there is bad blood. You cannot know how much I loathe him. Lailoken spoke low. I burned GWRG's men alive in the forest. I strewed their arms and legs from trees. If I see him, I will kill him, and all will be undone. Do not be foolish, Lailoken. You fought them. You know they are fierce. Men are men, and we are in need of them. My brother's blue eyes turned stormy. There are things you do not know of, sister, things I cannot say. But GWRGI slipped my grip more than once and will not do so again. The next moment I see him will be his last. Lailoken, I swear to you I understand. You must know Ira has told me all. Sorrow replaced the fury in the depths of his stare. Then you know if I see him what I must do. GWRG's day will come, I swear by the gods, but we cannot let hatred keep warriors from our ranks. Between the north and south of Ebroc they stand to muster nearly 1,000 men. Come, Lailoken, you have taken leave of your senses. No, sister. But should I see him, that is precisely what I might do, he said. Lailoken. Ritterch beckoned from his seat. Please, I said, summon them. Ritterch may be king, but I am your queen. Do not let your loathing blind you to good counsel. Lailoken did not answer. I hoped I had moved him. I watched him sit down beside Ritterch, bowing his head as the men began to speak. I could see the new wisdom born in Lailoken from his ashes of torture and pain. Mungo was trial enough for us both. Now I had advocated for Ebroc to take up our fight, but I too had suffered and burned and emerged forever changed. This moment demanded everything if we wished to survive. I settled beside the fire, trying to stifle my frustration. Siwalog spoke, and I did my best to engage her. After all, she was our hostess, and it seemed we would be thrown together here until the battle was done. Then, from the table, Ritterch stood to summon a fourth rider. My brother's eyes found me and gave a nod. Ebroc, it would soon be done. It was long into night by the time Ritterch and I had a chance to speak. We knew rest would be needed in days to come, but not a soul slept that night, keeping awake for the scouts to return. They returned just before dawn, the horses ridden until their coats frothed. The Angles of Bernicia were coming. They marched at great speed toward the land of the Britons along the old Roman road. In their ranks were some 10,000 men. "I would stay with you," I told Ritterch. "I am not afraid. Nay, wife, it is not safe. I would have you west behind the ramparts of Clyde Rock. But you will meet Huss's forces over 3 leagues away. The fortress will be out of harm's reach. I beg you. I have been shut away while those I loved rode to battle before. I will not allow it again." "And who will rule Strathclyde," he asked, "if I am dead?" "Surely not me, husband. The council would not have it, as well you know. Your brother Morkant more likely, and we cannot have that. You are the middle way, the only way, so you must fight and return, Ritterch, for we cannot lose you." "And I cannot lose you, please," he said. "Go, the Queen should be in Strathclyde." I took a step nearer, tilting my head. "Come, husband, I am not blind to the truth. If we should lose this battle, it will not matter where I might be. For whether it be the next day or several days after, there will soon be no kingdom of Strathclyde left to rule. Please, let me stay. Let the people know Strathclyde's queen is with their king." He reached to sweep a wisp of hair from my face, and I saw he did not have the life force to argue it any further. "As you wish, Languoreth. I can see you have made your choice. I will not dispute it. You will be quite safe here," Siwalog said early the next morning. "They shall have to cut their way through nearly half of Gododin first, and Meldred has summoned his swineherds to protect us here at the fortress." Her servant moved the bread close in an offering, but I had no hunger and waved it away. "His swineherds? Does your lord have such confidence in the men who would mind his pigs?" Cywelyn smiled. "Ah, you shall see. We in the fortress shall have nothing to fear. Warriors of some sort they must be, but why they were so called I could not say. I do not worry for myself. I worry for our men." Siwalog bowed her head to concede my point, though I did not think her concern extended much beyond her own kin. "You should worry, Lady Siwalog," I told her, "for the great battle of the Britons has already begun. We must fight to remain masterless, or soon all will be dead." All through the night, warriors had been bolstering the ramparts. For 2 days, men poured into the fortress from the countryside. Tenant farmers and millers, tanners, woodworkers, cowkeeps. Ira led a small company of women and children from the Caledonian Wood to join us at the fortress for safekeeping. But even the servants of the hall were fitted with weapons. And on the eve of the 2nd day, I saw the arrival of a small band of men. They were not more than 30 in number, traveling by foot in thick leather armor, each with a wolfhound trotting by his side. Their animals were sleek, their dark eyes unfriendly. These were not hunting dogs, these were dogs of war. "The swineherds of your lord," I gathered, looking at Siwalog. "But where is their quarry?" "They seek their quarry at our command," Siwalog said. "They brought to mind the Fianna, men who gave service to their lord for the summer, then lived off the land in the lean parts of the year. Wolving it was called. But such men were heroes of old Westman's tales. These men's eyes were too savage to inspire such regard. Perhaps I had underestimated the ambition of Meldred. His holdings and his retinue might have been modest, but he had drawn warriors, and from the look of them, rather like the warriors of Man, these warriors came from a variety of clans. "What do you know of these swineherds?" I asked Torin as he came to stand beside me. "Outcasts and unwanted sons," he said, following my gaze. "And what else? Each man, when his place is earned, is given his own hound." "Of course," I said. "I heard Meldred's dogs. He keeps them in an enclosure beyond the hut where I sleep. They are rough," Torin allowed, "but they will help keep you safe." "Oh, I do not doubt it, but I would like to learn more about them all the same." "As I can," he said. "How many men in all have come?" I asked, looking out over the crowd. 1,000 from Strathclyde. Another 1,000 from Strathclyde marched north to fight at Din Iden. Urian comes this way with 900 men. 1,000 come from Ebrok. How many have the Selgavi? Torin exhaled. I cannot rightly say. Their kingdom is vast and they keep to themselves. Less than 1,000, I'd say. 4,000 men to stand against 10,000. Aye, Torin said. It seems that is our fate. Warriors and tents covered the pastures beyond the hillsides. We'd had no word yet from Eden or his son Arter. Even with Ebrok, we were still not enough. I looked to the sky, the summer sun nearly overhead. Even now the men were striking their tents to march for Pebble. They would camp this night near the path of the Angles, who were due to reach the settlement by morning. I had kissed my brother when he left to muster his forces in the Caledonian wood. Now Ritterch came to stand beside me, taking my hand. Would that you had gone to Clyde Rock, he said. Torin had become my shadow. He would stay behind with a small number of my guard in case our men should fail and the Angles break through. I turned to him now. Torin, will you pardon us? He nodded and stood at a distance, averting his gaze. Well, I for one am glad I was not whisked away to Clyde Rock, I said. It cheers the warriors to see me. My brother will soon fight in the distance. Ira is here. My tenants are just arrived from Cadzo to fight for their queen. We will depart shortly. I turned to Ritterch, placing my hands upon either side of his face. It frightened me to see him this way, bleary-eyed and disheveled from lack of sleep, and now an ominous tone had crept into his voice. When Boudica raised her rebellion against Rome, everyone thought it an impossible task, I said. They too were outnumbered, but the tribes came together to fight for one cause. Now, for the first time in ages, the Britons have set aside their differences. The very men you slaughtered at Arderid fight for us now, out there in the wood. This will not be the end, it cannot. I love, but Boudica's rebellion failed. This battle will be different. You were given this role with good reason. And tomorrow you must fight harder than ever before, for I will not lose you. The Britons cannot lose you. He closed his eyes, covering my hands in his. You know, they say the Iceni queen was a diviner with long, tawny hair. Perhaps I am Boudica returned. My words were soft, but I could not muster a smile. Perhaps tomorrow is the day we will at last win Boudica's fight. Rome, the Angles, this army that marches is just a beast by another name carrying the same bottomless stomach. Slit open its belly, Ritterch, the beast shall not have us. A blast of the horn sounded, summoning the men. That's it then, Ritterch said, my chest tightened. So soon? I leaned into him, and he wrapped his arms round my waist. As we kissed, his mouth lingered a moment on mine as if he hoped to remember. I reached into my cloak and took out a sprig of ivy I'd plucked that morning, tucking it beneath his armor where it might cover his heart. May it protect you, my love. Gods keep you safe. He bent to kiss me again. I love you, Languoreth. You bring me such strength. And I love you, I answered. Hand in hand, we descended from the rampart into a world of chaos. My ears filled with the barking of dogs and the chanting of men, warriors in their kin groups singing their songs, the low tones of Mungo and his priests chanting their prayers. My thudding heart threatened to shatter the cage of my chest. But I raised my chin high, meeting our men's eyes as I walked among them, offering words of encouragement. They were ready too soon. Torin and my guard stood watch beside Meldred's swineherds at the base of the outer rampart. Ritterch turned, lifting a hand in goodbye. I bit my lip, battling tears, for within that farewell I felt each man's farewell. That of Maelgun, Fendwin, Diamid, my brother, that of every miller and boatman, every farmer and herdkeeper. It was the summoned sacrifice of so many of our people marching headlong into an unknown fate, their faces grim, mouths set, determined. Only when the last line of men disappeared from sight did I duck behind the hut and retch in the summer grass. I wiped a hand across my face, knuckles white. Now there was nothing to do but wait. Chapter 46, Lailoken, the Caledonian Wood Kingdom of the Selgavi, 30th of June. Add 580. We go in the name of the gods in likeness of deer. in likeness of horse, in likeness of serpent, in likeness of king. Stronger am I than all persons. The hands of the gods keep me, the love of the gods in my veins, the strong spirit bathing me, the three shielding and aiding me, the hand of spirit bathing me, the three each step aiding me. Keep watch upon our hunt that we may return. I looked up from our prayer to the Morrig, goddess of war. The dragon warriors' heads were bowed beneath the forest as they whispered now their own words of protection. But this day we hunted no boar. It would soon be night, and this day we hunted men. The sky through the canopy was fire and ochre smeared by gray cloud. I thought I caught the acrid smell of smoke on the wind from the huts I knew were burning as the Angles of Bernicia marched toward the Caledonian wood. 1,000 Selgovae waited throughout the great forest, hidden among the trees. We men of Pendragon were only 8 in all, but another 160 in our retinue were keepers fled from Scotia when keepers were outlawed, men who'd settled in the forest. We dragons had trained them, and together we made a new brotherhood, the army of stags. I had no word from Arthur, but I knew he would come. If he'd received my message and ridden like wind, he and his cavalry might join us within the day. We would strike like lightning and disappear into the forest. A force the size of the Angles clung together like a hive, but the workers on the outside were exposed. An army of 10,000 men possessed a long and vulnerable flank. I thanked the gods at seeing Maelgwn as he appeared among the warriors in his battle armor, saving me from my thoughts. The men fell quiet, eyes on the Pendragon, hands upon their spears. Now it began, the pounding of our wooden spears against the soft earth. Ha, 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 ha. It was a guttural sound, our chant. A sound for a kill. Ha, 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 ha. It was a chant that recalled each battle we had fought. A chant that summoned our fury for every scout who'd ridden out and not returned, for every finger the Angles had sent when they captured our men, for every house we'd seen burned, for every woman who'd been raped, for every babe they had killed. The horrors, we had fought them for years, even while other countrymen turned away their gaze. It was right that it was us here now, in small number at the beginning of the great fray. For we had fought and we had killed, and we were still here. Ha 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 ha, we had chanted 1,000 times on mornings we rode out to victory. On the morning of Arderid when we witnessed a slaughter, now our chant was both a summoning of our strength and a summoning of our dead. Ha 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 ha. Maelgwn stood upon a boulder, lifting his voice. The warriors watched him, hawk-like, never stopping, only softening their chant. 7 winters ago we came to this forest broken, bloodied, and in need of shelter, he said. The warriors' voices rose up in chorus. Long may we honor the courage of the dead. But we did not merely subsist in anguish, forever mourning our brothers. We chose instead to honor them here, in the trees of this very forest. We built instead a refuge for song, a place to keep wisdom, a place to tend the hunted and the wounded, where we may yet honor and give sacrifice to the gods who sustain us, while zealots burn the huts of the innocent even as they say Amen. The warriors roared and Pendragon nodded, meeting the eye of each and every man. We carried the bloodied body of other from beneath the ramparts. I watched him choke and wheeze on his death. On this day, the very men who slaughtered our brothers beg for our aid, and I, Maelgwn Pendragon, will not turn them away. I will not say to the Christians that I refuse to fight, because on this day we fight to protect the lives of every Briton. Here in our new land where the Selgovae have sheltered us, the Angles are coming, and I will not let them take our lives. I will not see our people enslaved. On this day we hunt. On this day we punish. On this day we fight. The cry from our men carried through the forest. Yeah! Came the echo from the Selgovae perched in the trees. My breath came fast. Every leaf and branch stood out in relief. I felt the thunder of the Morrig chase through my veins. And then, far above the canopy, I heard a new cry. I looked up into twilight in search of the source. There, above the forest canopy, a golden eagle was circling. Gwendolau's bird. Other, you are with us. Now we cannot lose. Night dropped its mantle. The Caledonian Deep was our tunnel to travel along the flank of the Bernician army unseen as they marched ever deeper into the wood. On soundless feet we moved past oak and elm, burn and streamlet, slipping into overhangs and hollows. We had no need of light, we needed only our senses. We waited while they stopped, settling at last for the night. I heard thin voices speaking a thin tongue. Tonight we would strike and kill them in their sleep. Tomorrow we would strike while they were on the move. Quiet fell, and their men at watch paced with shoulders back, too proud in the dark. The snap of a twig, the nervous whinny of Angle horses. Could they not feel the whites of our eyes upon them in the dark? Did they not sense the danger? Soon you will be dead. Maelgwn lifted his hand. Do not strike yet. Closer, steady. Strike now. That night we were the terrors of the Caledonian wood. Over 300 we must have killed in 5 different raids. By dawn our bodies were but shells, but the blood on our armor was not our own. The Bernicians who had seen the dead would speak of it in their thin tongue with low voices. Sleep with open eyes. It is true what they say about the Caledonian Deep, but we needed more men. None of us had slept, up all night butchering Angles, scaling trees like squirrels or racing like stags through the great wood. Now we were isolated from our own hive, a horde of Angles between us and Ritterch's army with no way of sending word. How far north did Huss's army stretch? Discouragement threatened. No matter how many we slayed, too many yet lived. And then, not long after we had returned to our camp, we were stirred from our rest by the rumbling sound of horses. Weapons, I called out, but these riders were not Angles. Cheers rose up as Arthur came speeding through the forest at the head of nearly 200 cavalry, the men of Mano. Well met, Maelgwn lifted an arm in greeting. Our infantry follows, Arthur said. They will stand with Meldred. We will join them at Pebble. We are grateful, Pendragon said. And you've come in good time, I added. It's great fun, like spearing fish in a pool. I reached to grip his arm only to see blood on his armor. A wound, but nearly healed, he explained. Your niece Angharad was my healer. She trains to be a priestess at Woodwick Bay in the Orcades. Angharad, Arthur was watching my face. Words left me. I covered my mouth with my hand. She lives and she is hale. She is hale, and she sends word of her love of you. She hopes to see you again. So do nothing foolish, for I would not see you break her heart. I looked at him. Could it be? Angharad lived and Arthur was taken with her. The gods never cease to surprise me. Thank you, I told Arthur. And what of the blood soaking your sleeve? That's Angle, of course. When, riding south, Arthur shook his curly head, his blue eyes lit with humor. Did you not notice my late arrival? We rode first to Trimontium in the east to sever their supply line. Begging your pardon. Arthur's face split into a smile. It only made sense. Well, lead on then. He drew up his reins with impatience. We cannot have dragons stealing all our sport. Chapter 47, Angharad din Iden, Northern Kingdom of Gododin, 28th of June. Add 580 he warriors of Din Iden could spare no provisions, for they were preparing for war. But they granted the Cruthni trespass through their lands, and they shared with the Picts a warning. Travel the old Roman road a few leagues for speed, but then you do well to keep off it, lest you encounter the Bernician army. Tell any who question you our king has granted you passage. Talorcan nodded at the Gododin general, who then added, You must hold us at no fault should the Bernicians set fire to your boats. Talorcan turned to the quay, eyeing the boats with the look of a father leaving his child. Muirn touched his arm. Come then, my love. There's no help for it now. Angharad, too, looked back at the boats, for that was where she'd left her feathered cloak. It was only going to hinder her, she reasoned, and it had been a rather silly thing after all. As Muirn and her retinue of nearly 300 men took up their weapons and shields, the Britons who'd flocked to the fortress of Din Iden for safety emerged from behind its ramparts to watch them pass in awe. Mother, look at the priestesses, Angharad heard a little girl exclaim. Hush! Don't look them in the eye, her mother commanded, burying the girl's head in her skirts. Angharad's own people did not know her for a princess of Strathclyde. How could they? That child was no more. Angharad had lived just as long as a Pict as she ever had as a Briton. But now, for the first time, she saw herself as she appeared to a Briton's gaze, a northern priestess in a blue cloak with stern, cold eyes and coiled red hair. And when the sleeve of her cloak caught in the wind, the birds that had been needled up her arm seemed to nearly take flight. Arion hummed a strange tune, gazing at the sky. As they left the Goddardin capital of Din Iden and began to follow the old Roman road, Angharad observed the state of her body. Fear. Her chest was tight with it, her belly weak. Its only desire was to convince her that she must fear for her life and the lives of the people who now walked beside her. But her mind searched and reclaimed something deeper: trust. She had been taught by circumstance to rely on it. Now, again and again, she returned to it. The old road they marched had been built for war by Rome. It was straight and unbroken as far as her eyes could see, leading into the heart of an impossible battle. Angharad scarcely knew how best to hold a blade. Yet, looking at her boots, she reminded herself that the road she truly walked was the crooked path. It was a way of mystery and whispers, of twists and turnings that had delivered her here. It fed her like a mother. When she saw and understood the workings that guided her from another world, the greater world, nothing felt so exhilarating. For in seeing and understanding, Angharad became free. The countryside was vacant as they continued south. Every tenant and villager had either been summoned to fight or hid within the safety of their nearest hillside fort. Some of the hut doors hung open, and Angharad saw tunics and cook-pots strewn over bracken-covered floors. They had gathered their possessions and livestock in much haste. The Cruithne stopped to sleep, then took to the road again before dawn, rested enough with oats in their stomachs. Despite the warning, the Cruithne had been hesitant to leave the old Roman road before they must. They would have to rely on unknown paths in the forest and could not travel nearly as fast. But then, just after sunrise, a shape in the sky caught Angharad's eye. Dark brown with white flashing and a wingspan greater than the height of most men. Arion noticed it too. "Look," Angharad pointed. "A golden eagle." She watched its path as it soared and dipped, tipping west over the woods. "Gwendolen's bird," she whispered. Had nearly forgotten. Diomed had kept them in the temple. "We must leave the old road now," she told Muirn. Muirn had spoken little since their march, save to bolster her men, and Talorcan looked uneasy, traveling through a foreign land by foot rather than by sea. In a quiet moment when they stopped at a burn, Angharad approached her. Muirn looked up. "Do you regret that you've come?" Angharad asked. "No, Angharad, I do not regret it, whatever should lie ahead. I chose a life of listening. And though Bright Eye may think me a fool, I could not turn away." Muirn smiled a little, then bent to clean her hands. "It is only that since we have left our boats, my ears have gone quiet without the sound of water, and the men are eager for a plan. They feel vulnerable in this land." "Soon we will reach the Caledonian wood," Angharad said. "The gods will be waiting. They will show us what to do. Let us hope you are right." Muirn stood and stretched, then called for the men to keep moving. "The gods await in the Caledonian wood," she said. "Come then and follow me. We will meet our fates there." Chapter 48. Lailoken, the Caledonian Wood Kingdom of the Selgovie, 1st of July. Add 580 my body ran with sweat. I'd given my gray horse to one of my men. Not a breath of wind stirred the trees, and we had been running through the forest all morning. We'd had them. I'd felt their fear. We divided into packs that ran the length of their flank, nearly 6 leagues in all, striking out of the forest, leaving bodies behind. They did not know where we might next strike, and then from across a great distance came the blast of battle horns. The sound was hideous and discordant. The sound let loose a panic I had not known still lived in me, an echo of Arterid. I stopped and bent over, breathing, cursing. 7 winters gone by, yet the blare of the battle horns thrust me calf-deep in mud once more. Slipping, hearing Drian cry out in agony as a spear thrust between our shields, piercing his thigh. I beat at my head, trying in vain to summon my battle frenzy, but my fingers were trembling. Somewhere in the distance, a new war had begun. Lailokin, Arter's voice came, and I returned to myself to see him mounted, gripping the reins of a second horse. For you, he said. I blinked to clear my vision, for I was caught between worlds, the horror of what had been and the impending horror of what had yet to become. We had painted the trees with their blood. Now we must ride to face them in an open field. Now the angles of Bernicia would come at us in swarms. And yet here was Arter, frowning as he looked down upon me, eager to ride. Even now Ritterch's sword was raised. Even now the men shouted. Even now the Angle archers let rain their arrows as the cavalry charged, shattering bones. This was not Arter's battle, though his mother was a Briton, and yet here Arter sat upon his black horse. Yes, I said. Gripping the saddle, I yanked myself astride. I kicked the horse into a run and made 3 bellows of the horn at my belt. If this was the last battle I should ever fight, let it be with the last of the dragon warriors. Let it be with my army of stags. If this was the last time I would punish with my sword, let me say yes. Yes to freedom. Yes to honor. Yes to death, theirs or my own. We hastened toward Pebble, where Strathclyde and Reged had already begun their fight. We had lost some warriors. Some ran on foot, those upon horseback charging ahead. But brush clogged the forest trails, and low-hanging branches seemed to appear out of the ether, flattening us to our horses' backs or making us yank our mounts to a halt. Enough, Maelgwn called out. We must take the Roman road. It was foolhardy, pursuing an army of more than 9,000 men at a canter down the very road where they stood in pitched battle at some unknown distance ahead. The Bernician scouts would see us, no doubt. By the time we reached them, Huss's men would be turned back upon their body to form a new head like a hydra, ready to face us even as their pitched battle raged on at their northern reach. So be it. There was no more retreating into the safety of the wood. I crashed through the tree line at the edge of the forest, but the road was not empty. By instinct, I jerked back on my reins, preventing my mount from colliding with another man's horse. Whinnies echoed as both our mounts reared, and I saw a blur of red and black as I swung my blade at the other rider's neck. The rider blocked it, swinging his own sword. Our eyes met. I had run headlong into Gwrgi of Ebrock. I let out a cry of rage. All I wanted was to kill. Our swords clashed with such force it jolted our bodies, nearly sending us both from our horses. A good idea, I decided. Righting myself, I lunged at him, dragging him tumbling from his horse. Gwrgi's sword dropped from his hand as he hit the ground, and I pinned him beneath me, slamming the pommel of my blade into his cheek. No, that wasn't right. I wanted to use my fists. Again and again I struck him, blood coming with each strike, until Maelgwn's voice came from somewhere outside me, shouting, "Lailokin, stop this at once!" Gwrgi's lips stretched into a bloodied smile as I lifted my head only to find myself surrounded, a thorny garden of spears at my throat. Maelgwn and the cavalry from Manau emerged from the wood, weapons trained on the men of Ebrock who surrounded me. "Draw back your spears," Maelgwn warned them. Gwrgi took advantage of my distraction and slammed his fist into my jaw. It knocked me just enough to the side that he rolled from beneath me and stood, eyes wild. "Come then, Lailokin. I've waited so long, be my first battle kill. I would begin with a dragon today. I wanted to murder. I would finish him with my bare hands, but if I struck him, our retinues would fall into battle with each other, and we could not afford it." I threw back my head with a growl of frustration. A fraction of a moment and I might have caved in his head. I could not be blamed. Such things happened in the chaos of war, but now we'd been stopped. Farther up the old Roman road, a battle raged, and our allied men were bleeding with every moment we delayed. "You are wasting time. Tell your men to fall off," I told GWRGI. He considered me unhurriedly, as if, somewhere up the road, his fellow Britons were not dying. If GWRGI and his brother had ridden with all their men, they were nearly 1,000 in number, a fact I believed to judge by the endless stream of mounted men. He was thinking they could kill us all. None would be the wiser. Aye, you could do it, I acknowledged. But I swear to you, we dragons do not die easily. We will take your men with us, as many as we can. And Ardor just there. His father is king of Manau as well as Dalriada. Eden loves his sons. I do not think it would be wise to try to slay him. In the distance, 4 blasts sounded from the battle horn. It was the signal Ritterch and I had spoken of. Panic struck. 4 blasts from the battle horn signals our retreat, I shouted. We must get to them now. Ride, GWRGI conceded, leaping back upon his horse. Ride, I said. We charged along the old Roman road, and I leaned over my mount, urging it faster on, until the sounds from the battle raged about my head, and then we were upon it, our momentum carrying us like a tidal wave as we crashed into the rear of the Angle forces, running down their footmen beneath the hooves of our horses. Yah! I lifted my sword, hacking the unsuspecting backs of the Angles who were racing to pursue the Britons in their retreat. But then a double blast bellowed above the fray. This horn belonged to the Angles, warning of our attack. I sucked in my breath as the vast horde before us stopped and turned to face us. Perhaps it was battle madness, but as they lifted their weapons and charged, they were indistinguishable for a moment from a giant black boar. I was standing motionless in the river, waiting for the beast to charge. And then, with an ear-splitting battle cry, the Selgavi burst from the forest, Old Man Archer first among them, his eyes wolfish with war. The boar and the wolves. I saw it now. Here come the wolves, I shouted in the face of the Bernician warrior, who turned as I rode him down, cleaving his weapon arm off at the elbow. But now the Bernician archers were loosing their arrows, their points piercing Selgavi flesh, embedding themselves in the trunks of the Caledonian wood. I wiped my eyes clear of the armless man's blood only to block a spear thrust to my leg with the thick of my shield. Deadly points sailed from everywhere, each seeking a home. I roared out in pain as an arrow pierced my other thigh, its barb tearing deep into muscle. I knew better than to yank it. Gritting my teeth, I snapped the shaft, leaving the barb inside. I swung my weapon in the rhythm that came from beyond thought, the one fueled by hate and elemental survival, lifting my head to try to catch sight of our men as they battled in the fray. Maelgwn and Archer had drawn tight their men, pinching the Angle forces upon 2 sides now, the rear and the flank. Ebrauc's and Ardor's men were entangled close by, battling with me in the thick of it. I sensed the shift before it came, the turning of the tide, and not in our favor. And then the army was swelling back upon us, the men roaring their fury. Ardor picked up the measure of his attack as 3 men charged him at once, having caught sight of his breastplate and torque. Infantry and horseback were not a sustainable pairing. Our legs were too vulnerable, but to dismount, we would be swallowed. It was an almost certain death. Ardor, I shouted. Ardor, fall back and come round, fall back and come round. He'd felt the shift come, same as me. We had to pull back and circle about, for thundering along the distant flank was the Angle cavalry. If we did not beat them out of the fray, they would hem us in from behind, trapping us against their infantry with no hope of escape. The horse beneath me had grown tired. I felt the clumsiness of his legs. I lost sight of Maelgwn even as Fendwin and I signaled our men to withdraw. Even as we shouted, dragon warriors were cut down all around us. There are too many, I thought. This has all come undone. Where was the second set of blasts from Ritterch's war horns? At the first signal, Ritterch and Urien were to retreat, leading the Angles beyond the battlefield and over a short rise, where the land on the other side formed a vast bowl at the foot of Dun Meldred. At the second signal, Ritterch's men were to turn and re-engage just as our cavalry came round. The Angles trapped within the bowl would be forced to battle Britons who stood on higher ground, with our cavalry closing in from behind. At last the horn's bellow echoed between the hills, and I let out a whoop. "Finish this fight," Fendwin cried as we ran through their cavalry, cutting them down. I glanced over my shoulder as I crested the hill. Bodies were everywhere, piling up as living and dead were trampled underfoot. But we had divided them. Half their men were locked in combat with the Selgavi and the bastard warriors of Ebrok on the battlefield. The other half had charged Urian's and Ritterch's men in pursuit. Now Arter's men and the army of stags pushed the Angles downslope, even as Urian's army turned to engage the Angles in a tremendous clashing of blades. We no longer battled a force of 10,000 men. We had forced Hussa to split his army. With our warriors clashing together, it was impossible to say exactly how many Angles we still faced, but it looked from this height to be only half his army. The other 5,000 marched on to Din Iden. Gods be with the Goddardin there. I could see Meldred's fortress now. I felt Ira and my sister beyond its timber walls. I spun at the sound of an approaching horse only to find Maelgun, face bloodied but otherwise intact. "Shield," he said, motioning to his face. "Arrow," I replied, gesturing to my leg. The sun was choked by dark clouds. A summer storm was coming, but Maelgun's gaze, too, had fixed upon the fort. Rain and storm bolts were the least of our worries. If we should fail, Dun Meldred would be overrun. "We cannot let her die," Maelgun said. Together we charged into the fray. Chapter 49 Langurith Dun Meldred Southern Kingdom of Goddardin 1st of July. Ad 580 T he reign was a thunder of pounding fists. The army had fallen back to the foot of the fortress. The men had closed us in the great room at the sound of Meldred's battle horn, rushing out into the storm to join the fortress's last defense. I went to sit beside Ira and the women and children from the forest. "Take my hand," I asked her. There was such strength in her grip. She had survived so much. Down below I heard the swineherds whistle, sending out their dogs. I heard them snarl and growl, the anguished cries from ripping flesh. I heard the squeal of hounds meeting swords. I heard 100 deaths piling at the foot of the rampart. The Angles were coming. What a prize I would make! Strathclyde's queen. I would kill myself first. "Let us sing," I said in an effort to quiet the children. Siwalag had collapsed and was rocking to and fro, praying with the monks, but the fear upon her face showed she'd found no satisfaction. I bent my mind to my own prayers even as I sang. The names of all those I loved who battled below on the grass. Chapter 50 Angharad Dun Meldred Southern Kingdom of Goddardin 1st of July. Ad 580 Angharad lost sight of the eagle as they followed a cattle trail through a wood and up into the hills. Show me," Angharad begged. But nothing more came into sight. She was just about to stop when they heard the ominous blast of battle horns. "This way," Arian called out. They moved toward the bellow of horns, picking up speed. Too late, they were too late. Angharad cursed aloud. Soon the retinue was at a run, racing over hidden pasture land and mounding slopes of heather as they drew closer to the war being waged on the other side of the hill. "Keep from sight at the hill's crest," Muirn warned her men. "I would see where things stand." "Angharad, you must be careful," Arian said as Angharad crept to the hilltop to peer over the edge. A fortress stood on the far hill, and stretching in the distance beyond it, she saw the emerald canopy of a forest. "The Caledonian Wood," she said. Down the hillside below her, a vast and sunken place in the earth, swarming with death. It took her without warning, her fear of what she might find as she scoured the heaving mass of men and clanging metal in search of shields and standards. Reached. Strathclyde. Angharad's breath caught in her chest. "My father is here," she said, and for the first time Muirn looked concerned. "You must promise you will stay here or you will endanger us all. I cannot be preoccupied with keeping you safe." Angharad met Muirn's eyes with a nod. I have no place on a field of battle, she acknowledged, but your ancestors are with you. Mullern kissed her cheek, then drew out her sword. Angharad felt strange, as if a storm gathered inside. Perhaps it was the Cruithne, for their blood was like water, and ever since they neared the hilltop, Angharad had felt their blood beginning to rise. The Britons are outnumbered, Talorcan said, even with our swords. Yes, but look, here comes their cavalry, and there. The Britons beneath the fortress have turned round to fight. Now is the time, Talorcan. We will attack from this hill and hem them in. Mullern turned, lifting her voice for all her retinue to hear, her heavy silver torque catching in the light. Talorcan is right. The Britons are outnumbered, but we are not 288 men. We are 288 Cruithne, and we do not come here to fight for the Britons. We come here to fight for ourselves. For if these vile men triumph today, next will they come for our people. Next will they come for our families. Today they will not triumph, Mullern shouted. On this day we will water the field with Angle blood. The battle roar of the Picts sent a shock along Angharad's spine. They were in hiding no more. She took Arian's hand as Mullern and her men propelled themselves down the hillside, the fury of their war cry making the men below stop mid-strike. A horn sounded from beneath the fortress ramparts, and within the mass of tangling bodies, each side summoned their men to face a new fight. For a moment, it was as if the battle had frozen in confusion. This was not their war. Who had these wild, painted warriors from the north come here to fight? But then Mullern reached her first angle and with one swift move ducked to sever the tendons in the backs of his legs with a single strike. "Yeah!" she cried. The angle man dropped, spasming upon the ground. The sight of the Picts sprinting downhill, dispatching angles left and right, brought new life to the Britons. The warriors lifted their spears, faces fierce with fury and eyes filled with hope. The very earth shook with the rise of their battle cry, a roar of welcome and thanks that summoned forces greater than any could understand. The battle snapped back into motion. As Angharad watched, one of the Cruithne took a cluster of arrows to his chest. "Pray with me," Angharad said. "Yes," Arian agreed. "But first it is time at last that you wore this." She reached into her deerskin bag and drew out the folded bulk of Angharad's cloak. Angharad stepped back. "But I left it aboard the ship," she said. "A mistake you will not make again. Come, Angharad, and don it. You are a novice no more." Angharad fastened the cloak about her shoulders. The feathers stirred in the growing wind. Arian looked to the darkening sky. Angharad reached for her hands. They lifted their intertwined fingers to a sky full of gathering cloud, chanting a charm of protection. Charm for the Britons, charm for the Picts. Charm against arrow, charm against sword. Charm against spear, charm against peril. Charm against harm in this field of battle. It began in monotone as Angharad and Arian swayed upon the hill, arms lifted to draw down the power of the sky. Angharad squeezed her eyes shut to block out the blare of battle, for words had no power if one did not believe. They chanted the words again and again, till the words were a circle without beginning or end, and their voices became vessels, deepening in tone. Charm for the Britons. Charm for the Picts. Angharad rocked as the wind whipped her hair. The air of the battlefield crackled with the promise of lightning and thunderous rain, and though her lips did not cease in their chanting, deep from the place within whispers, Angharad summoned her, calling out her name. Kalich Bor. There was such vast power sweeping above the fields, even the golden eagle had taken to its nest to brave the coming storm. Angharad reached out with her senses, letting the storm blow through her body. Her head swam with pulses, and still she drew it in. Charm against arrow. Charm against sword. She was not big enough to contain it. The force breathing beneath her was a frenzy, a bringer of chaos. A loud rumble of thunder made her open her eyes, and then the gray-black sky burst open, drenching every warrior on the battlefield to their marrow in an instant. "It is only a summer storm," Arian said. "Do not be afraid." They chanted on. Rain beat on their heads. Down on the battlefield, men's faces ran in rivers of blood. "What have I done?" Angharad whispered, her hands flying to her mouth. The soil had been churned up by the boots of thousands of men. Now that soil became slick as an eel's belly. Men slipped and scrambled ankle-deep in mud. "Oh, what have I done?" Arian's voice was stern. "You can do nothing the gods do not grant. Look now. The angles scramble and slip. They cannot gain purchase on the slope beneath the rampart." It was true, she could see if she squinted in the rain. They had slowed in their attack, and the Britons took advantage, sending their spears sailing even as unseen archers let fly their rain of arrows. Angles were falling back in heaps, wounded or dead. And then Angharad saw him as he mounted the crest of the distant hill. His hair was plastered with water as if he'd stepped from the sea. He bled from his brow, and as he pushed his mount over the rise, he pivoted sharply in his saddle to slash at the men who pursued him. Arthur, goddess above, what was he doing here? And there beside him was Kai. "Protect him, protect them," she begged, tipping her head to the storm. The field below was an ocean of dead bodies. The rain pounded down. There were more Angles lifeless than there were yet fighting. Angharad felt their fear. "Your beast has abandoned you," she thought into the wild whipping of the storm. "All there is left to do is flee." As if they had heard her, a blast of a horn sounded the Bernicians' retreat as the men clawed from their death pit, fleeing on foot or kicking their wounded horses to find refuge in the Caledonian wood. Arthur and his men swung round on their mounts, taking off in pursuit. Talorcan struck down Angles as they scrambled to race from the battlefield, one after another. Bodies piled at the ramparts of the fortress. Archers in brown cloaks, some of whom held blades, followed the Angles unhurriedly to finish them in the wood. The worst of the storm had assailed them, and now, as the dark clouds swept north, the rain lessened, becoming little more than a finicky mist. Below on the battlefield the warriors stood, weapons still gripped, surveying the field of the dying and the dead. Silence reigned. And then, as they looked to one another, Briton and Pict, their shoulders sank in relief. As whoops of victory rose up, smiles creased their bloodied faces. "They've done it." Angharad turned to Arian. "They've done it." She threw herself into Arian's embrace. "Come now, Angharad of Strathclyde," Arian said, smoothing the feathers of her cloak. "Your homecoming awaits." Chapter 51, Langurith Dun Meldred, Southern Kingdom of Gododin, 1st of July. Ad 580. I sat alone on a pinewood bench, eyes closed and hands clasped. My body was wrung out. I could not push the hand of fate. I could only sit and let the images of those I loved fill the blackness behind my eyes, trying not to jump at each new blast of the battle horn. And then, just when I dreaded the worst of my own fears, I tilted my head, suddenly listening. "Do you hear that?" I asked sharply. The monks across the room looked up from their prayers. Siwalog blinked. "I hear nothing." "Precisely." I stood, hurrying to the door. "Do not open it," Siwalog commanded. I lifted the bolt, throwing the door open wide, and the room was flooded with the echoes of cheers. I raced outside and climbed the platform of the inner rampart, unprepared for the sight that met me below. So many dead. "Oh no, please," I whispered, scurrying down, pounding upon the door of the inner rampart, shouting, "Let me out, let me out." The men did as I said, and the look I gave them was one of wonderment and trepidation. We had won. We had done it. Yet who had survived? I ran down the hill, slipping, my dress caking with mud, tears choking my voice, as I gestured for Meldred's men to cast open the outer gates. The warriors were coming now, so many wounded, blood, mud, and gore obscuring their faces. "Ritterch, Ritterch," I cried, my voice sounding panicked as a child's, gripping the arm of the first man I could reach. "Have you seen my husband, my brother? Have you seen the king?" The men shook their heads, and as they poured past, up into the safety and dry warmth of the fortress, I reached the battlefield and stopped, struck by the horrors that lay at my feet. "Ritterch, Lailoken," Maelgun, my heart yet longed to scream. And then in the distance a most curious sight caught my eye. A retinue of strange warriors walking slowly across the field. They wore gray hoods. Their hair was plaited, the look upon their faces grim. Mud darkened their bodies in the places they were exposed, but I could see beneath the smears of earth that animals had been pricked into the surface of their skin. Picts, I said aloud. At the front of their clan strode a man with black hair and 2 fish upon his face, and beside him 3 women. Rain bedraggled all, save the one who was tall. She wore a cloak that fluttered in 1,000 fingers as she moved, a cloak made of feathers. She stopped at the sight of me, standing stock still, and I squinted to better see her face beneath her hood. Who was this mysterious woman? Had it been she who had summoned the Picts? A pale arm emerged from her cloak as the retinue she walked before stopped, and I saw a trail of birds upon her wrist as she reached to push back the hood of her cloak. Her mass of tawny hair was bound back in coiled plaits, some of which had come loose, falling about her freckled face. Her gray eyes regarded me. Then her voice came, carrying across the field of the lost, the field of the dead. Mother, it could not be after all these years. Angharad, Angharad, I cried as I burst into tears, hands covering my mouth as I ran, stumbling not fast enough over dead bodies, nearly slipping and falling as I fought just to reach her, yet the beautiful young woman stood motionless. Why did she not come to me? Angharad. My voice was a wail, as if she were some apparition who might just as easily disappear. I stumbled over the lifeless leg of a fallen man into the space before her, and we stood, eyes searching. Oh, my love! Oh, my sweet! I closed the distance between us, clutching her to my breast as if she were yet a child, the relief of the solidness of her body in my arms overwhelming my senses. Oh, my love! I rocked her, my hands moving in disbelief to her hair, the curve of her back, her face as I drew back to look at her. You are alive, I said. My voice was weighted with as much heartbreak as wonder. How have you come here? Speak. I wanted to shake her. She had only called out my name. Speak so I will know you are real and not some trick of the gods. But who was I to demand of her, I who had given her up, I who had forsaken her? The eyes that looked back into mine were those of the child I once knew, but they held the look of a stranger. My heart fractured to shards in the cavity of my chest. She thought a moment, her acorn-colored brows drawing together in a frown. I suppose it all began with a dream. Will you tell me, please? I want to know all, but you have been in battle. Oh, my love, come back to the fortress. I gripped her hands, unable to release her. But I had been so shocked at the sight of my daughter, so suddenly returned and in the midst of such a place, that I had forgotten her company. I am sorry, forgive me. I am entirely overcome. Please, you are most welcome. Follow me back to the hall. I looked to them now, my face full of gratitude, and my eyes caught on those of the dark-haired woman who had been standing beside my daughter all the while, unnoticed. Languoreth, the woman said, with a slight bow of her head. She had never been one to paint her emotions upon her face. Her face, that same delicate complexion like the underbelly of a leaf, her unflinching blue eyes, not a gray hair upon her head and hardly a wrinkle upon her skin. It cannot be. I stepped back, looking between the two of them. Arian, she smiled then, a thing I remembered was once quite a rare sight, and a flood of emotions threatened to drown me. Disbelief, joy, sadness, anger, I sucked in a breath. There was too much here, too much. I needed time for us all to speak, and Ritterch, Lailoken, I could not bear the thought they might not have lived to see Angharad returned. Come, I nodded to them all. We are still sorting through the living and the dead. There will be plenty of time for speaking once we have found those who remain. Chapter 52. Angharad done Meldred's southern kingdom of Gododin 1st of July. At 580 he hall of Meldred was full to bursting, though Muirn and Talorcan kept clear of the far end of the great room, where the priests dined. Angharad could not keep her eyes from trailing to the faces whose memory she had battled so long to keep. The graceful sweep of her mother's brow, her father's eyes, a wintry reflection of her own, tracking each movement she made as if she might slip from the room. He had wept when he held her, but she had difficulty summoning tears. It had been so long. She could not offer her parents the child they had lost, the little girl she knew they yet wished her to be. And as her mother met her eyes across the room with a hint of a smile, she saw its edges were touched with sorrow. Angharad felt out of place here. With Arian among the Picts was where Angharad felt most at home. Wind and weather. The waterfall had told her Ichna was made of water. Wind and weather push water about. Now Angharad had begun to understand something of herself. But she was only at the beginning. She knew she could not stay. Ardor had not returned. He and his men, along with the dragons, had finished the angles in the wood, and Ardor had begun his long journey back to Manau. She realized, though it did not matter, that while she had seen him, Ardor had not even known Angharad was there. But there was Ira. And Lailoken sat beside Angharad, his strong hand pressing hers in reassurance as he adjusted the poultice Arian had bound to his thigh. And there were many yet in need of healing. Angharad and Arian and Languorith had tended the wounded side by side. Angharad's knowledge already surpassed that of the woman who had borne her, a priestess. Her mother had looked at her in wonder. "Angharad, you astonish me." But this overwarm room of warriors and queens, petty kings and chieftains, was deafening with its thousands of unspoken voices. Angharad's senses felt burned by wind and by lightning, and now the inner voices of the Britons cried out far too loud. That one was thinking of his wife. That one was envious of her father, the king. Maelgwn Pendragon, sitting by the hearth, may have had his thoughtful green eyes trained on the fire, but they strayed in stolen moments, lighting upon her mother. Her uncle turned as if she had spoken her discomfort aloud. "It is only for a short time," he assured her. "On the morrow most shall ride away." He bent his sandy head in a bid for her gaze. Angharad looked at him. "Do you know what I would say?" he asked. It calmed her to search him, like slipping into her cloak. "Yes," she answered after a moment. He nodded then, more to himself than to Angharad. "Well then," he said, "we have spoken it all." Chapter 53, Lailoken Grey Mare's Tale, Waterfall Kingdom of the Selgavi, September. Ad 580. I had woken that morning at the foot of Black Mountain, unable to recapture my dream. There had been a woman there, a stranger, a girl to whom I'd been speaking. There had been a longing vast as a range of mountains. The dream echoed its importance, tugging at my memory. Somehow I knew it might return if only I visited the falls. I stood long, gazing up at the snowy cataract, thinking of the keeper of the falls. And then I sensed him as if I had the ability to summon him, though I had discovered, of course, it had been the keeper of the falls who had truly summoned me. He is more than a shade, I thought. He is a god of place. I had thought it a myth that in the days of Rome, wisdom keepers had given their lives in an effort to become gods. Perhaps it was because the way of accomplishing such a feat had been lost. But now I understood that the mad keeper had not been driven to his death by any loss of his senses. He had given his life in an effort to protect his people from the coming of the 9th Legion, and in so doing had become a god of the falls. He had returned to warn me of the Angles, and so it would seem he had given his life not only to protect the Selgavi but to protect us all. Perhaps he had not returned. Rather, he had never departed. His tale was one of patterns, of beasts that die back or are slaughtered but never truly fall away. Now I sensed his footsteps, measured, trailing after as I followed the goat path back downhill, settling to sit in the little gray cell built for dreaming within the old wall of stone. "Close your eyes," I thought I heard him say. I took a breath and did as he bade, feeling myself dropping deep, then deeper again. I pushed aside thoughts of how I must soon return to Pardik. How we had won a battle but now surely faced many more to come. The Angles had failed to take Din Iden but returned now to Bernicia and to Dara to regather their strength. Soon war would come again. Deeper, the keeper said. Close your eyes and I will tell you a tale. There were temples once. They dotted the land like pinpricks into veins, tapping into the power that thrummed beneath the land of the living, the land of the dead. There within the temple walls you would sleep in a cell and dream in darkness, and when you woke and spoke of owls whose eyes burned yellow in the black, of plunging beneath the deep gray waters of a loch, the keeper would ponder and tell you its meaning. There were star trackers once, who lifted their eyes to winter skies within circles of stone. They sang songs of summoning, and through the long, hollow halls the ancestors came, forgetting their earthly ends of ash or decay. They came to bear witness, to bind our treaties. On Samhain, when the days stretched thin, they came to sit at the table and dine with the children they'd borne. They came to be remembered. There were temples once, you were telling the girl who had come, for she was trying to remember. But the girl sat beside us as if we were not there. She walked a land vacant as a desert, a land of shades and blowing grasses. She walked and sought the places where temples once stood, but for too long they had lain altered, neglected. For too long the ancestors of the girl had been sleeping. You were weeping for them then, all the lost children, rocking beneath the wave of their sorrow. 1,000 times and 1,000 times again they will come searching, calling your name. In distant times they will summon you, and because of your sacrifice you will hear them. You will hear them and return, and they will remember. Miadin, they will cry out, Miadin. Acknowledgements across the pond. I'm grateful to John Hume at Moffat Wigwams, who shares a love of history and inspired me to write about the Ninth Legion. Thanks to the Armstrong family for their time and generosity of spirit. To Teresa Johnston for her friendship and excellent fact-checking of the flora and fauna in this book, and Glenn Gordon for his expert guidance and good company. Thanks to James of M. Heel Cottage near Dunad for being a wonderful host in Argyll. On the Isle of Lismore, I'm grateful to Robert Smith and Iris Peers of Explore Lismore, and to Anae Mackall, Barbara McDougall, Jennifer Baker, and all the people at the Lismore Gaelic Heritage Centre for their time and wisdom, and for the use of their wonderful library. You were right. It can't be done in 2 days. I hope to return so I might do your stories justice. Thanks to Kiva Nye Gorman at the Library of Trinity College Dublin for pointing me in the right direction. I owe a huge debt of gratitude to Mr. Alexander McCulloch and his family in Gatehouse of Fleet for their warmth, hospitality, and interest, and for the time Mr. McCulloch took to show me around Trustees Hill. I'm not through with Reeged yet. Samantha Cooper, owner of 23 Enigma in Glasgow, shared her wisdom. In Fordingal, I'm grateful to the Fordingal Hotel and the gracious landowner who directed me to the White Fort. As always, I'm indebted to the National Museum of Scotland, Historic Scotland, and my friends at Chatelherault Country Park, who I hope haven't forgotten me. Thank you to Kyle Gray for brunch and good times whenever I visit. And last but never least, thanks to Adam Ardrey, whose nonfiction books Finding Merlin and Finding Arthur are required reading for any who enjoy my novels. In the Us, I feel so fortunate to be published by VP and executive editor Trish Todd at Atria, who has believed in my writing from word one, and brought these books into being with the magnificence that is her standard. Your wisdom and support make all the difference. Thanks also to Senior Vice President and Publisher Libby McGuire, VP of Independent Retail Sales Wendy Sheenan and the incredible sales team at S&S, Isabel Dasilva in Marketing, and my publicist Megan Rudloff. A big thank you to production editor Benjamin Holmes for his patience and professionalism in pulling everything together, and to David Chesano, who has ruined me for all other copy editors with his attention to detail and desire for excellence. Thanks to Fiora Elber-Stibbets for her grace and kind attention to this book. To Faye Bender at the Book Group, the sort of agent one tries to dream up but doesn't know how until one meets her. I'm so glad to have your guidance, acumen, perspective, and support. A huge thank you to Bruna Papandrea and the team at Made Up Stories for their enthusiasm and support in developing The Lost Queen, and to Jennifer Kent, whose vision is unlike any other. Thank you for diving in with equal parts genius and care. To Flora Hackett at William Morris Endeavor for connecting with me in Langurath. We're so happy to have you. Thank you to the good people at Simon & Schuster Canada for making such beautiful editions of my books, and to Simon & Schuster Audio for bringing my stories to more readers, especially those who love to hear Tony Fruiton say pretty much anything in her Scottish accent. To my family, friends, and tribe, who have shown me so much love and support, especially in the past 2 years as I worked so hard on this book. You fed me, encouraged me, exercised me, listened to me, hugged me, watched my son so I could write, and made me laugh when I needed it most. I hope you know who you are and how special you are to me. You lift me up. I couldn't have made it to the finish line without you. I'm so lucky to be loved by you. But a very special thank you goes out to Linda Johansson, mother, confidant, and creative sounding board. I'm so thankful that out of all the mamas in the world, I got you.